Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here for today's meeting. I know we're going to have a long meeting today, but this is just one of the many few that we usually have. So at this time, I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. It's 10 a.m. And next is the roll call, District 1.
Whoops. Yes, good morning, everyone. Patrice Horseman, District 1, and I'd like to this morning make a very small point of privilege, and that is for us to acknowledge and recognize the passing of a true giant here in Arizona, Representative Rahul Grijalva, who served 11 terms in Tucson, but he really represented all of Arizona, and he had a very special love here for us here in Northern Arizona. As chair and ranking member of the House Natural Resources Committee, he did amazing things for us in our public lands, including championing the designation of the Baj Navjo Cookvenny ancestral footprints of Grand Canyon. So this morning, as I start the day here with my colleagues, I'd like us to recognize Rahul Grijalva. Thank you.
Thank you. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. And I'd just like to reiterate what my colleague said about Congressman Grijalva. His service was immense to Arizona and really appreciate everything he did for us. Thank you.
District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3. And I also concur with Vice Chair Horseman's comments on Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you again, District 4. Thank you for being here and welcome everyone here. It's windy out there, but we're inside, so we're still going to have the meeting today. So thank you so much for being here. District 5.
Yes, I'm Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor for District 5. And I've been here for 15 years, and all those years and prior to that, Congressman Grijalva has always helped and always have been there for Coconino County and Northern Arizona and all the full state of Arizona. So it is great we have lost a great leader. And then I want to also, I was very surprised and very disappointed to learn that Department of Defense and the U.S. Army has scrubbed articles on the Navajo Code Talkers and their contribution to America's victory during the World War II, removing information from websites as part of President Donald Trump's campaign against diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want to just talk about who the Code Talkers are. There is an unbroken code that helped the U.S. Marine Corps battle across the Pacific in 1942 to 1945. Sorry, I'm a little emotional on these two, Grijalva and this one. They and their code remained secret until 1968. Their story came to light to the nation in the motion picture Wind Talker, which opened in June 2022. In 2000, the United States Congress passed legislation to honor the Navajo Code Talkers and provide with them special gold and silver congressional medals. The gold medals were for the original 24 Navajos that developed the code, and the silver medals for those that serve later in the program. A statement in the Navajo language on the back of the medals translates to, with the Navajo language, they defeated the enemy. Congress passed Code Talkers recognition in 2008 to officially recognize all American Indians who served as Code Talkers during World War I and II. President Bush, George W. Bush, in 2000 presented the medals. And this was part of his speech. Thank you very much. Today, America honors 21 Native Americans who in this desperate hour gave their country a service only they could give. In war, using their native language, they relayed secret messages that turned the course of the battle. At home, they carried for decades the secret of their own heroism. Today, we give these exceptional Marines the recognition they earned so long ago. America pays tribute to the tradition and community that produced such men, the great Navajo Nation. The paintings in this tundra tell the country and its rise as a nation. Among them are images of first Europeans to reach the coast and the first explorers to come upon Mississippi. But before these verses on this continent, there were the first people. They are depicted in the background as if extras in a story. Yes, their own presence here in America predates all human records. Before others arrived, the story was theirs alone. Today, we mark a moment of shared history and honored and shared victory. Shared history and victory. We recall the story of all Americans. We recall a story of all Americans can celebrate. Every American should know. It is a story of ancient people called to service in the modern world. It is a story of one unbreakable oral code for the Second World War. Messages travel by field radio on Iwo Jima in the very language heard across the Colorado Plateau centuries ago. Above all, it's a story of young Navajos who brought honor to their nation and victory to their country. Some of the code talkers were very young, like Albert Smith, who joined the Marines at 15. In order to enlist, he said he had to advance his age a little bit. At least one code talker was over age, so he claimed he was younger in order to serve. On active duty, their value was great, and their order was so sensitive that they were closely guarded. By war's end, some 400 Navajos had served as code talkers. 13 were killed in action, and their names too are on today's row of honor. Regardless of the circumstances, regardless of history, they came forward to serve America. The Navajo Code itself provides part of the reason. Late in his life, Albert Smith explained the code word for America was our mother. Our mother stood for freedom, our religion, our way of life. And that's why we went in That tradition found full expression in the code talkers and those absent. And those with us today, gentlemen, your service inspires the respect and admiration of all Americans. And our gratitude is expressed to all for all time in the medals that it is now my honor to present President George W. Bush. And today, as Coconino County Supervisor, I too stand and honor the Navajo Code Talkers. And honor the true history that we're not going to erase. Cannot be erased.
Thank you, board members. And I just want to say a few words to, it is hard, we are here on this day from just with the new administration. We're already all enduring, each and every one of us is going to be enduring something. We're either going to get cut programs, either going to have changes in our funding, or, programs are going to be cut. Those are things that are, being talked about at this point in time. As Native Americans, especially Navajos, we have endured a lot. We've endured the long walk where a lot of people died. They were killed. They couldn't make it and they died along the way. Checkerboard areas. We now live in joint use areas. Relocation. We were all broken up, within communities, and we all moved out, to various places. So even with the relocation prior to that, we couldn't even put a window back into our hogans or our homes. We had to go through the federal government just to do that. To this day, that is still so. Who can endure a lot? We did as Native Americans. And I know the Hispanics have, they're going through a lot too. But, I just want to say that we did, we will, and we can persevere. We've done a lot. Something's happened to us as Native Americans. And we are all here to stay, no matter what. We lived off our land before, and we even had to use lights, for burning sheep fat. Those are things that we can go back to if we have to. At that time, certain times we didn't have candles, and we had to resort to something. So a lot of us, that's in the back of our minds. Are we going back to something like that? So I just want to say thank you so much, Sister Lena, for bringing this up. And, we did lose 2 leaders that, were very supportive of us. And, we just have to all be together, each one of us. There's no Republicans and no Democrats in here. Our families are broken up because of that. But we're here, we're all facing the same challenges now. So we just have to learn to respect one another and then be there for one another to help one another. Be nice to one another. We don't know what's ahead of us. So that's all I want to say. So thank you so much for listening to us in the comment sections. Now we will move forward with the call to the public. Oh, I'm sorry. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, Now we get to the call to the public. We will now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individuals, individual supervisors may ask questions to the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expressions of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. If you have any comments that are related to the public hearing on the agenda, please wait to comment until we get to that item and open the public hearing. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a public comment, we have comment forms on the table by the door. If you're here in person, if you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear. If you hover towards the bottom of your screen, it looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Begay, we do have 2 comment cards for those here in the room. Our first person is Jill Stevenson. If you can come on up to the podium, we'll provide 3 minutes. If you can please state your name and address for the minutes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm electronically deprived, so. Jill Stevenson, I live at 1913 East Linda Vista Drive. And I want to thank you for all your comments this morning. I think they're so well put and something we all need to hear and think about daily. My comment is about a presentation by Sarah Benatar, and I was under the impression that that would not be until this evening's session. So I need to know if I should comment now or come back this evening.
That is a work session item, so you can go ahead and comment now. It's scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon, but we can take the comment now.
Okay, okay. Well, Sarah Benatar is going to be recommending that you change banks from JP Morgan Chase to PNC. I'm sure she's done all the research that's necessary, and she feels that the updated equipment would be a big help, making things much safer for the county banking processes, and also their commitment to ESG, which would include environmental and social justice. We know that JP Morgan Chase lends money to fossil fuel companies. The scientists have told us that if we don't divest, if we don't stop our use of fossil fuels quickly and drastically, we're going to be in even bigger trouble than we are now with our climate change. So I understand that PNC supports renewable energy and does other environmentally friendly initiatives. I know that Congressman Grijalva, if he were here, would support this kind of initiative. Anything that is going to help stop the driving of species towards extinction and help make our planet safer for all life on Earth, including humans. If we don't do some very drastic things at this point, the weather conditions are going to become even more extreme than they are now. So I would urge you to agree with Sarah Benatar and switch banks to PNC. And I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Chair Begay, we do have another comment card for Allison Horton. If you can come on up to the podium, we'll start the clock for 3 minutes. If you could please state your name and address for our minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Allison Horton. I live at 505 South O'Leary Street, Unit B in Flagstaff. Thank you, Chairwoman Begay and Supervisors for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Allison Horton, and I come to you today as a concerned constituent. As you know, later today, Treasurer Benatar will come to you to speak to changebanks from JP Morgan Chase to PNC for the county's banking services. As a concerned constituent, I encourage this transition as the treasurer will be able to better safekeep public funds and operate the treasurer's office more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
At this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any other comment cards. Again, if there's anyone here in the audience that would like to provide a comment, can do so now by coming up to the podium. If you've joined virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon. Or if you join by phone, you can hit the *9 and that will raise your hand. And we have no other commenters, Chair Begay.
Thank you, Lindsay. Lena, your mic. Thank you, Lindsay. We're moving on now here. We do have a recognition, couple recognition items at this time. Recognition of Peter Bruce upon his retirement as a longtime broadcaster since 1983 in Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm turning this over to Mr. The County Manager, Andy Burleson.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. It is my great honor to introduce the recognition of Peter Bruce upon his retirement as a long-time broadcaster in Northern Arizona. Stephen Pellegrini is going to say a few words as he worked with Great Circle Media in broadcast journalism before joining our county communications team. But just real quickly, I would like to say a few things. Peter began his journey through a childhood fascination with AM radio and has dedicated his life and career to broadcast journalism, 40 plus years in Northern Arizona. I had the honor of personally being on Flagstaff Mornings in Pete's Community Cafe on a number of difficult issues in our community. Over time, I'm honored to say I've developed a friendship with Peter, but that did not preclude Peter from asking me the tough questions, because the media provides a checks and balance in what we do in local government, and a healthy checks and balance. And the questions that Peter asked me about the project we were working on, I think at the time it was on the Spruce Avenue wash, and I was with the city of Flagstaff at the time. It was the last interaction I had, and it was on the bonding projects for the improvement of Spruce Avenue wash to handle the post-museum fire flood mitigation in our Sunnyside community. And Peter was asking me the tough questions. And then I remember looking, and it was somewhat intimidating, big microphone, headphones on, limited time. And then I see Dave Zorn come in the window, and he comes in and asks me a few tough questions. And I was all by myself, so I was a bit intimidated at the time. But again, just a really healthy community process on let's get to the truth in the community, and let's get to what are we doing for the community to serve, and are we doing the right thing? And let's question that a little bit. Stephen, I don't want to take away from you, so I'll turn it over, but I just wanted to share that personal story because I'm just so honored today to honor Peter and what he has brought to the media of Northern Arizona and the checks and balances in our systems. Stephen.
Well, unfortunately, I have nothing left to say. So with that, as you know, I'm Stephen Pellegrini, and I serve as your communications manager here in the county manager's office. And I did have the absolute privilege of working with Peter Bruce at Great Circle Radio for a few short years in my professional career. And as County Manager Burleson said, he came to us in 1983 from his native Chicagoland area. And like many of us from elsewhere, he found his home amongst the Ponderosas and in our beautiful community, and has served it diligently ever since. Back when Calf Country Classics was just Calf Country, AM 930, 93 FM. And now, after 4+ decades as a conscientious steward of the people's airwaves. After dozens of rodeos and county fairs, NAU football games, dozens of concerts at the Museum Club, the Orpheum, the amphitheater, Pickin' in the Pines, trappings of the American West, numerous warm coat collections and turkey drives, countless hours covering wildfires and snowstorms, and brushing off the satellite dishes to make sure everyone can hear you. And also infinite spins of Dolly Parton, Reba McEntire, Waylon, Willie, and the Boys, sharing his love of traditional music, folk music, country music, and Western music, both kinds. With Under Western Skies, the award-winning Under Western Skies, and Blue Mountain Bluegrass. It's my very great pleasure to present to the board. It's only appropriate that this board should acknowledge him after such a long career. My very great pleasure to present Mr. Peter Bruce.
You know, after 40 years, you think you'd have enough of me. So one last hurrah, if you'll indulge me, please, just a couple of minutes. I promise I won't go any longer than that, but I'm so humbled and honored to be recognized by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And I'm also thankful for the support of my coworkers and friends. And like I said, I've spoken enough over the years, so I'll make this quick. And I wanted to say at the outset that part of being a successful talker, you have to learn to be a good listener. And I think I accomplished that. Everyone has a story to tell, and I always enjoyed facilitating that and trying to cover the events, news, sports, activities, and music in the second largest county in the nation has been a challenge. But I love doing it. And my biggest reward was the people I got to meet along the way. And that includes quite a few of you that are here today. And I've lived all over Coconino County, Mountain Air, Munns Park, Winona, Lake Mary, Forestdale. And I've got to say, Coconino County is an absolutely fabulous place to live. City of Flagstaff isn't bad either. So seriously, there's been a great cross collaboration between the city and the county, and it just keeps moving forward. And same with NAU. The CCC to NAU program is a wonderful example of how Coconino Community College is providing fruitful opportunities for everyone. Back to Northern Arizona University, I graduated from NAU with a teaching degree. Now, little did I know that my career would steer me into a different realm of education, and that's through broadcasting. So whether it was interviewing professors, coaches, and students at the university or teachers and principals at FUSD, it would always come full circle to education. And from a family of educators, getting the word out and keeping everyone informed is key. And because information is power, we have a responsibility to use it wisely. And from the astronomers at Lowell to the archivists at the Museum of Northern Arizona to the archaeologists at Pocky, I've always loved soaking in the knowledge, and I've continuously strived to share that with everyone else. Now on to music. No, not really. Just kidding. That's all I've got, really. And but thanks for your time and support and for being here. And it's funny, I get ribbed about how long I've been at CAF, and people say, well, you've been there since the beginning, right? Well, that was 1963. And that's when Guy Christian brought KAFF onto the air. I joined in 1983, and it's been a heck of a ride, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. And this community has been so welcoming and supportive. I could not have been more blessed to spend my career most of my life here. So thank you one more time for this great honor. And one last tribute to the Navajo Nation, who have been some of my most loyal fans and listeners through the year. So Yahate Dene, and I appreciate all the Native American support that I've had through the years. The pleasure has been sublime to be a part of this incredible county, town, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. it is true that you had a lot of support from Navajo and Hopi. You'll be making a dough and your is made faster and, you'll be twirling your dough around and your bread is already done. So, Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thanks for being here and to the CAF Radio folks that are here. Really appreciate you all there at CAF Radio. And, Pinecone Pete, you've been part of this for a really long time. And want to thank you for your wonderful engagement with our community. I want to thank you for being such a great part of our community. You've been there through the emergencies. You've been there for the good times, especially the Friends of Traditional Music and Picking in the Pines is when I've gotten to know you. And it's been certainly a pleasure. Your voice is going to be missed, but we know you're still going to be part of this community. And really that's the most important part. And I just want to have a shout out to, really CAF and to the importance of local radio, local newspapers. You all, and it is essential to us here, not only for the sharing of information and sharing of ideas and events. It helps to build our community. So thank you for doing that for the past 40 years. And we look forward to seeing you around town. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to know if David is here too. David Zorn? Oh, hi. Would you like to have a couple of minutes? No? Okay. Okay. I just didn't want to, okay. Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to congratulate you. 40 years on the air is pretty impressive and so important for our area, especially in the rural areas. People depend on the news. People depend on the different topics that you bring to the table and brought to the table over the years. And those of you that are still in radio, it's so important that we have these diverse voices out there so people can hear about what's going on. And so I want to applaud you and thank you for your service. Thank you for working with our community and getting all the word out there, and just encourage your colleagues to continue that legacy and continue to get those diverse voices and diverse information out there to people in our rural areas. Thank you.
Any other comments by board supervisor?
Peter, am I on? Yeah. Peter, I've not had the opportunity to meet you personally, but I have certainly heard your voice for many years. I grew up here in Flagstaff and was listening to CAF in the 1960s before you got here. And I've been listening to you for 40 years, and I am so glad to get a face to go with the name. Thank you for all that you have done in this community, and I wish you nothing but the best on your retirement.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Radio. When you don't have electricity and you're just you don't have TV when you're growing up and being able to turn on the radio, and we used to, and the CAF radio was one, but you competed with KTNN and other. KOMA was in the evening time, and those are our radio stations. And today journalism is so important, even in entertainment. We got to really think about what is true today. And I just think that journalism ethical standards is so important, and the history. When we talk about history, you're making history, and at some point, is someone going to say that that's not true? Is that going to be erased? Someone's going to attempt to erase it from history. Let's think about our history. Let's think about who we are and where we live and what our true history is. And I think that's what local journalism is all about. And I want to commend you for providing that for us, to entertain us, to tell us what's going on in the world. And the best way that is the information before you. And that's what we do here. With the information that is provided to us, we make a decision. The best information that we know is true is provided to us as board supervisors, and we make that decision. And we live with that decision. And you did that for 40 years, and every single minute of the time you were on the radio, unfiltered. And I want to thank you for that. That's being very brave. And you had a lot of courage to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members.
Okay, at this time, you want a photo op? Yeah, we'll just do a photo op.
As I say in the business meter, you have a face for radio. So.
Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and move on. The next recognition we have is recognition of Nate Reisner as Engineer of the Year 2024 by the Arizona Association of County Engineers at the 2025 Arizona Association of County Engineers Conference in Prescott, Arizona. And I will go ahead and have Director, Public Works Director, Chris Tressler.
Thanks, Chair Brigade. Board of Supervisors, thanks for letting us take this time to recognize Nate for this award. It's Nate's, relatively speaking, been at the county a short time, only a few years. And in the time that he's been with us, he's delivered exceptionally on and road-related projects, capital improvement projects related to roads and drainage infrastructure. And he's helped aligning the county, especially with development and proposed development. He comments on all transportation-related projects and permit applications. And so it's been a pleasure to work with Nate. And oftentimes when a person has to lead or be a supervisor to somebody like Nate, it's more about just staying out of their way and giving them the resources they need to be successful. The county engineers meet at least once a year, and specifically to this award, we meet once a year and we nominate people, and it's voted on, and we recognize 3 awards. There's Engineer of the Year, there's a Rising Star, and then there's in Public Works, there's one we recognize an Operations Person of the Year. And I nominated Nate, and he easily won as Engineer of the Year. He's a couple of the accomplishments that he's done for the county specifically are our pavement condition index. It's a score between on the low end, it could be 20 if the road's falling apart, or 100 is a brand new paved road. And he's got our pavement condition index, the average index across the county, at 83, which which is probably one of the best in the state of Arizona. And it means our roads are smoother. They have less cracks and less potholes than a lot of roads. And it's not an easy thing being one of the largest counties in the nation and the way our network is spread out. But Nate does a great job. So I'm going to let our county engineer, Chad Ocker, say a few things, and then we'll give Nate a minute to say a few things. So, Chad.
Chair Begay, members of the board, Chad Ocker, and I serve as the county engineer for Public Works. Just wanted to say a few things about Nate. I've had the privilege of working with him for about 11 years, 8 or 9 years over at ADOT before he left to come to the county. And then I had to follow him over here because I missed working with him so much. So, but it's not often you get a engineer of Nate's caliber. His technical skills with traffic engineering, he's one of 3 professional traffic engineers licensed or certified traffic engineers in northern Arizona. That's a huge benefit to the county, to the public, and what he offers. His contributions, Christopher mentioned some of them, but I mean, it's more than just the technical skills. It's the partnerships that he's developed. It's the leadership skills, the mentoring, you know, that he gives his staff, the encouragement, and all of that, those skills that go along with it. So I just wanted to say a few words, congratulate Nate, and just let everyone know how lucky we are to have him at the county.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, thank you very much for having me here today. Christopher, I'm humbled for your recognition and nominating me, and I'm honored to be selected as the County Engineer of the Year for the state of Arizona. One thing, Christopher talked me up a lot, but this is all of our accomplishments that we've had in the engineering department comes from a foundation. And this foundation was laid way before I got here. I got to basically come and sit in a seat and drive a truck with a road that was already in great condition. Andy Burleson, Lucinda, Christopher, and people that came before me set a great foundation with the Prop 403 tax, where we have plenty of funds to do road transportation. We have funds to do transportation projects. With the staff that I came in and acquired, there were 4 people that were integral to our engineering department and cornerstones of our engineering department, and they're still there today. So I think that says volumes on the county and how we're able to retain great people to do great work. Again, I'm honored and humbled to receive this recognition, this award. But for my vision, I came into a great department, a great county to be able to come in here and do the work, have the funding to do the work, and have the foundation of the people there. I do want to mention we did unfortunately lose one of our key members of our team this past, I think 2 weeks ago, Denicio Irison, who's our construction manager, and he unexpectedly passed away. So that's going to hit our team pretty hard for the foreseeable future. But we're up to the task of kind of trying to fill his shoes with hopefully no more than with how much work that he was able to do. So thank you all very much. Also, I do want to recognize I went to school here at NAU, and 2 of my roommates from NAU are here right now, Tara and Chris. So it's kind of crazy. We all kind of had our informative years growing up here at NAU, and now we're all working for the county. I think Chris is the first one to start. He started working at the jail when we were in college. And then I think Terry, you came over, 3 or 4 years ago? 7 years ago. Wow. 7 years ago. And then I had to follow them coming 2 years. But it's pretty cool to see, from the time we're in our early 20s, now we're all in our 30s with families. We're all working here at the county now together. It's pretty cool.
Very cool.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Chris, and your staff. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you, and thank you for all being here. And, it's great that you pointed out some of your former roommates from NAU. This board we're all graduates of Lumberjacks, and, we're still here too, which is pretty amazing. You know, we really fell in love with this community, and it's so great to be part of the county, to be able to continue to serve our community that we love and continue to make it a little bit better. And I just want to, thank you for, being part of our Coconino County community. And, the highest praise you can ever get is from your peers. So that your peers voted for you to be the top county engineer. That's incredible. And it's a big congratulations to you. And I know it was because of a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication and commitment. So thank you again for being part of our community and part of our county family.
Tammy?
Nate, you are very humble in your acceptance of this award, but the words that were spoken by Christopher and Chad, they say a lot about who you are. And I can't remember which one it was, Christopher or Chad, that said Coconino County is blessed to be able to have you here. And I absolutely concur with that. I've very much enjoyed working with you the very short time that I have been here, but I can tell that you are very competent, very intelligent, and our roads are in good hands with you. So thank you for what you do for this county.
Well, thank you again. I know that we went through a lot as a county with all the fires, the rain and the floods, and, in some places our roads were, taken out. And so I just want to say that I feel that we're addressing a lot of the road issues that we have, and there's more that we need to look at. And I think collaborating with other, like the Navajo Nation in certain areas with our IGA, I think that really helps too. We're helping people help, themselves, within our Coconino County. So I just want to say thank you so much for, doing, and if you want to excel, you have to go the extra mile. If you go and have your hours, then you go the extra hours, even on the weekends, that's what you have to do. And I just want to say thank you for all the hard work and, the nomination and the vote. And wow, we have before us, Engineer of the Year for the overall county, the state probably, so I just want to say thank you so much for being there, and we appreciate all our staff here, and everybody does well here, and I for one, really, really appreciate all my staff here. Thank you so much. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you to, thank you. What an honor. What a great honor to be nominated and receive an award. What else is there in life? We know when your own peers really think highly of you, and just to be able to have you serve in Coconino County and be part of your colleagues and roommates and neighbors that you went to school with, and now you're working here. So congratulations, and congratulations to our Public Works Department, Chris, and thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Chair Begay, members of the board, I believe I met Nate when you were a wildland firefighter at the time. And Nate talked about the passing of one of the best members of our Public Works team, Denicio Arason. And Nate met Denicio when they were both wildland firefighters, and they both built their careers. And in building their careers, they came to Coconino County to continue to build their careers. Nate, it's no surprise that you were recognized as Engineer of the Year, but we need to stress that Nate Reisner, as a human, as a person, he lives to that standard. I think I met Nate, we were in a workout class, right? And I remember, and we were dying. It was over the winter. And I remember, as if he's not stopping, I'm not going to. And that's the type of people that we need to work with, because we make each other better. And I'm just so proud of you, Nate, and I'm so honored that what we were able to build in our Public Works Department at Coconino County, that you carry on that tradition, not only carry on the tradition, you're making it better. I remember in the budget season a couple of years ago, Christopher Tressler, we were establishing the budget, and it was a large capital investment plan. And I really pushed you hard. Really, Christopher, you're really going to be able to do this? Because I wasn't able to. Christopher said yes, and I looked at Nate, and he just looked, and I knew they could do it, and they did, and they have. So thank you so much for just being you and who you are as a person and what you bring to Coconino County. Thank you.
And take your whole photo up here. Did you guys see Andy's face when I said my staff? I want to know how he was going to react. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go forward. At this time, we are at the consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
number 7 and number 13.
Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, Madam Chair, number 5.
Any other? Okay, thank you. So we have 3 items that have been removed by the from the consent agenda, which is item number 5, 7, and 13. Okay, so may I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Chair.
I move we accept the consent agenda exclusive of 5, 7, and 13.
I'll second that.
Motion been made by Supervisor Horseman, seconded by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Going back to number Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you. And I'm not sure if there's any members of the Kaibab State West Fire District with us. Do you know, Lindsay, if they're on board here?
Supervisor Horseman, I don't see anyone present virtually.
All right, well, they're probably working really hard, which is really what fire districts are all about. And I just want to say it was my honor to assist them with some community initiative funds to purchase a self-contained breathing apparatus. And this just is so important for all of our fire districts serving our rural counties, serving our rural parts of our county throughout Coconino, and the great job that they do. Many times they are the first responders and the only responders for many hours. And so as my pleasure to be able to do this. And I wanted just to shout out and a thank you for all of their hard work, Madam Chair. And with that, I would just make the motion to approve the funding agreement with Kaibab Estates West Fire District and provide $4,049.66 from District 1's Community Initiative to KEW Fire District for the purpose of self-contained breathing apparatus, which will expire October 31st, 2025.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, abstain. Okay, next item is number 7.
Madam Chair, I pull item 7. It's a resolution resolution adopting the mission, value, vision, commitment to civility and strategic priorities objective for the Coconino County. So I wanted to just go over that with this week. It took some time, several meetings for the board, and wanted to see if our county manager could talk about the process that we went through to be able to get to this point.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Fowler, members of the board. Again, as you had noted, Supervisor Fowler, this is a resolution 2025-14 adopting the mission, vision, values, commitment to civility, and strategic priorities and objectives for Coconino County. Wanted you to know that we also provided this information to the leadership team this morning. Why is that important? It's important because we all know where we are headed together. And I want to commend the board on the work that you did together as a board for this effort. It's really a special time with the democratic process for all of you as a 5-member board to come together, accept where you disagree, and you did at times, and that's fair and that's healthy, and agree where you agreed and come up with the mission, vision, values to lead our organization. In the staff report, you'll note that a lot of the notes from those meetings we had a facilitator as well. And it really is a platform for the board to come together as a board, for us to come. And when you come together as a board, we all come together as Coconino County, as a board, as staff, as elected officials, hand in hand. And that's super important right now as we go into our budget process, because that's always the process where we collect ourselves and we have those difficult conversations. We're going to hear this afternoon the financial update, and that's super important as well. But what you'll hear in that financial update, the word is uncertainty, because there's a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace. There is so much uncertainty politically. But what we are certain of is your willingness to work together as a board to provide certainty locally through all of our uncertain times. And that's what you were able to do as a board. So thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And we can go into more detail as you'd like, but it was really something that I wanted to say to you.
Thank you, Andy. And a mission statement states that working together to create a county where we want to live by providing public service that fosters diversity of our people and land. And I wanted to just also point out that our priorities as outlined from 2025 to 30 is public lands, culture, and natural resource, organizational physical health, economic development, vitality, community vitality, art, culture, public safety, emergency preparedness, health and human services, public health. I just want to bring this up because this is our commitment to Coconino County residents. As residents, this will be available on the website, and please hold us to these standards and be able to know what the Board of Supervisors and Coconino County, or everyone that works here, this is our vision statement and our values that we pointed out and our priorities that we worked on as a county. So I just wanted to bring that out. So I want to thank our Board of Supervisors, our staff, for working with us on this. And it was we've always had a vision and statement. We've always had these, but this is what we just renewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you for removing this from the consent agenda. I actually thought we were going to have it as an individual action item, so I'm glad you removed it so we could. And thank you for reading the mission statement. I know that my colleagues and I, together with our wonderful county manager and his team, our deputy county managers and others that took part in this, and we really took this very much to heart and seriously, because it is and sets forth how we proceed as a board and how we proceed here in Coconino County. We will be looking at this when we're talking about the budget. Obviously our budget needs to reflect our values. So it was important for us to make it clear to the public what exactly those were. And let me read. I know you did a little bit, so I'm gonna read the rest of it because I think it's important.
There you go.
And I know we'll have it on our website. Our values: integrity, honoring our commitments, collaborative, fostering partnerships to address shared challenges, respect, treating others the way you want to be treated. Now, what a concept, huh? Sustainability, promoting resiliency by protecting and preserving natural resources and considering environmental impacts. And accountability, being responsible and answerable for actions and decisions to the public, with emphasis on transparency and proper use of resources. And our vision: we are a strong, diverse organization that respects our environment and cultural heritage, ensuring a sustainable, high quality of life for all. We as a board have also made a commitment to civility, respecting each other and different perspectives, openly share information and viewpoints to enhance decision-making, focus on policy and entrust administration and management to county managers and staff, prepare and be open to new ideas, open, direct, and timely communication between board members, and timely and transparent fiscal management. So, and I know Supervisor Fowler read a lot of our strategic priorities and objectives. We have a lot of subparts to that will be on our website as well. So to all that took part in this, I'm really proud of the work we've come up with and the final results, and I look forward to its implementation. So thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you for my fellow supervisors and what they've said. I was sitting here while we were talking about this, trying to remember how many hours we were together. A lot, several days. And I appreciate, like our county manager, Andy Bertelson, said, we didn't always agree on things, but we worked it out and we came together and put together this document. And it was really an honor to work with all of my fellow supervisors in doing this. And I very much look forward, like Vice Chair Horstman said, to its implementation. So thank all of you for the hard work that we put into this. County managers, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy and Erica and Kim, and Mr. Ring. I know you sat there. No, you can't do that. You can't say that. You can't do that, son. But I'm teasing you. And anyway, he was very instrumental in helping us develop this. So I just wanted to acknowledge him and thank him for doing so. And I appreciate my colleagues for being here and, there. And we did spend long hours with one another. And I think it was good. We all came to one consensus and, and it was overall consensus. So I just want to say thank you And that's what teamwork does. And that's what, learning to respect one another and listen to one another, that's when a lot of things happen, good things happen. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and thank you, Supervisor Fowler and Vice Chair Horstman, for reading them. And I'm really happy that you read them, because it starts with you and your policy leadership, and it comes to us. And when I look around in this room at the people that will be working to implement, I know it will be, because there are amazing people in this room right now. Thank you.
So
With that,
like,
Madam Chair. Or is there anything else?
no, I guess we can exclude a vote.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I move that we approve item number 7, resolution 2025-14.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion has been made by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Ontiveros. Are there any more questions, comments on this? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries. 13, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move, I don't move, almost made a motion. I thought it'd be really good for our finance department to go over what this new it's a revision of our Coconino County purchasing policy. We've always had a purchasing policy, but every once in a while it's necessary to revise these policies. So just thought that I'd pull it just to have get a summary of the changes that are being proposed.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Fowler and Chair and members of the board. So this round of purchasing policy amendments is really more on the administrative corrections side of things. You might recall that probably about a year ago, we brought forth more of a major overhaul to the procurement policy where we increased thresholds. This is not doing that. This is more administrative. So there are 3 sections with modifications. The first section, section 2.7, relates to capital assets. Another thing you may remember is that either at the last meeting or maybe the meeting before, we had brought forward a change in our capital assets policy, specifically increasing the threshold for capitalization. And that was approved on consent. But the reason for that was that our capitalization threshold had not been changed in many years. We have a lot of smaller assets under $10,000 that because our threshold for equipment was $5,000, we were tagging, we were inventorying, we were tracking in a more hands-on way than normal inventory that hits a capitalization threshold similar to other organizations. So we did a scan and looked at what do other organizations have as their capitalization threshold, and we changed our policy to align better with that. I'm happy to report we're still reporting, kind of putting it against an 80-20 test, 80% of the value as we were before by making that change, but we were able to significantly reduce the amount of individual items that needed to be audited in a really hands-on way every 2 years and tagging and things like that. So it was a huge efficiency for the whole county. Every department has an asset manager in their department too that was touched by that. So we cross-reference that capital asset policy and the purchasing policy. So the first change before you is just to align those 2 policies to make sure that we don't have a difference in what one policy says versus the other. So we needed, once we made the capital threshold change, we needed to reflect that in the purchasing policy as far as the definition of capital, essentially. So that's the first administrative change. The second one really relates to just fleshing out in a better language our employee ethics section and vendor ethics. So 3.1 and 3.2. We have other employee ethics policies that live in the personnel policy manual. I'm pointing at Erica just because force of habit. But, again, for consistency and alignment, because there were a lot of things that I think could be looked at as common sense type practices that weren't explicit in our policy. So really all we're doing in those sections is enhancing them with our language and making sure that there is complete clarity for anybody who's involved in procurement. I know this board has been, very vocal about about your responsibilities and our organization responsibilities and employee responsibilities as it comes to procurement and ethics and, being great stewards of public dollars. And so this was just an area when we were doing the review for capital assets that we took another look at and said, we really probably need to lay this out a little bit more so it's just completely clear to not only our employees who are involved in the procurement process, but our vendors who are on the other side of that as well, and just what the expectations are that they're being held accountable to. So really, those are the three changes that are reflected in this policy request today.
Thank you. I just thought that it'd be really good for us to remind us that these policies that we have do need to go through revision every once in a while. And it looks like you're aligning all of the policies to make sure that they're that everyone is on the same using the same policy and there's no confusion. So just want to thank you for that. With that, if there's no questions.
I really thought you had me busy all weekend. I kind of went through almost all of it again, but well, that's good too. But yes, thank you for keeping an eye out, on policies and amendments that need to happen. I think along the way, this board has always talked about making sure that our policies are current, and then also making sure that we're if amendments have to happen, then they would have to happen. So thank you so much for keeping that going. With that, are there any comments, questions? There being none, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve item number 13 with the explanation that was provided, which is to approve the revision of the Coconino County purchasing policy.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion has been made by Supervisor Fowler and seconded by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries. We are now done with the consent agenda items. We are now going, could I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors?
Chair Begay, I'll make a motion that we resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors.
May I have a second, please? Second. Motion's been made by Supervisor Ontiveros and seconded by Supervisor Horseman. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion passes. Okay, we are now on item number 23, presentation and discussion regarding proposed special limited revenue obligations of the jail district in the amount not to exceed $10 million. The jail bonds for the purpose of constructing and acquiring through lease purchase a new medical unit behind the jail district current detention facility in Flagstaff and paying related costs through a repayment pledge of jail bond, excise tax revenue, and county maintenance of efforts payments for approximately 25 years. At this time, I will turn over the floor to County Manager Bertelsen.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, County Manager Andy Bertelsen. And before I turn it over to our sheriff, who in essence, as the jail district, you're now the Jail District Board of Directors, he is your jail district administrator. And so, but having said that, I wanted to note a few things. This is a project that the sheriff has talked to you as members of the board. Wanted to note some recent developments in the past couple of years with the Pathways program. And we're really proud that we continue to provide pathways from our jail to our community and how we're able to integrate all of our members of our community into the broader community as they work through that criminal justice system. This is something that we've talked about. We actually had this on the agenda, I believe, 2 weeks ago, and we just found that we needed a bit more time to work things through financially, legally, et cetera, et cetera. On the financial piece, I want to applaud Kathy and Sheriff Axland and Matt Figueroa and our jail district team for really looking at those numbers, Siri Mullaney, and looking at our long-term, because we do the 10-year financial planning effort, even with our jail district fund. And originally, we had looked at borrowing for the total amount of the project, which is 20 million. We found that the interest with that amount would have been significant. And so we really looked at, can we pay out of the jail district half of that amount and borrow for half? And we found that we are indeed able to take that approach and do that. I will say with the jail district, and Sheriff Axland and I were talking just this morning, and I joked with him a bit. I said, you know, if we could utilize the jail district to fund all of our capital projects, I sure would like to be able to recommend doing that, but I can't. The jail district is restricted for the operations of the jail. And I see Tom Hanachek and Tara Clifton are here as well with our facilities team. And you'll remember from our facilities master plan, and that plan really notes we can implement projects as we go forward as financing may become available. Now, with the jail district, we found that financing is available in the jail district for this project. We can't utilize the jail district for any of our other capital needs projects. So we'll continue to work all of our plans, our facilities master plan, and today we want to present the plan for the jail district and the plan going forward. So Sheriff Axland, thank you so much and look forward to hearing from you.
How's that? Better. Okay. No, still not. Lights on. Nobody's home, right? Okay. All right. All right. What I'd like to do today is, first of all, I'd like to introduce our four detention lieutenants who are here today. Tom Hover, Marcos Acosta, our newest one, Chris Fulmer, and Garrett Pugh. So those are our four detention lieutenants. This is a very important project to them, one they've all been working on for a very long time. So we're happy to have them here. What I'd like to do is give a little bit of a historical perspective of the jail district, pass it off to Commander Figueroa behind me. What he'll be doing is going over kind of the project overview, and then to Commander Kathy Allen, who will be giving kind of a little bit of a financial overview of the project that's coming up. Beginning in the 1980s, we saw quite a large population growth in our community. Lots due to the growth of NAU, the Grand Canyon, Lake Powell, Snowball, those types of things, along with the discovery of our national forests. So lots of visitors, lots of increase in population. Along with that population increase came an increase in the jail population. So during that time, we experienced a lot of overcrowding in our old, what we call the old jail, which is the downtown jail, which is right across the street from us now, which is where several of us started working in the 90s. And what happened is we decided that we needed to go to our community and have both community and stakeholder committees. What those committees and communities came up with an answer was that we needed a jail district formed. That jail district in 1996 was able to develop a plan to go to the voters to ask for an excise tax. The result of that excise tax was successful, and we were able to implement a 1/4 cent excise tax within our county, which helped by taxing not just our community members through a property tax, but also our tourists that came through and anybody that spent money. So we thought that was our best option to fund a new jail. So out of that money, we established two jails, 596 bed main facility here in Flagstaff that you've all been through, as well as a 48 bed temporary holding facility jail in our Page substation. In the years that followed, we identified several additional areas to better serve our inmates and our communities. And so we went back to the voters in 2006 and asked for an additional 1/4 cent to be added to that tax. Again, a very successful campaign, and we were able to afford additional programming. Some of those programs were our Exodus program, which you've heard is a 90-day substance abuse program that we offer to our in-custody inmates. And like our county manager just mentioned recently, our Pathways to Community program. I know there's been some questions about our Hogan and our sweat lodge currently since our COVID issues, and Commander Figueroa will address those in his presentation next as to the status of where those are and how much they're going to be used. In 2020, we had a plan for expanding our Page facility due to some more inmate needs as well as administrative needs. And we were able to complete a $6 million expansion project in that facility successfully. 2 years ago, the sheriff decided to contract our detention medical services, which is really consistent with both the national trends and statewide trends. We found that contracting out our medical services to our inmates was better in both the liability world and realm, as well as creating a healthier inmate population. Our current contract with our WellPath Medical Services is a company that services jails and inmates throughout the nation. We're very proud and happy to have those. We believe we're getting a lot better inmate coverage for medical services. While costs increased, I mentioned before, costs increased due to healthcare. We decreased our liability, but more importantly, we have that healthier inmate population better treated. We're fortunate to have gained our community's trust and support in funding our facility through 2051, through our 2021 initiative to expand or extend that tax. And we look forward to progressively serving the needs of our community and our inmates. I'd like to pass it off now to Commander Figueroa to talk about the program overview.
Good morning. District Chair and members of the Board of Directors for the jail district. I am Commander Figueroa and almost approaching my 29th year working for Coconino County and the Sheriff's Department. So I was 12 when I started. But I am very excited to be here today to go over the actual project for this expansion that we're presenting today, and excited to have our jail lieutenants that have been working for this project that we have. And we started looking at this expansion prior to COVID and started to map out what this expansion could look like. And then, of course, COVID hit. So we had to stop and kind of put everything on hold while we navigated COVID. And then once COVID started to lift up, we were able to then aggressively look at the project and start putting the blueprints together of what our needs were for the expansion of what it would look like to grow the medical department of the jail, and then what a remodel would look like for our intake area of the facility, because those were the two big areas that we were looking at a true need for the jail. It was definitely not a need for expanding the facility because of population growth. That was one thing that we have strategically been able to do and keep the population down even prior to COVID, just with our partnerships and education of our population with our partner agencies and with the courts, with our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. We have been able to keep the population down. It was projected that the size of our facility, we would be at our max capacity in 2010. And clearly we have been able to not reach capacity by that time and actually keep the population flat. And then with COVID, we were able to reduce the population significantly in order to spread the population out and create those quarantine dorms to keep COVID out for a significant amount of time. And then once we got COVID in the facility, to keep it at bay and not have mass outbreaks of COVID. And again, keep the facility healthy and safe during COVID. And then with the reopening of the jail, once COVID was at a safe pace, we were able to keep the population where it's currently at around 300 and a little less. Our hopes is to keep the population at that number, so we don't anticipate the need to expand for population. But what we did see and what we have seen throughout the years is the type of individual that are coming into the facility, their health is decreasing, and we see a lot more sick people coming to jail. And because of that, we have definitely had to ramp up the type of medical treatment that we're having to tackle. Our well path, as the sheriff mentioned, our healthcare provider have had to really look at the different type of medical programs that they're trying or having to implement. Our alcohol detox protocol is probably one of the most advanced, sophisticated protocols that they've had to put in place, because that's one of the biggest medical problems that we face in our community, but specifically those that are coming into our facility. That's one of the biggest health problems that we have to endure, where most of the jails throughout the rest of the state, their biggest issue is opiate abuse, and they seem to have a lot more overdose issues, where we are mostly facing alcohol issue and having to detox individuals off alcohol. So that's one of our biggest programs that we have in place right now. And so we're seeing a lot more people coming in with significant health issues. And so because of that, our medical facility that we have currently in the jail is not equipped to be able to handle the type of populations that we're having now. Right now, the medical facility, as we progress through the PowerPoint, is a 6-cell medical facility, and that is definitely not enough. A lot of our individuals are living throughout the facility or in our intake area with their medical conditions. So our medical staff are having to go completely throughout the facility to treat those individuals. As we progress through, also our intake area, when that was constructed 25 years ago, even at that point, we saw that it was not adequate to be able to fit the needs of the populations that are coming in, and how we process those individuals when they're coming in. At the same time, when we release individuals, we're all doing that in one central area, so there's a lot of congestion for those individuals that are being processed in and processed out. And then when we're also doing transports either to other areas in the state, or when other transport companies are coming in, it's all happening in one place. So there's a lot of congestion and there's a lot of traffic in that one area. So as we progress, I'll be able to show you how that all works. So this is a few pictures of our current medical unit. The first 3 photos are the existing medical area. So the first photo are the 6 medical cells that we have. The other photo is an example of our dental unit. It's also can depict a picture of our exam rooms. And then the third photo is the office space for our entire nurses area. So as you can see, it's a very crammed type space. The bottom 2 photos is our existing intake area. So At any given time, any of our new bookings that come in, they'll go into any one of those cells or one of our large holding cells that are also in that same area. The last photo is where individuals come in for the first time to be processed in. And then at the same time, individuals are being released through that same area. So again, a lot of congestion in that footprint. This is just a sky view overlook of the entire facility. Just to give you an idea, where you see that ITR orange square rectangle area, that's the existing intake. And then the red area where it says medical, that would be the footprint of where the new medical unit will go. Just to give you an idea of our footprint layout of the facility and where the new construction would go. This is just,
Madam,
go ahead.
Could you go back? I'm trying to visualize where that's at. So where is the parking lot right now? Here's the parking lot
So
and
the-
there's,
Right, so let
so
me see if
trying
I
to
can,
figure that out. I don't have the handout. So,
can you see my arrow?
yes.
Okay, so this is the public parking lot right here. And this is if you are coming off of Sawmill Road. And then if you're coming down into the public parking lot, if you're coming to visit us. And this is the jail.
Back.
These are all the 3 housing units that are
Mhm.
existing. Then right here is the current intake area where people come in for the first time.
Okay.
And then this would be the new medical unit that would be constructed.
Okay, thank you.
And so over the last year, what we were able to do with Sheriff Driscoll, myself, and some of my staff, we were able to meet with you either individually or in pairs and go over this project. And then most of you were able to come on tours to see the existing facility and then look at some of these blueprints of what the new medical unit would look like and then what the remodel of the intake area would look like. With the exception of Director Ontiveros, except for you proactively during your campaign came on a tour and were able to see what the existing looks like and what the new concepts would look like as well. So we're really just kind of summarizing today the same project, but we also have some new renderings of what the new medical unit would look like as well. These are just ideas of what the project would look like, some lines of sight, just to make sure if we were to do some new or do the new medical unit, making sure that if it looks right, we're going to be able to have eyes on the inmates from where our medical unit nurses would be. So these are just schematics. You guys will have this in your packets.
There's a question here. Supervisor Horstman.
Just out of curiosity, some of us, in fact, did get to do and thank some of the deputies that are here that took us through. And then you made a comment, so now I'm concerned. Did you change from what? Okay, so these are what we were able to go there, and let me just tell you, the schematics. I can't tell what those darn schematics are, but I'm really glad we were there on site and be able to see it because those aren't going to mean anything. But
no,
being present and being able to do the tour was so absolutely informative to us as board members. And they say pictures worth 1,000 words. A tour was worth 1,000,000 words. So really appreciate that.
And that was our hope, was to be able to get you on our campus to actually see what the existing medical unit looks like and the existing intake looks like, and then what the future could look like.
I appreciate that. If there have been changes, I
No.
just wanted you to call those out.
No, no changes. Again, these were just examples of renderings of what we were working with. And then the final products is what you have in front of you, but it's what you got to see when you came on campus. So this is the new medical unit schematic. And so what this does compared to what the old medical unit is, again, the old medical unit is just 6 cells and a office space for our nurses, a few exam rooms, and that's it. The new medical unit is an actual housing unit. So just like our other housing units for our inmates, this will now have its own several day rooms, night rooms, so we can have an infirmary to have several inmates living there with their own cells, their own day rooms, and then we can have a whole detox wing. So instead of having inmates living in intake that are detoxing off of alcohol, in our small little medical unit detoxing off of alcohol, and even sometimes in the other housing units in our facility detoxing off of alcohol, they'll be able to be in one place in the medical unit in one section, and then other inmates that are in medical for other medical reasons in another area of the medical unit. So if you look at the arrow on the screen, all these little spaces here are all medical cells with their own day rooms. And then this little middle section here is their own recreation yard. Right now, the existing medical unit does not have a recreation yard. So we have to find time in the day to be able to get those that are currently in the medical unit and get them to another rec yard on the other side of the facility and use one of those that are being used in another housing unit. And sometimes those individuals currently in medical may not even be able to get to go to the gym because they don't have their own rec yard. Now they'll have their own rec yard to be able to go to gym at any given time during the day. And then the medical staff area will have adequate space, office space, their own conference room, training room, a whole clinic area, and then 4 additional safety cells for those that may be attempting suicide or being either combative to themselves, combative with staff, where currently those cells are in our intake area in our existing facility. So again, it's a full housing unit instead of just 6 cells. So this is a 24-bed medical housing unit versus a 6-bed cell in our existing facility.
Supervisor Horseman?
You know, one of the things too that I did not realize till again on site and seeing this is it's not just in terms of having a rec area for quote the medical, but for those with disabilities who end up in the medical area because of being able to address some of those disabilities, whether it be wheelchair or otherwise. And so what that really meant is that many of these individuals who probably needed the need for recreation more were even limited. And, you know, in some ways it's really a matter of equity and that they would have same kind of access. So I just wanted to point that out. I think it goes just beyond having a rec for those in the medical, and you think normally somebody who's in there because of a short term, but actually those that were there for and needed to be in that area for a disability were also limited. And I think that should be noted.
Absolutely. And what this actually does do is it gets us back to just being at the minimum standard of care, where right now we're falling behind with the existing medical unit that we currently have. Excuse me. And so this, again, all attaches to the existing facility, and we have two different ways to be able to access the medical unit attached to the current building. So we'll have full-time officers and medical staff there that will be assigned to this unit 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we'll also have our psychiatric nurse practitioner that will have their office here along with our medical staff from WellPath. So we will also have our psych inmates will be able to be housed here if they're more critical and can't be housed in our general population area. Next slide is a rendering of what it will look like. And that shows that we will also have, let me go back, skylight capability to bring in more natural light for that therapeutic care while people are in our medical unit. So it doesn't just look like a jail, but more like a hospital setting for that therapeutic approach for providing that healthcare need for those individuals that need to be in the medical side of the jail facility. This is a rendering of what the medical side of the unit will look like for the nurses and the officers that are working. This is basically what we call the officer station. So when the officer and the nurses are working in this area here, they have direct line of sight into the housing units that the inmates are living in.
We have a question.
Go ahead.
So, did you say that Pathways is going to be part of this also?
No.
No.
Pathways is just one of our,
No,
our
okay, that's
big
the-
program.
the other- I thought you were going to start housing them, and no, I misunderstood.
No.
Okay, so what's the duration of stay at these medical facilities you believe will be?
How long will somebody stay in here?
Yes.
So it's on a case by case basis, depending
I
on.
realize, but the average.
So
Overnight, people get detox and you let them go 48 hours, 72 hours, or how's that gonna work?
So it could be that somebody may only have to be in the medical unit for their detox protocol, which could be up to 7 days or 10 days, or it could be that they're only there because they're on a suicide watch protocol for up to 72 hours, or it could be that they're there during their entire stay if they have some kind of medical device that they have to wear or use while they're in custody, or they're just there for 24 hours and then they go to a general populated housing unit.
So we don't refer inmates to the Flagstaff Medical Facility or Guidance Center and other facilities anymore after this is built?
No, we will still have to, if they need a higher level of medical care that our WellPath provider cannot give them for whatever type of medical care that they need. Most of the medical issues that our inmates have, WellPath can provide, but there are times where some of their health needs, they do have to go out. If there's an emergency or if they need a treatment that our medical staff can't give, we do medical appointments all the time that are outside of the facility that our officers transport them to. We still do that.
And the costs, I'm sure it's gonna, Kathy will go over it, but the increase in staff, increase in medical care, increase in medication, increase overall operation, I guess that's gonna be presented in a while. These are just thoughts that I'm thinking about right now.
So currently that is already factored into the budget that we contract and pay for yearly to WellPath. That is already contracted in on an annual basis with our contract provider. So if there's an emergency situation and we have to take somebody to FMC, that is actually already factored into WellPath. So If we have to take somebody to the ER and they get hospitalized, that is a additional cost that WellPath has to endure. So we have a set cost that we pay our WellPath provider on an annual basis. Just another rendering of the workstations that our WellPath staff will have. This is a really close vision of what it's going to look like. This is an example of the recreation yard for the medical unit. Not really like what the inmates will look like when they're out there, but just an example of the open space and the windows, again, to bring in that natural light for the inmate population. And then this is a rendering of the medical unit and how it's going to blend into the existing facility. This last photo is a schematic of the existing intake area. This shows the actual blueprint, but this now shows how we're going to do the remodel. So if you follow the cursor again, right here is how people are brought into the facility when they're getting, for example, booked in for the first time. So this is our big garage area, what we call our Sally port. So arresting agencies come in here, they park, they bring the individuals for the first time in here to start the booking process. This area here is our intake area where they go into one of these cells for the first time and they wait to see the judge. So if they see the judge and they decide they're going to stay, then they end up going into this area here, which is all our housing units. If they decide that they're going to get, or the judge says they're going to get released, then they sit in one of these cells until we get the paperwork to be able to release them. At the same time, individuals may be, their time is up and they're going to get released, or we just have set releases for the day. They also come to intake to get processed out. That's where I'm saying this is where we have this bottleneck area right here, where people are getting released out and get booked in at the same time. At the same time, our court officers work in this area right here. They may be taking people out to go to court every day downtown here, or somewhere else in the state of Arizona, or we may have other agencies coming in, bringing us new inmates from other agencies or from another state. They're all getting processed all right here, and there's this bottleneck. So there's that potential for possible contraband to be coming into the facility, or that worst case scenario, we may release the wrong person because they get all mixed up right here. So with the remodel, our hope is to basically break all that up so that we create releases going out a different area, new people coming in to just this area, and then our transports coming out and coming in to a different area. So we're going to take the court office staff that's right here. This is the current medical unit. This will all be moved out to the new medical unit. We're going to move our court office staff here. We're going to do some remodel and basically do some renovations in here, move them here. So now all our court transports all come in and out through here, either from the housing units or from new transports coming in, and they're going to be coming in and out through this door. Our releases, whether they're released because they went to court and the judge says you get to get out, or releases from our housing units, are now going to be coming over here. We're going to make this the release area. So they'll come and stage in this area. And now all the releases will come over here and release out this way, which is the jail lobby right now. And they'll exit out the building this way, and this is where Pathways is at. So they'll all go through the Pathways area of the facility, go through all those resources, and then out the building, out to the public parking lot. Everybody, again, that gets arrested, comes into the jail for the first time, will still come through this area here. But what this renovation will do is create that separation of all those functions, and that'll fix the bottleneck and that potential for contraband or that accidental release, and splits up all those three processes by doing some simple construction within the facility and the renovation. And that's the part 2 of this project. And we will probably be one of the first jails to do that. Most of the jails throughout the country all have that bottleneck problem. And we may be one of the first that'll fix this issue. One of the things that I did forget to mention, as the sheriff mentioned about one of our programs with the Hogan and the Sweat Lodge, of course, we had to shut all that down during COVID, and it has been a slow process for us to be able to start that back up. One of the biggest issues we have is finding a practitioner to run the Sweat Lodge. But we think we finally may be able to get that going again, with the hopes of Rose Tohi and Holly Figueroa. They've been out helping and working hard to find either one or a couple practitioners for us. So we've done some renovations of the Hogan that was in bad need of painting and getting the Hogan itself re-insulated, and then getting a new cover for the Sweat Lodge. And so that's been done. And then we're hoping to get some new practitioners on board to be able to start the sweat ceremonies again. So we're hoping that in the near future, we'll be able to get back to you that we've been able to start those programs again. And then the Hogan itself, we often do more programs in there than just the true native traditional programming. We also do, as mentioned, the AA programs. That way we are able to get the inmates out of the housing units and then moved into the Hogan so that they get that feeling of leaving their home and then going to an actual program on the outside, like you would if you were not in jail and you have to get dressed and leave your house to go to an AA program. So we often do that. And then we also do and host meetings in the Hogan so that we can bring the outside in to be able to see that structure. So again, we're hoping to be able to get that going again as well, because it's been a long time to be able to, that we haven't been able to do that programming. So we're excited to be able to get that going as well. And then if you, at this point, have any questions either about the project or about those two programs, I'd be more than happy to answer. If not, I'll pass on to Commander Allen on the financial aspects.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. What I would like is I would like more information on your medical program, the population, and you mentioned the alcoholism. I'd like a breakdown of what the medical needs are. Also, your overall jail population and how the average stay. I know if you've provided that in the past, but after COVID, we haven't received that. So I think that would be very good to use that also to really look at this project. And now it's here before us for approval, but we haven't seen your jail population. And then the diversity, Native American population, where are we in terms, I know at one time it was one of the highest. So I like to see just the diversity in the population, then the length of stay, and then all the programs that you offer today. Because you just mentioned that you had stopped the Hogan and other programs for Native Americans. Are there other programs that are still on hold as a result of that? We didn't realize that that was postponed, because it is medical health is one of the highest that we are concerned in Coconino County. Most of our ARPA dollars went to mental health projects, and I had assumed that it was going to this particular program that you had stopped during COVID, and I thought it was still going as part of the medical and mental health and behavioral health program. So I like to see that. I think that would be really good information for us, but we're at the point of approval. So I guess you can provide that to us at a later point, maybe. So thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and I know we're going to hear some of the financial overview, which is really, I know, going to be important for us to, in the decision making we're going to make. But I just want to make some comments about the jail itself, since we're here now on that portion of this. You know, I remember the old jail, and so we always refer to this as the new jail. And it's hard to believe how many years have gone by for the new jail. And I was many years ago, got to do a tour through the then new jail. And it was really new. The chair and myself did a recent tour, probably within the last month. And I have to tell you, I was certainly much more than anything you've shown me on the pictures here today, the importance and need of making these changes to the jail. It is, as Supervisor Fowler indicated, you know, this county used our ARPA dollars to do what we could for addressing the mental health needs here in our community. Unfortunately, a lot of those mental health needs end up coming to the jail and end up being dealt with in a jail setting, which I know is something we all on CJCC, which I sit on and Supervisor Fowler sits on, and many of you out there are part of, we want to see changed. But in the meantime, it is a fact. And the way the jail is set up, the quote new jail is set up right now, really calls into question not only the effectiveness of the treatment that's being provided and the health care and that is being provided, but it really calls into question the safety for not only the inmates, but for the staff. And so I was very pleased at the diligence and the time that has gone in to really take a look at this, to address the needs of our jail population in the most effective and efficient way we can, and for the highest safety standards for the inmates as well as to the staff. So, and I want to also thank you for going back and taking a second look at this. We are in a situation in this country where the economy is really in question, quite frankly, and we are all looking at ways that we can conserve and looking at ways that we can reduce spending. But in this particular case, we really don't have a choice for the health and safety of staff and inmates. We really do need to do something. So I'm really glad you took a second look at this. Having seen it on the ground and doing a walkthrough, I'm very pleased with how you're proceeding on this. I very much like you're thinking outside the box, if you will. And I think it's absolutely essential that we have a housing unit, a medical housing unit there that is able to address the needs and the population that we have in the jail population for mental health and medical health. So thank you. I really appreciate this. Appreciate the overview, and I am looking forward to the medical or to the financial you know, where the rubber meets the road, as they say. Just want to hear where the finances are in this. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you,
Supervisor
Vice Chair.
Fowler?
Thank you. I have another question. We have county facility master plan, and I was wondering if this is part of that. I haven't heard it from facility director, or did you already present? It was kind of in there, but I think that it's really important that it's part of that. And I do agree that we need this facility expansion. I was part of the original jail community task force. And that's how I got involved in the county. At the time, it was like, just didn't realize that there was a need for a jail, and really learned a lot through that original committee process. And then to see the new jail, and at the time walking through it, I thought it was huge. And it was so brand new. And I thought, wow, Tuba City doesn't have a jail like this, And so it was very interesting process that we went through, and to see it afterwards, and then now to see where it is, and I'm still involved in the jail construction today, from the original, the idea of why we needed a new facility at that time is really interesting. And then for the medical unit, I've seen the intake, and that we've gone through that, and I don't know how many times I have in my years of being involved in the jail district, and then jail district coming around as a tax. I just toured this several times, and even had opportunity to speak to the inmates, male and female. So I think it is very much needed. I just want to see where there's the new information on our facility. I know that you all have worked so hard during COVID. It was scary time. You had to have that human contact and close contact at times, but you all worked through it. You came up with really innovative ideas on how it's going to happen. Other places were just COVID was taking over facilities, and yet here it didn't happen. So I want to commend all of you that are here, and others, your colleagues that are not here, that worked through that. It was very difficult time, and then just being able to do the early release and putting that program together, that was so, I thought it was very creative. And today your practice has been very much and for the prevention and the health of these people that at times are at their lowest point in life, and a lot of times are not able to help themselves, nor their family can. And you are sometimes their saving grace. So thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Director Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was glad to have gone the walkthrough. And I have a question about how many % of Native Americans in that jail most of the time?
Right now, it's currently at 52%,
50, over half?
52%.
Yeah, okay. And I know that you just had mentioned that you were ordering some stuff for the sweat lodge. Does that hold in heat?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then I guess we're talking about people that it's hard to get hold of people. I think one way we can do this is as I was thinking about it, maybe having a traditional traditional counselor only for that area. That person would do talking circles, one-on-one, just basically being, and just do an office space for them there every single day. I think that's the only way we're going to start getting people to turn around. Right now, it's just way outside, and we're having a hard time getting, people to come in and do sweat lodges. And so I just kind of think that's probably the route we're going to have to go, because if we don't do that, it can go higher as percentages. It's probably was high at certain times, and I don't think it's ever been below 50%. So I think, we just need to do that. And all Native Americans use the sweat lodge pretty much. And so, and talking circles is good, because they've had the experience too. And even, people that are, like Miss Fowler can go in there and talk to them, because they may be relatives too, and they'll listen to certain people. So I think that really needs to be beefed up in that way, as far as getting someone in there full time. I think that's something that we really need to look at.
I would love it. We tried that. Couldn't get anybody either.
No, I mean,
Right.
going through the job description, then just getting, people up high. There's a lot of people out there. I mean, anybody off the streets that has gone through a lot and they know how to talk to people, and those are people that can come in. It doesn't have to be a traditional counselor,
Right.
counselor/traditional counselor, whatever we may call it. But I think, it's worth a try to
I
turn
agree.
people around. So that's all I have to say. And thank you all for your presentation. And we're all moving forward with this together. So thank you so much. At this time, you probably can go ahead and turn your mic over if you like.
I will definitely do that, Chair.
Good morning, or well, good afternoon. Madam Chair, Jail District Board of Directors, Kathy Allen, Commander of Administrative Services at the Sheriff's Office. So I'd like to go into the financing part and give you a little bit of information on that. I also will be calling on and relying on Bill Davis, who is our consultant and advisor on this project from Piper Sandler, and Siri Mullaney, who is the Chief Financial Officer for the county. They have worked really hard on helping us put all this information together for you today. So the first slide I think that you have is our financing timetable. And so what this shows you is all of the milestones, all of the steps that we have already taken in order to get the financing in place and look at the financing. You can see today, Tuesday, March 18th, we're about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way, but we still have quite a few more steps in order to complete this project. And Bill, I don't know if you want to talk about the timetable?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Again, my name is Bill Davis. I'm with the firm of Piper Sandler, and we're serving as just speak closer. We're serving as financial advisor to the district and helping kind of organize and get the bond issue out to the market if you approve the resolution and choose to move forward. I would like to just very quickly thank the manager's office. Erica and Suri have really been instrumental in helping us get here, and the sheriff's department too. Kathy and Matt have done a lot of the heavy lifting to get us to this point. From the timetable perspective, I think one of the critical points was last week, a week ago Monday, we met with analysts from both Standard & Poor's and Fitch. You'll notice that we're expecting to get those ratings by the end of the month on March 28th. And it's those ratings that investors across the country look at when they're trying to determine whether or not they want to invest in these bonds. So, from that, it really, today is the critical day, I guess. If you choose to proceed, we will work diligently to try to complete, those tasks that remain on that financing timetable. Kathy?
Thank you, Bill. The next chart shows you our pledged revenue summary. And what this is, it's a 10-year history in line with our 10-year financial planning. model that we use both in the county and for the jail district. This shows you our revenues that we collect in the first column. In the middle is our MOE requirement. This is maintenance of effort requirement. This is a statutory requirement that the county general fund contribute to the operation of the jail district, and it is based on the amount the county was contributing in the year prior to the formation of the jail district, and then has an escalator based on the CPI. So you can see in the last column our total pledged revenues for the jail district. These are the total revenues that we collect every year.
Madam Chair, could you remind us what the percentage of the MOE is? Is it 65?
Oh, I don't think so.
5%?
I'll
What
have
was the
to, I'll have to
percentage?
defer to Siri.
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
That's a great question, Supervisor Fowler. I'm not sure I can Google that fast. It was either 50, I believe it was 50% though, at the time that the district was formed, of the general fund support that was going towards those operations that then got transitioned into the district. That was a baseline amount, and then every year it's adjusted per the formula that's in statute that includes an inflationary adjustment.
Could you explain what that is for the public? Because we do have that with the public health department. These are secondary that.
Sure. Supervisor Fowler, Chair Begay, members of the board. So two of our separate legal entities, the jail district and the public health services district, upon formation included a requirement by the county to continue to support each of those districts, even though they were formed with a supplemental tax, a sales tax for the jail district and a property tax for the public health services district. Each have different statutes, and then we also have a separate legal entity in the form of the flood control district that actually doesn't have what's called a maintenance of effort language in it. But the maintenance of effort, or MOE as it's referred to on your screen, is, again, that's the requirement for the county board of supervisors to continue to support those newly formed separate legal entities in the form of a general fund transfer of cash, essentially, to those districts. Once it's transferred, it doesn't come back to the general fund. It loses, any kind of general fund character and belongs to the district as additional support for that current fiscal year or for a future fiscal year. So it can live in their fund balance as well to help offset future costs once it's been transferred. And then again, because they are different statutes, the way that it was calculated originally may differ for each district, and then how it's adjusted annually also may differ. So in the case of the Public Health Services District, there is no escalator. Once that amount was determined, it's set. The county board can always voluntarily support the district with more general fund dollars, and in the past has when it comes to the Public Health Services District. But it's not a requirement in statute to go above that originally calculated support amount. When it comes to the jail district, again, the Board of Supervisors is required to support through that cash transfer based on not only the calculation that was done when the district was formed, but also through an annual adjustment that is determined in statute. There's a two-prong approach you look at to come up with that escalation in the maintenance of effort, but essentially it tracks with the CPI or consumer price index or inflation or whatever word you want to use.
Thank you. That's always educational. Thank you.
You may continue.
Okay. So the next slide is estimated debt service and coverage. So this just gives you a look at what we will, just like any other loan, what we would pay in principal and interest to pay down our debt service. And this is over a 20-year period. The sunset of the jail district, again, is in 2051. And so what we're looking at is trying to retire that debt service well before the sunset of that jail district.
And we're just handing out the updated ones. So
okay.
So we'll be looking at the new ones.
Oh, okay. And so again, you can see, as the county manager mentioned, that we are proposing to use $10 million of the pledged revenues and finance the other $10 million for the cost of the project. And so this financing schedule just shows you the financing for the 10 million. Okay. And so then moving on to the estimated sources and uses of funds. So we have our bond proceeds, and then you'll see on the uses, we will use 10 million for the project. And then there are some other associated costs with that. So the other associated are 250,000, which we will pay for out of the jail district fund. Okay. And then I'm going to let Siri explain this slide, or Bill, whichever one. It's a little too complicated.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, this chart attempts to just illustrate a couple things or several things, where interest rates are, and somewhat volatility that we're in right now. I think there's a lot of uncertainty, as everybody knows. Yes. It's difficult to say, you know, we're hoping to price the bonds in April. That's when the interest rate will actually be set. Interest rates could be higher, they could be lower. Today, if we were to sell the estimated average is somewhere, you know, 4.25% to 4.5% is, you know, a pretty good estimate. And keep in mind, back on the source and use, you've seen a couple different scenarios. The objective, I think, Kathy mentioned, was just to illustrate that the estimated cost of issuance are going to be somewhere between 200,000 and 250,000. That will be paid from premium. So more than likely, the principal amount of the bonds is going to be closer to 9.2, 9.5 million. There'll be premium generated in the sale of the bonds, and that will be utilized not only to ensure that you have a project fund deposit of 10 million for your project, but also to pay cost of issuance. So when you do see the final numbers, don't be surprised if that par amount is slightly below 10 million. Again, the goal, we're going to size that so that we have a project fund deposit of 10 million. We're going to be working hard, you know, with county district staff in the ensuing weeks. We'll keep you all posted as to interest rates. And we do have some flexibility. If something drastic should happen and rates should jump up, we do have a little bit of time just to stay out of the market for a while and not be forced to jump into a bad market situation. So be happy. Yeah, thank you. Be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Fowler.
Sorry about the comment, but.
No.
So does this, you know, right now we're in a very uncertain time, and those are very kind words to say that. Does this factor in the escalating costs that is predicted and it's already happening with construction? You know, the hardwood and metal all comes from Canada. So how does that, how are you factoring all of the, you know, the construction market right now and supply market? How are you factoring that into here? Is it already factored in? I know we do the 10-year out projection, but then we have the recession in there. We have all of those, you know, predictions that we try to squeeze in there. But we're in an unprecedented time right now that is changing by the minute. We think one thing one minute, and then oh no, it's actually changed again. So I'm just wondering how you're working that into these numbers that you're providing us now.
Thank you, Director Fowler. So we do have in our original bid from our contractor, we do have some room built in for the uncertainty because we don't know really what's going to happen. You know, that it could change again tomorrow. You're right. It's very volatile right now. But we do have some of that already built in to the $20 million project cost as best as we can foresee.
County attorney, county manager, sorry.
I appreciate the promotion, but I'm not qualified to be our attorney. But as your county manager, I can say that, and thank you for the question, Director Fowler. We are engaged in budget meetings currently. We met with our IT department yesterday, and so the tariffs are having an impact on our costs. Cisco, for example, is looking at a 15% increase. And to Commander Allen's point, KCS Construction, that is the contractor, we have through this process build in some contingency funds. The hope is that we'll be able to manage within that budget. But what you note is a definite concern that we are aware of and tracking. And I know that Tom Hanachek is here as our facilities director, will be doing so as well. So a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace, and we just continue to try and plan the best we can through that uncertainty.
Thank you. And I would think that you're working with the facility director and our county treasurer to maneuver what we're going through right now. So thank you.
Yeah, I wish we all had that crystal ball so we could foresee the future. So, and I'm sure as we go forward, if this is the desire of the board, that there are going to be so many unforeseen things that will come forward. So, it's fasten your seatbelts, but I'm not sure what else we could possibly do. And I think it's great to try to plan ahead to the extent that we can. And I'm glad that we have the Siri and our county treasurer and our staff members and our outside expert help on this. So, and I'm not sure it's going to get any better if we wait, or the cost of goods and services if we wait.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I think that concludes our presentation. I don't know if the sheriff would like to make some closing comments for you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor Fowler.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do have, thank you, Sheriff. I do just want to double check again. So the cost for the personnel for this particular project is already contracted to WellPath. We're not looking at additional costs for transportation, operation, all of that. It's all factored in this proposed project right now. You're giving us all the numbers.
It is because the medical need for the future facility isn't going to be any different than it is today.
Yeah.
So we're still doing the jobs or handling the inmates that need the medical care today as it is. We're not denying medical care because we don't have the facility for it. What this is going to do is this is going to allow us to service more people as they need it.
And then the intake and release is just shuffling walls around or people
Right,
around there.
It's changing the flow of traffic.
Yeah.
Correct.
And partition kind of like thing.
Correct.
Okay, well, I mean, walls and shifting people out and then making space. Okay, but I do like the flow though. I think about the research on the cattle, how you gotta go through. I mean, that the flow of people, how they're gonna be, how it's gonna be making it easier for staff and be able to have visitors be able to have their time as well. So, yeah. So, anyway, thank you. Yes.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. I have one question, and I'm not sure if it's for you, Sheriff, or if it is for Mr. Bertelson. When you were just describing that if costs of building supplies exceeds the $20 million, that there is a contingency fund, am I right?
Supervisor Ontiveros or Director Ontiveros, that's correct. There's a contingency fund that's built into the cost of the project. If we get into the project, there is a term in the industry that Tom is well aware of, value engineering. So we would just have to look at where we are with the budget. If the cost of materials have substantially increased to that point, then we'd really need to look at the project and determine how we could manage through that. So it is a factor. We do have a contingency built in. We're hopeful that the marketplace will start to settle as we get into the project a bit, but it is something that we need to be aware of as we get into the project.
Right. And has there been a dollar amount given to that?
I don't recall the dollar amount for the contingency. Commander Figueroa may be able to help.
Director Ontiveros, so what we would have to look at is if we would have to scale down the project. And I know at this point, we haven't gone up to the $20 million in the project yet. So we would just have to look at that. But that is something that KCS Construction is looking at every day when we're looking at finalizing the project anyways, is if anything is changing in the market right now as we finalize the project, is the dollars or is the cost in construction material and even the cost for the subcontractors. So that's something that they look at every day. We're at the stage right now in the project where we don't have to meet, but at one point we were meeting every week to look at the phase of the project and if anything is changing. So right now we're at a good place where the project and the actual plans are pretty much done. We're now simply looking at fixtures. So we're good.
Thank you, Commander Figueroa and Director Ontiveros. We'll look, I can't give you a dollar amount right now. We'll look at it. Normally the contingency, as you know, is a percentage of the total budget cost. So we'll look at those numbers and make sure we keep you updated as we engage in the process. If approved.
Okay, and thank you everyone for those answers. And I understand, the situation that we're in, and we don't have a crystal ball, but I am pleased to know for all of the people involved that it's a factor that has been considered and is being considered and will continue to be evaluated. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Are you done? Okay, thank you. Thank you for you and your staff doing the presentation and answering all the questions that we had. And it's something that we support, I support, and it's good to have gone on site, to do the visit. And I said thank you to the people that took us through the whole jail. And then, so it's needed. So I just want to say that. Thank you so much. At this time, is there a motion?
So moved. Go back to the Board of Supervisors.
Oh, okay.
We are. I believe we have to go back to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, if I can clarify, Madam Chair, so the presentation and discussion was item number 23 on the agenda. And you are currently sitting as the Board of Directors for the jail district. So if we've completed the presentation and discussion, we would reconvene as the Board of Supervisors to take the next action that should be explained to you by staff in item number 24. So the motion to convene as Board of Supervisors.
Okay, there's a motion by Can we have a motion, please?
I so move.
I'll second.
The motion's been made and there's a second, and all in favor saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and now, is there a motion to resolve back as a Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
I thought we did. Yeah, but
No, that's right. And then after that, we go into our break. And this afternoon is the executive session.
Chair Begay, members of the board, thank you, County Attorney Ring. So item number 24, there are two actions remaining if you so choose to make them. One is a Board of Supervisors, and then to make things complicated, we would recommend you then go back into the Jail District Board of
Make the same
Directors for the next action, which is essentially the same motion,
Yeah.
but as both entities. So item number 24, I believe we are on, which is as the Board of Supervisors.
And Madam Chair, if I can explain, this transaction has its complications. It requires first the Board of Supervisors to make certain agreements and obligations
Yeah.
to the jail district, which is item number 24. And having made those obligations, you've set the table for then to convene as the Board of Directors for the jail district and incur yet other agreements and obligations by resolution. So there are several steps to this financing package. Step one requires the board to obligate the maintenance of effort dollars and to also assume certain disclosure obligations ongoing for the life of the bond. That's the board's role in this financing. And you make the maintenance of effort obligation through an intergovernmental agreement with the district. Then having done that, you've set the table so that the district then can take on other obligations in performance of the bond. And I want to make sure that you understand what it is you're doing as the Board of Supervisors, and then when you convene as the directors, what it is that you're doing as directors. And I believe we have outside counsel standing by to explain both of those component parts. It's two boxes of parts.
Mm-hmm.
The box for the board is a little shorter. The box for the district is a long list.
Mm-hmm.
But I want you to understand each of those steps before you entertain these obligations. And so item number 24 is Board of Supervisors, which you've convened as. And now we're talking about a resolution adopting the actions that are required of the Board of Supervisors to support the financing obligation.
If I may. Members of the board, unless there are questions from members of the board on this, I at this time, and we did receive a large packet of information. I did not read every word, but I went through almost every page and on a lot of legalese. I would make a motion for consideration. I would make motion for action to approve Resolution 2025-10, authorizing the execution and delivery of a continuing disclosure undertaking and an intergovernmental agreement with the Coconino County Jail District, and authorize the taking of all actions necessary to issue the jail bonds.
I'm going to second that motion.
Okay, motion's been made and there's a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes.
I don't know if we wanted to note that there were changes made to the resolution, so what they're seeing in the packet is different than what I think.
Well, then, I wish we would have known that. So, can we get the change in the resolution? And at this time, I would ask that
Rescind it.
we have a motion and a second, but if there's a different resolution at this time, I would just move to remove my motion, remove the second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
So if
Just-
if I can just assist here, you adopted that resolution quickly without discussion. But there is a form of resolution that's been amended to conform to the facts of the case. And so we need to present you with amended resolution 2025-10. And we'll do that at this time.
Why don't we take a break? And I would really stress to the administration that, the last day or the day we show up, we get documents sometimes and we do our homework and then things like this change. My assumption was that everything was still the same. So thank you so much. We'll just take about a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with item number 24. Consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2025-10, authorizing the execution and delivery of a continued disclosure undertaking and an IGA with Coconino County Jail District and authorizing the taking of all other necessary actions to issue the jail bonds. I'd like to go ahead and give that to Mr. Burleson, County
Thank you.
Manager.
Thank you, Chair Brigade, members of the board. You are currently you are serving as the Board of Supervisors, as your county manager. I wanted to apologize for the changes up to this point. We did take the last couple of weeks to really refine the financial picture, and I believe staff did a great job with that. And I'll turn it to our county attorney's office, Bill Ring and Ethel Branch, to talk about the minor changes to the resolution. And really the spirit and intent of the changes is to appropriately protect the Board of Supervisors in the decision-making and the legalese associated with that. So thank you, Board. Thank you, Bill.
I'm just going to take the. Madam Chair and Supervisors, I just am more comfortable addressing you from a podium. So in this financing obligation is made up of two parts. It's the obligations of the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Board of Supervisors, and there's obligations of the Jail District Board of Directors sitting as the Jail District Board of Directors. And so that's why you have two agenda items. So you've convened now as the Board of Supervisors. And in this transaction, there are two primary obligations that you're making. One of those is to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Jail District Board of Directors. And in this intergovernmental agreement, you are pledging the maintenance of effort dollars that you saw in the prior presentation from this morning. You're pledging those maintenance of effort dollars for the duration of the bond obligation. The second thing that you're incurring is primarily a continuing disclosure undertaking. Right? And continuing disclosure is a financial disclosure, and that's primarily managed by our finance director. And those disclosures are made annually, and they talk about the material obligations of the district. And I would leave it to Siri if she has any concerns for the technicality of making disclosures. But this resolution is agreeing to both that, the intergovernmental agreement and the disclosure undertaking. If you have any questions for me or for staff, I would suggest that now's the time. Otherwise, I'll just return to my place over there. This form of resolution, the last thing I would tell you, this form of resolution was really amended to conform to the facts. And so the form that you have that was presented to you on the dais is the best form of obligation based upon the facts that we've learned in the last week. So thank you.
Mr. Ring, when you were talking about the obligation, you were basically advising the board you're going to be obligating through the entire term of the loan, but it's still capped at that dollar amount. Like it's not going to go above that.
When we convene, Supervisor Ontiveros, when we convene as the Board of Directors, we can talk about the amount of the bond obligation, but the maintenance of effort obligation, which the Board of Supervisors is obligating itself to, I think from the presentation you heard, is adjusted for inflation. There's an inflation adjuster. And so that amount is the full amount of the maintenance of effort is the obligation that you're committing to the bond.
Okay.
From the general fund for the length of the bond.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Sure.
Are you making a question? You want to get that on the record here, Lena?
Oh, okay, sorry. So I would just want to be clear on this one. The maintenance of effort, we already have that for the jail district.
Yes.
When it was approved, we committed ourselves to that. now we're making that commitment to the bond as well.
through an intergovernmental agreement. And that intergovernmental agreement is with the district board of directors.
And the amount for that, we were in question whether it was 50% or what was that? Because that is, because well, now we're wondering how much more budget that we now need to allocate. That's the general funds.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler and members of the board. Those are really great questions, and I should have been more clear in my explanation earlier. So in taking the obligation of the maintenance of effort towards the bond, we're not changing the calculation or the support from the Board of Supervisors in any way. The dollar amount will still follow the statutory dollar amount. It has no impact on the general fund budget. All it does is it provide a revenue source that is security for the people who are investing in those bonds, that there is a revenue source committed towards the payment along with the sales taxes. But there is no financial impact on the general fund side, nor does it change it in any way. The 50% number, and I can correct that as long as I'm here. So what that was based on the amount of support at the time that the district was formed a general fund that then is required to continue to support the district. And it was actually 100%. So if we think of, back to when the jail district was formed, we were getting a really good bargain considering what our maintenance of effort with the escalator is today. But again, it's all driven by statute, and the actions that you're being asked to take today have no impact to the general fund financially.
I mean,
Supervisor Horstman?
with that, I would be ready in the assurances that this does not require any additional funding out of our general fund for this. I would at this time make a motion to go forward with the new and improved resolution to approve resolution 2025-10, authorizing the execution and delivery of the continuing disclosure undertaking and an intergovernmental agreement with the Coconino County Jail District, and authorize the taking of any and all other necessary measures to issue the jail bond.
And I will second that.
There's a motion that was made by Supervisor Horstman and second by Supervisor Onterios. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as a jail district board of directors?
So moved.
Second.
A motion been made by Supervisor Horstman and second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 25.
Madam Chair of the Board of Directors, it's Bill Ring, County Attorney's Office. This is Jail District Resolution 2025-01. In this resolution, you're authorizing the taking of several actions, and you're limiting the amount of the finance that you're seeking to not exceed $10 million. And I'll rely upon the factual presentation from the discussion this morning. I want to make a couple notes for the record, please, if you would. There is a finding that you make in this case, and it's on page 2 of this resolution, that you've been presented with proposed forms of several documents here. A ground lease agreement, a lease purchase agreement, a trust agreement, a purchase contract, a continuing disclosure obligation, a continuing disclosure undertaking as to the dated delivery of the obligations, an intergovernmental agreement with the county, which is the mirror image of the intergovernmental agreement you just approved as supervisors, a preliminary offering statement relating to the obligation, and certain procedures. So there's several documents there that I want to point out to you. Begin in your packet at page 729. And understand your packet is 1,236 pages long, right? And there's a lot of material in there. But beginning at page 729 is the location where you'll find the beginning of the presentation, but also importantly, the documents that I just summarized for you. So through the course of this resolution, there's really two effective events that are occurring. One is that as the district board of directors, you're seeking financing not to exceed $10 million. And as a second point, you're authorizing the authorized agent for Coconino County. In some instances, that will be the chair. In some instances, it may be someone else in the county. The authority to enter into those 8 different documents that I mentioned to you: the lease obligation, the purchase agreement, the trust agreement, all the mechanisms that allow this financing to actually operate. And so, as you might know, and we've done this before as a county, when we've sought to make capital improvements, we will pledge or obligate the asset that we have. And in this case, it's the jail, the facility itself. We pledge that asset to borrow money. That asset is placed with a trustee who holds it in trust. And then we purchase it back over time with bond payments that go to the investors from whom we've raised the money. So the trustee sits in the middle, receives the payments from us, passes those on to the investors until the obligation is complete. And that's how this financing is operating. I think Mr. Gales, or even Bill Davis, who's here, can explain in detail for you if you have any questions about how this is actually happening, how the money is being raised, what collateral we're pledging in order to raise those funds, and how that obligation will be paid off over time. The district resolution authorizes all these things to occur. So the amended form of the resolution that you have before you conforms best to the facts that we know today, based on all the work that staff has done over the last week or 10 days. And I do want to thank Ethel Branch from our office, who spent a considerable amount of time going through the details of these documents to make sure that you're getting it right and that you're being protected. So at this point, I'll end the presentation there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. If I can't answer them, I've got a whole team of people here who can.
Okay, are there any questions by the board? Comments?
It's a lot of paperwork. You resolved to the jail district board yet? We did. We're the jail district board. Okay. So when we make this motion, can we just make the motion to approve resolution number 25-01, or do we need to read the whole thing?
On Taveros, it's sufficient just to make a motion to approve resolution 2025-01.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you understood what the resolution was authorizing.
And I do. I mean, you gave us, you broke it down like really succinctly for us, and I understood what you were saying. I guess my question comes that when right before we broke, we were given this information as it was new information per se. So is this what you're saying replaces other documents pages in there, which were the 729, or no?
No, let me clarify. That's a good question, Supervisor. Let me clarify what I was attempting to say.
Okay.
There's several documents that you're authorizing the county to execute by this resolution. Those documents can be found in your record beginning at page 729 and thereafter, and there's a lot of documents there, right? The amended resolution that we provided to you was worked upon at the end of last week to best conform to the facts from the presentation today. For instance, in your material, well, at the beginning of this project, we were under consideration for borrowing up to $20 million. Some of the documents that you see in your record beginning at page 729 will state $18.585 million. But over the course of time and through discussion with staff, the authorization is not to exceed $10 million. And so I think what we've done is we've really honed in as a team on the amount of financing obligation that we actually need to execute upon the project. At one point it was 20, then it was 18, now it's 10. In fact, some of the last numbers, we were at 10,250,000. But that's what we were working on last. And we've arrived at a position where 10 million is the not to exceed number, which is part of the reason why the resolution was amended up to the last minute to conform to the facts of the case. Yeah.
And I really appreciate taking a second look at the bonding and quite frankly, cutting it in half. That I think is really important, especially in these times of financial uncertainty. So thanks for all involved in that. Really appreciate it.
Okay, motion.
Okay, thank you, Chair Begay. I would like to make a motion that we approve Jail District Resolution number 2025-01.
Second. Okay, motion been made by Director Ontiveros and second by Director Horstman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors? Director Fowler,
Second.
second by Director Ontiveros. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now it's break time.
Yeah.
Item number 26. Thank you. Thank you for the
Thanks so much.
presentation.
Nice job. I'll really appreciate it.
Chair Begay, members of the board, I'd love to give us all a break. I wouldn't recommend it. We're a bit behind schedule. And in the interest of time, I will get right into this, kick this off. We'll invite Siri up. Alan McGuire is on the line, our economist. You may recall the last financial update for this fiscal year was in January. And it's prudent and important that we continue these financial updates with you. We, the county manager's office and the budget team, are engaged in meetings with our departments right now on fiscal year 26 preparations. You can imagine that there are requests, and they're meritorious in the request for increases in service to meet the needs of the community. That said, the word of the day is uncertainty. And Siri will tell us more about this. I've learned more about it, but there's a thing called the Brown Book, right, Siri? And it's something the Federal Reserve puts out.
Beige. It's
beige.
beige.
It's
Yeah.
beige. It's beige. The Federal Reserve puts it out, what, every 6 weeks? And if you do a word search on the most recent beige book, uncertainty pops up more than you could imagine. Like, that's the word that's in it from the Federal Reserve. And so we want to talk a little bit about that. We also have been thinking about our reserve policy, knowing that we need to have one, and knowing that you, the board, we may need to make recommendations as we go through this process to recommend to the board that we utilize reserves to offset some federal funding cuts if that does occur. We know that the federal funding reductions could be significant for Coconino County. We know they're significant for our economy in Northern Arizona. When you think about our employment base, whether it's the National Park System, the Forest Service, the United States Geological Survey, it's pretty significant. So we want to sort of frame the conversation around both what's happening at the federal level, what's happening at the state level, because we know Arizona sometimes outperforms. Now, a concern about that overall economy, it's based on consumer spending. So you can start to think about what our economic conditions are and what drives our economy. So with that, I'll turn it to Siri to lead us off, and I'm sure that questions will come up. And I saw Alan pop up on the line as well. So thank you, Siri.
Yes, and thank you, Chair and members of the board. So we do have our topics for discussion that we'll walk through. And I think as County Manager Bertelson noted, the key point too to this is discussion. Nothing is being asked in terms of a vote or action today. This is really just to sort of start thinking about these potential opportunities as we go into budget development. And so I will hand it over for the first part to Alan, and he's going to take these slides and I'll click for him.
Thank you, Siri, and good afternoon, Chairman Begay, members of the board.
I'm sorry, Alan, one quick pause. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. I'll talk louder. Is that better? So, good afternoon, Chair Begay, members of the board. Thank you for having me today. I'm an economist in Arizona for over 40 years, and I'm working with Northern Arizona governments for 30 years. So remember last time we talked about the economy and the revenues, it was clear that you had enough reserves to weather a storm, but most of those had built up during COVID and from other short-term federal programs that have now ended, such that those reserves have to go to meet inflation-driven costs the county is facing. And remember, last fall's election was just about spending authority, not new revenue. Without the spending authority, we couldn't even spend the reserves that we have to meet inflation. Next slide, Siri. So what does that mean? Well, no program increases can come from new money. They must come from within existing budgets. And the reserve funds will be used to fund inflationary costs, or else the existing budgets will do that, which they don't have room to do. Next slide. So now there's lots of talk of a recession, just as there has been every year for the last 4 years, at least. Remember there was going to be a recession in 2022. Oh, then 2023. Oh, then 2024, and it wasn't one any of those times. So the economy overall is okay. It's not great. It's okay. Just as it's been for the last couple of years. It's not terrible. Lots of noise out there, but not terrible. But we have to remember that the excess federal funding is wearing off, and it has been for the last several years. We've talked about that a couple of times before. People built up savings from the federal payments to local households, but those savings have worn out and they're gone now. So now remember, recessions don't just happen. There's got to be a cause, and there isn't a cause right now. Now, heavens knows, there's lots of reasons out there that could turn into a cause. So international disruption, domestic disruption, etc. But I have to say, and this is different than it was maybe 4 or 5 years ago, Arizona looks better than the U.S. as a whole with regard to a recession, because we have some huge capital projects that will help drive our economy. Taiwan Semiconductor, for example, putting in a multi-billion-dollar facility that's going to drive the economy in Arizona alone. So next slide. But you have to, and you have been, plan for uncertainty, especially federal cutbacks. Now, frankly, those could be expected because we have such a run up in federal spending. But there's huge, you have a huge increase, and that means huge cuts. But they still are difficult, and they cause problems for programs and for people. So now your reserves can cushion. They can't replace the cuts. They can cushion them. They can buy time for employees and programs to make an orderly adaptation to the new environment. And the stock market is still jittery. Oh my goodness, it's gone up and down and up and down and up and down so much that it's causing people to be anxious. There were huge profits in the last few years, and so profits have been taken, and cash is building up on the side, waiting for the next big wave. But I like to think about the stock market, not so much in terms of the level it's at, but in terms of how many months is lost, right? We talked about, the financial press talks about, oh my goodness, we're in correction. Well, but what does that mean? It means that the progress of the stock market, which has been up for the last 7,500 years, little by little, right? It's slid backwards. So we really slid back and maybe the fall of last year. That's not terrible. It's not good, but it's not terrible, right? If you think about it in terms of time, it's just a setback of a couple of months. In terms of percentage, it sounds real, but it's not so bad. When we had the stock market crash in 2009, the stock market went back decades. It went back when the S&P went down to 666. It was a decades-long recovery from that. So we're not looking at anything like that again. But now let's talk about the consumer, because remember, they're 2/3 of our economy. America's a place that makes things and sells it to ourselves. Well, that's actually a pretty good idea. It's pretty reliable. So you look at a country like Germany, right? 2/3 or more of their economy is built on external consumers. So they're very reliant upon exports, but we are not. And consumers are holding up for now, like they have been the last few years. It's been harder on low income, low households, but it's not, I hate to say it, it's not bad, right? Like a backhanded compliment, but remember, your long-term philosophy is it's been the same for decades. It's been cautious forecasting and cautious spending. And so I think try to ignore the noise out there and just stick to your processes, and you're going to be okay. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks, Alan. Okay, so just pausing for questions. If none, we'll move on to the next set of slides. So then we're going to talk specifically about what that means for Coconino County and the discussion points for today. So a little bit of recent history as a reminder, and we talked about this in our January session a little bit too, as far as our general fund balance. Oh, yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And thank you. I wish we were seeing you on the screen. It's good to see you again. And thank you for being with us again this year.
My pleasure.
And always providing this projection for us and trying to figure out where we're headed. And usually in the past, what we have felt pretty good about your report and saying, okay, we're headed in this path and it looks pretty good. There's some rough points, but we're gonna make it. This time though, the word of the day today, like our county manager says, is uncertainty. So in your projection, in the jittery world of the market, what do you perceive? Do you perceive a recession that is going to be coming up with just what's happening in the market and the worldwide stress that has been caused by the current administration? Because that really plays into all of our budget. It plays into our families' wallet, and we're just trying to see how it can happen. We always believe that recession just doesn't happen, but it seems like that is what they're trying to create. And I'm just wondering what your conversation is in your world.
Well, I'll tell you, I hear a lot more about a recession now than I have the last couple of years, but I still don't see the underlying cause, right? I think I talked to you in the past about every single year, the outlook has gotten a little bit worse because the low-income households ran out of money first, right? And so it's been working its way up the income level. So yeah, I think we're more vulnerable than we have been, but I still look. we're creating more jobs than we need to be steady state. Employment is over 100,000 people a month. Well, you only need 80,000 to be steady state. So that's a good number. On the other hand, consumers are very, very nervous. They hear all this talk about tariffs and higher costs and everything else. So the consumer surveys came out in the past month, and they're much more negative. But if you look at those surveys, one of the things that they have that's caused them to be negative is that they're seeing very high inflation 4 or 5 years in the future. Well, I don't see that. I don't see that. So I don't want to say I'm not going to have a recession because I don't know. But I think we can count on the American consumer to keep on spending. Yeah, not like he was. We're not flying to Europe for the weekend, but we're still buying food, we're still buying utilities, we're still buying cars. All that has slowed down, but a slowdown is not a recession. Recession is when you go negative. So I hope and I think we won't have a recession this year, but there's a bunch of crazy things out there. I mean, people are shooting each other all over the world. That can, cause bad things in a minute. But I think if everything stays pretty much the same, we should make it through at least another year, maybe two.
Thank you. And I had asked that question because of our 10-year projection. We work in our recession in those projections, and I'm just wondering if we're projecting correctly and how that's done when we're doing a 10-year projection when we're on this rocky road right now.
Supervisor Fowler, do you remember in the last meeting, the last meeting I was at, Siri put up a slide where she showed how the actual numbers had grown, but her projection wasn't based on those actual numbers. It was based upon a lower number than that. That was the recession level forecast, right? You have always budgeted above and below the line. Below the line is the essentials, and above the line is the one what we'd like to have. You still do that. You have one of the most responsible budget forecasting systems in the state I've told you that before, but I think you can count on Siri and the rest of the staff to continue that process. I know that's hard for the departments because they'd like to spend it all, but it's always better to save a little bit of money for next year or the year after that. So I think you should be in good stead. And one other thing, I'm sorry to keep going on. If we have a recession, barring a big problem like a war, something like that, but if a recession, we have one, it's going to be a shallow recession, not like 2008, which was a giant recession, right? So again, yeah, you've got lots of security built into your system because you have planned for uncertainty so well.
Thank you. And we do have a lot of faith in our team. So, but with your bird's eye view, I just wanted to hear what you're seeing. So thank you.
Thank you.
County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. Supervisor Fowler, really appreciate the question, and Alan, appreciate the response. We can talk about recessionary planning, which we do, and we plug in percentages, and to Alan's point, cautious forecasting, cautious spending. Those forecasts are cautious. That said, and I'm probably jumping ahead a little bit, there's that state of economic condition. There's also the state of policy condition. And I think also what we'll talk about is ARPA funds, right? We are also hugely concerned, becoming more concerned about Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act reauthorization, right. That's a major concern that might not be authorized. That's a significant financial impact. So yes, there's the economic condition, but then there's those policy conditions. And then the state of Arizona with potential actions to reduce the amount of state shared funding that they often share, that we have these agreements with the state of Arizona, the state shared sales tax. Well, if that's reduced, that's problematic for local governments. So thank you. Yeah. So yeah, so it's a mix of all of it, right? The recessionary conversation. And Alan, appreciate you noting that you're hearing the term more than we have in the last couple of years, recession. Again, that's when we go negative, but maybe it's a slowdown, but yet still there's the policy actions that are taken at the federal and state level that are impacting to us as a local government as we operate our business, if you will.
I just want to follow up, with I think that we're looking at this year's budget, but we need to look at the 4 years. We're going to be, the last administration, when it was there, they threw rocks at us. And I said, this year is going to be meteor rocks. We're going to have a meteor shower, and that's exactly what happened. So how are we going to really look at like a bigger picture? We're looking at this year's, but we got to look at 4 years. What kind of projection, if we can even project, is going to? We just got word that the Navajo Code Talkers, that's been turned around now. I guess they're going to put those things back up now. What was erased. I mean, tomorrow's another day. But I'm just thinking about our planning, because 78 million federal dollars impact. So what does that mean for this year, but not this year, but 4 years? That's what we're going to have to deal with. And the last time at least we dodged some of those rocks that were being thrown. This time we're really feeling the impact, and they're accomplishing what they want to accomplish, create anguish and emotional stress, and just it really impacting individuals, not just family, not just community, not just counties, not just the country, but it goes right down to individuals. And we're the ones that provide those services for the individuals.
Chair Begay, members of the board, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And in fact, in the last presentation on the jail district, when you looked at those fine print charts, Bill and I were just noticing from in a 5-day period, from March 20th to March 25th, so much noise. I mean, there's so much noise. And so sorting through all of that, okay, is a recessionary period, is it not? And we just need to continue to really sort through all of that noise, because there's a lot of it.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I think all of your comments are very much in line with kind of part 2 of what we're talking about as we think about that longer term approach. We talk about our 10-year plan, but we also want to talk about, as you mentioned, 4 years, 5 years, just, that snapshot as well. 10 years is a long time to make adjustments, right? If we see something on the horizon that could be problematic, we've got a long runway with things that are happening right now. It is, as Andy's been calling it, the noise to work through. And so just making sure, I think the next set of discussion points really are geared towards hopefully helping provide some certainty that is, the path that the county continues to be on as we look at our financial planning model. So I'm gonna try and pull the presentation back up. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Okay, share, there we go. I think it's this. I don't know what I'm doing.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, not to belabor the point, but since we do have two slides on Alan's that mention plan for uncertainty, and we have one that says needs and uncertainty that we'll get to. It's funny that we were talking about uncertainty as the word because this presentation was put together before we had those really, I think, interesting conversations over the last couple of days in budget meetings. But to that end, I did pull out a few of the anecdotes because I thought these were really interesting as far as so really anecdotes from around the country that the Federal Reserve has put together as far as the uncertainty that people are seeing. And the uncertainty that was mentioned as Andy was alluding to the beige book, there's a lot of different themes where uncertainty came in, including everything from future expectations of consumer spending, hiring both on the employer and the employee side. Will my job still be there if is now the time to change jobs? Interest rate uncertainty, manufacturing and tariffs, inflation, service demands on the transportation industry in terms of warehousing space and what will consumer demand do for goods and their needs there. So all sorts of even to the agriculture community as far as uncertainty due to federal policy changes. So it was really widespread across a bunch of industries, but the mention in the book that I thought was the most interesting or the most probably sums everything up was there was a real estate agent that was quoted from South Carolina that said, "Uncertainty is not good for business." And I think, that kind of sums up what we were seeing as we read through that. So I thought it was really interesting. But as we then say, okay, so how do we deal with that, right? What is our mitigation strategy? So that's where we're going with this part 2. And luckily we have one. So a couple of reminders, Alan spoke to some of this as well. We had been the recipient of significant one-time dollars. But one-time dollars are a really great benefit to the county, but they're also, they can be misleading because they are one-time in nature and we can't grow our programs. We can't grow our staff. We can't give raises. We can't change our service delivery in the long term based on one-time revenue. So we have to recognize the character of that money. And so some of that came from some of the federal dollars. Was also mentioned the expenditure limitation. As we were accumulating these dollars, we really had no mechanism in which to spend them. So, really the bottom line is for all of these reasons, our general fund balance is currently in excess of our policy level, the policy that we have on the books right now. Yes. Thank you, Supervisor. That means, so right now we have an adopted financial policy that's called our reserve policy that dictates that unless we're using, those funds that we've accumulated for one of the identified purposes, we will hold that as a contingency. So it's 15% of our annual revenues should be retained in our reserves to start each fiscal year. So we should budget to start the year with 15% and end the year with 15% in reserves to help us cushion against, I don't want to use the word uncertainty, I want to use the word changes, variations. So maybe, there's cash flow difficulties that happen during the year that helps cushion for cash flow purposes. It helps if there were to be an emergency event in town to have money to respond to that event while we're waiting for federal reimbursements. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why we have it, but right now, and we'll get to this in a little bit, I'll just pull this up actually right now. Our reserve policy is 15% of annual revenue. And so right now we have more in available resources in our fund balance, in our resources on hand than our policy requires us to have. And so 15% is low, and I will talk about that as we move through. But then on the needs side, so with those reserves, we have needs. We have some continued capital investment in our structures, in our facilities, in our technology that need to happen. So we do have, some purposes for those reserves that would be positive investments that are necessary that have been delayed. We also have the need, of course, to continue in FY27 and FY28, having budget investments. Things change. We had learned about utility increases, for example. We need some resources to be able to respond to the budget needs in 27, 28 out into the future as well. So that's on the need side as we look at the fund balance. And then, of course, all of the other things that are going to lead to maybe some revenue uncertainty, including potential state legislative changes, as Andy mentioned, not just with our state shared sales tax revenue, but if the state changes their sales tax rate, by default, ours is pegged to theirs, so our local revenues would also be impacted. So, challenges. As we look at the amount of resources we have on hand in fund balance, and we compare it to the policy, a member of the public could easily say, you're holding resources. Why are you holding these resources? We don't have an explanation just from policy as to why. Now we know the reasons why, the variety of reasons, including that we couldn't spend some of those reserves due to the expenditure limit. But another challenge that we have is that if we were to just spend down to our policy level, we might be in trouble. Our policy level is very low compared to best practice guidance. So the opportunities, we could look at changing our reserve policy level, just our baseline, what are we keeping on hand? And the nice thing about that is that while we have the resources available, making that change really doesn't have a significant impact compared to if we were to have to build up towards a higher reserve level. It would just be, recognizing of the funds we have on hand, we want to set, a larger amount aside for reserves. And then also another opportunity in order to project to the public and to the organization, the intention of some of those dollars on hand would be to look at having a committed fund balance for a portion of the revenues. And I'll kind of tie all of that into how that helps with planning in a second. But first, so from GFOA, so Government Finance Officers Association, the minimum recommendation is no less than 2 months, which is mathematically 16.7% in reserves. Our current policy is 15%, but they further go on to say, then after you've gotten to the minimum of 2 months, other factors to consider when setting your own reserve policy would be predictability of revenue and volatility of expenditures. Well, for Coconino County, our primary general fund revenue source is sales tax base. So our predictability of revenues is much lower than a county where primary property taxes are their number one revenue base. So we kind of, that's like a check. So we started at 2 months and then adjusting upward. Yep, that applies to us. State mandates on the expenditure side, same thing. Those can come out of nowhere. Perceived exposure to significant one-time outlays. Well, in parentheses, I put disasters, right? That's also sometimes us, like check. So, and then other considerations. So, potential drain upon general fund resources from other funds. We've been talking a lot about changes to state and federal funding. And then, just bond ratings. So looking at all of those, we do have an opportunity to pretty painlessly just, say our general fund policy exceeds our existing reserves. Or exceeds our existing reserve policy. We could make a change to that reserve policy pretty easily, painlessly, up to 25%, and still have an opportunity as we move on to part 2. And really there's a part 3, which is still continued budget investment for FY26, FY27, FY28, even with, kind of moving forward with opportunity 1 as far as changing the reserves, and opportunity 2 where we may look at committing some. But what this does, going back to kind of what are we trying to do, is with our long-term planning and with the general fund and what could happen with our revenues and the conversation about recession, increasing our reserves just provides more cushion for us as an organization, right? It's a longer runway to make changes, make modifications. If things look like they start to go sideways, if you have a very low reserve, you have to react right away because you don't have that cushion on hand to sort of do that thoughtful planning. The larger your reserve, obviously, the more time you can give yourself to cover shortfalls in revenues or increased expenditures.
Thank you, Siri. And in some of our conversations, my question to Siri was, or our question was, okay, we increased the reserve policy. That means that there would be more in reserve, and more that would be, if it's policy, it's required to be in reserve. What if we are required? What if we then have to use that reserve to offset a federal funding cut? Would we then be outside of policy, or we're in violation of policy? And Siri, if you don't mind answering that. It was just a good discussion between us. Bless you.
And it's a really great question. So when we think about expending the reserves. So our reserve policy needs an update anyway. It needs a language update, similar to what we had this morning with the purchasing policy. We really need to be a little bit more, we just need to revise the language, I guess, on how we use our reserves. But luckily, with setting that reserve policy, we can also set the expectations of how it can be utilized and when it can be utilized. So I would imagine that we would want to propose some language for the board to consider that says that we could, reserves may be used in each of the following cases and then, replenished in the future, but, including response to a natural disaster, response to a unanticipated revenue reduction from some other source or from some general fund source, right? So all the things that we were talking about, again, that, from the financial health perspective, we would want to cover that, but again, we still would want to do it in a way that requires us to be mindful of replenishing that reserve then for future and knowing that we can't just then spend it down without a plan. There still has to be then that runway of a planning while the reserves are getting expended for that purpose, so that we're again just to have a strategy or to be really mindful of that investment.
And Siri then required by formal action of the government's decision-making authority, which is the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, but yes, policy also. So yes. So Andy had a good, or sorry, I'll pause it. Other.
I mean, when you see 15%, 25%, what does that translate into actual dollars?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. So right now the 15% is about $15 million. So another 10% would be about $10 million. So that would bring our reserves essentially in the general fund, round numbers, but $25 million would be at the current revenue level.
And so when we were going into the budget session, if we increased our reserves, we'd be looking at reductions across the board is basically what we'd be looking at.
No, thank you so much for asking that, because that's a great question. No, because we already have these funds on hand. We are about $35 million in excess of our reserve policy right now. So just for full transparency.
That's
okay.
Really important.
That's approximately 35 million. So again, investing 10 million right now in changing the reserve policy, that would leave a balance of 25 million. Even in our wildest dreams, we don't really add 25 million to the budget unless we're building something like crazy. So that's where part 2 kind of comes in as well, before we move on. And like I said, then part 3 would essentially be that balance. But part 3, this is really for the benefit for anyone in a department listening to, is that it doesn't mean that there would be $10 million left for investment in 26. We would still want to be intentional that there's going to be needs in 27 and 28. So that 10 million would really be 3 to 4 year additional budget funding. And, again, if everything lives to forecast, which who knows, but we hope so. So part 2, then the other 15 million. So the other opportunity, because again, we really need to tell the public about these funds that are in excess of our reserves, and either 1, change our reserve policy as we noted, or 2, at least communicate why we have them. And now is a good time to have a higher reserve balance. So part 2, the other mechanism we can do that's not a policy change. So it's kind of, it's a little less than, if you will. It still requires board action, but it doesn't change things in perpetuity. So we're not recommending going from 15% to say 50%. We're saying that on the sort of continuity forever reserve policy, do that increase and do this shorter term action. So what this is, it's a committed fund balance. And again, so quoting the Government Accounting Standards Board, this is an allowability that the Board of Supervisors has. So action only that the Board of Supervisors can take. But essentially you can create a committed fund balance, which then you would commit it for a purpose, and we would help identify the exact language of those purposes. But we would ask the board to say, instead of allocating these funds through the budget right now, we'd like to commit them for these, future purposes. It's really transparent to tell the public, this is why we have those, why we're hanging on to those additional resources and not, building a new parking lot or something. It can be undone at any time. So if we get through 2 years and things kind of go back to normal, if we get through 1 year and things go back to normal and we don't need it committed for those purposes, the funds don't go away. They're not locked in forever. Doesn't require a policy change. It just requires a consent item to undo it and, free those up. And if you choose to commit it, but still say, we're holding it for these purposes, but still we want to take action before, say, the county manager's office operationalizes those funds, that can also be part of, how you commit these funds. So there's a lot of flexibility for the board in there. And so potential commitment, like again, using the reserves that we have on hand, taking 15 million, you'll see the potential commitment there as the recommendation, to establish the committed fund balance for service continuation. So for us, that's really employment, and that is our major cost driver in the general fund and in all of our funds. So as a county, for service continuation, due to federal and state funding changes, economic downturn, local emergency, and cash flow impacts from grant reimbursement delays. So all of the things that were sort of on our list of, these are all the things that have been impacting us or could be impacting us. And boy, it's a good thing we have those excess reserves. So again, it would be setting it aside for those potential purposes so that we know if the 75 million we talked about of federal money all of a sudden went away, well, we might have a 1 month, a 6 week, a 3 month runway if we have staff working in those programs that would help us bridge into, okay, what is our plan? We're not going to have necessarily a hard cold stop and all of a sudden lay off 70 people. We are going to be mindful of evaluating programs and what other strategies can help us as we look at the impact of those funding losses as one example. We've also talked about the potential for having, a high emergency summer if we were to have a fire.
Well, that was good.
Yeah. So that is built in. You'll notice local emergencies was one of the language choices up there. This is open to, it's open to brainstorming. Eventually we will have to have some finite descriptions. We can't just say for anything, but we can help refine that language to what you're looking for and make it specific enough if we were to build an action item for you on this.
So you can have more than one general reason as part of our new committed fund balance. So we could do, for example, we could say we want to establish fund balance for service continuation due to federal and state funding. We could do it because of emergencies. In other words, we can have more than one reason to have this.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. You can, and we'd have to look at how related they are and see, do we want to have a couple defined buckets? Because again, remember, it's totally flexible. You can change that amount at any time amongst them through just a consent item. So I just would have to look at how related they are to see if it will pass sort of the muster of the Auditor General's office and looking at our fund balance of, does this meet the GASB requirement of a commitment? So So just wrapping up on that one. So again, you could still build it in a way that says, other than maybe, a certain contingency amount, any use even for these defined purposes still requires board action. You could change it at any time. You could remove it at any time. And in doing this, it still retains funds so that there can be a budget process that continues for fiscal year 26, 27, 28. So it's not looking at how much do we have in excess reserves and saying, locking everything down and, this is a zero budget year for any kind of budget request. It still does retain some capacity for hopefully this year and into a couple future years for service, for, increases to the budget one times, that kind of thing. So it's just blending the use of the funds that are on hand. All right, Andy, do you want to?
Can I ask another question? Is there a reason that we weren't looking at this before? For example, we've had this money kind of in abeyance that nobody's complained about, nobody's asked questions about, and I understand there's always a possibility of that happening, especially now. But so, why the change now?
That's a great question. I think originally when the dollars were they were coming in and then they quickly accumulated. So we had some things that came in under expectations. We do have some commitments that we were looking at having to potentially backfill. I'll give an example. ARPA funds ended. We didn't know how much we would be over because our goal was to fully utilize all of the federal dollars, but it was a little bit of a chessboard moving things around. So we had a contingency for ARPA that we were able to modify downwards. We had a contingency for interest on our capital debt that we were able to modify downwards. So there's been some things, some action. And as that was happening, we still had the expenditure limit. So going into this budget that we're in right now, we were accumulating reserves, but we didn't have, the ability to expend them or invest them. So in looking at it, it's at the point now as we go through the audit of fiscal year 24 data where it's like, okay, we need to make a decision here, and it's kind of coming hand in hand. So timing is another part of it, just as opposed to looking at just investing it all into, programs in the budget.
Thank you, Sari, and Vice Chair Horstman, members of the board. Circumstances create action, and thank you for explaining those circumstances. And at the same time, we don't want to be reactionary. And so if you're creating action, you want to ensure that that action is anticipating any future circumstances that may occur.
As part of the circumstances in the future, what are we projecting is, Keith isn't here, but are we thinking that we're gonna get increase in unfunded mandates from the state? It's kind of, there's a lot of activities and noise down there that we're trying to create a wall, but where are we on that?
So Supervisor Fowler and members of the board, one thing that has been on the radar a little, I haven't seen as many on the expenditure side of things yet, but certainly Andy and others can jump in on anything they're aware of. For us, it's been looking like this year at the state level has been revenue hits. So just, when we think about revenue, the state of Arizona was talking about, they have a proposal to lower their sales tax rate. Their baseline sales tax rate is 5%. They want to lower it, I believe, to 4.93%. The statute for county sales tax caps county local sales tax rates at 10% of the state rate. So when the state rate declines, the county rate, we have no choice, even though we've asked our voters. We've asked our voters for jail district sales tax of 50 cents. But if the state rate doesn't allow 50 cents because they drop below 5 cents or 5%, we can't charge that, even though our voters have said that. So that's an impact to the jail district. That's an impact to the general fund. The additional impact, of course, is as the state is collecting less revenue, they're sharing less because that is a formula. They've also had some formula changes in the state shared sales tax that have been proposed that would reduce the amount that goes to counties and set aside other sort of designated funds for other purposes. And so if we weren't eligible for those purposes, it would reduce the shared revenue back to the county. There's been continued property tax efforts that have hit at the state is in terms of valuation that could have an impact to county revenue. So it's the revenue side, at least right now, that we've seen a lot of movement on, and I don't know if anybody has other things they've seen.
Yeah. Well, here's Keith with the bad news.
You can correct everything I just said.
He has big ears.
So actually, what Siri just said was one of the things we're tracking most closely, which is on the revenue side. And I might have the bill number wrong. I think it's 2918 or something like that. But the one that would cut the sales tax from 5 to 4.93% would impact county revenues. I haven't seen as much yet in this legislature in terms of cost shifts. We are on the last 2 weeks of bills being heard in the second chamber. And so we should know by the end of March if there's a bunch of cost shifts. There are a bunch that have been proposed. And usually at CSA, LPC, the county supervisors unanimously, regardless of party, oppose those bills. And so far, most of the ones that have been cost shifts haven't necessarily moved. There's been enough opposition that they haven't either moved out of committee or been put up for votes. But I think that could change in the next couple of weeks. So we'll have to watch it closely because, as you're probably aware, the legislature often likes to say they're cutting taxes, but as as one of the supervisors from Maricopa County who used to be in the legislature said, they don't always cut taxes. What they do is they shift the tax burden. The state's not raising it, but they'll put it on the counties and cities. And so we'll watch for those things. But I think, as Siri mentioned, the revenue side is where some of the bills are moving. So that's probably the most concerning part so far. If that's
Well,
helpful.
tell us when to create those picket signs.
Yeah, we'll watch. And certainly Karen's watching really closely. We have a very active lobbyist who's paying attention to that. So she'll
You've done
flag
a
some of
great
those.
job, but we just have to make sure that we're there on the phone calls or whatever. But you're very good at telling us when to, be there walking the halls and stuff. And it is concerning that our state legislators do not understand and don't take the time to learn what the counties do for them, the services provided, and how we pay for that. I think it's really important that we continue to educate them, because it hinders us, and getting hit from all sides right now, with the federal side, the state side. It's really concerning.
It is, and there's one, I guess, positive thing too, in terms of we've had some people move from the legislatures into county government. We'll see how that's going. But we did have a person from a neighboring county, from Mojave County, go into the state legislature, Hildy Angus, and she's actually been very good on some of these, understanding these county issues, like CSA and other groups have been able to get to her. So there's some votes where she's been the lone person or just one of two people in her party to vote a certain way, mainly out of concerns for how it impacts the counties. So hopefully, like you said, if we can educate some people, because I think a lot of times they don't want to do harm to the counties and cities, but they just don't understand how that works unless somebody tells them. So anything else from me or any other questions?
Well,
Otherwise,
thank
I'll
you.
hand it back
No,
over.
those meetings are really helpful when we do sit down with them. I know that when we make our rounds, so thank you.
Yeah, and our legislators, almost all of them are the people that represent us right now. Can say most of them have been very, or several of them have been willing to have meetings with us. I know we've met with Representative Marshall a couple different times, and so we have had access to them. It hasn't necessarily always translated into results, but they at least are listening and trying to do some things for us. So hopefully that'll continue.
And just a note, CSA has been very good on this, and it's been pretty much unanimous all across, from the LPC and the LPC reps, on opposing these types of bills that are coming forward. So good news.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So we are on the board discussion part of the agenda. So if there's any additional questions or information that you need from us, now would be an okay time, or we can always gather and follow up. And I think, Andy, did you want to add?
Yeah, we can gather and follow up. If there's any discussion, we can talk about, some direction you may want to give us in coming back with a 25% reserve policy. I know, in the interest of time, we're not too far behind schedule. I know that we have a scheduled executive session, and then the treasurer this afternoon with her banking RFP award recommendation. So just if you have any feedback for us and how you would like us to go forward, please let us know.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. So, okay, we got it. We're hearing you. When are you proposing to bring this back? And are you ready for making recommendations to the board?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. We can do this as soon as you're interested, if you feel that there's any kind of, in the interest of time in doing it, but really I would do it as part of the budget adoption at the latest, because then we would be establishing, what is happening for like budget philosophy, but getting direction either way would be helpful as soon as you're ready to give it. And then we can build the adoption around any direction that we're given.
Would it be better to do it before the budget?
I would prefer if we did it before the budget. That would be great. but
That would
yeah.
seem to make the most sense to me, but.
It sounds like it's more on the urgent side, because we just want to make sure that, because, our concern right now is so much is happening. I was going to pull number 16 and I neglected to pull number 16, which is which is really providing service for mortgage and eviction assistance. Right now, we have federal employees that have been fired, laid off, and rehired. Maybe, there's that. It's there, and we need the service that's out there. We also are getting these our partners that we rely on. Their federal dollars are being cut, so our legs, the stool that we all rely on, they're all being nibbled at, and it's very concerning. And we have to continue our services, whether the partners can fully be there, who have been been there all these years with us, and now they're in jeopardy as well. And our public lands are at stake, and that's where our revenue comes from. They're public lands. We're always talking about the population of visitors that we have, and now that's at risk. And so I think what is being proposed here is very important, because we're having to be concerned about ourselves, our partners, and where our revenue comes from. And so I think this is really important, and that maybe sooner is probably better for us. So I would add that to Supervisor Horstman's statement.
To the board. Okay, this isn't all for no motion, so at this time, may we have a motion to go into executive session? It's on. Oh, okay. Okay, we're moving on to executive session. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Director Horstman, seconded by Director Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. And we will be in executive session and return as soon as we're done there. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to go ahead and go with item number 28. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Deposits?
Also move.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Ontiveros and second by Lena. Ms. Fowler, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. And there we are now at the presentation, item number 28. And I'm gonna go ahead and give this to County Manager Bertelson.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair Begay, members of the board. It is my pleasure to introduce our treasurer, Sarah Benatar, to present this item to you today regarding our banking services. Also, while Treasurer Benatar is at the podium, just wanted to congratulate her. I was able to make one of her presentations at the NACO conference, and it was really good. So thanks for inviting, and just really appreciate your representation and how well you are respected at NACO. It was really awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Bertelstein, and then Chairwoman Begay and members of the board. It is great to be here with you today. We do have some special guests with us. I'm going to briefly introduce them now, and then you'll hear from them later. But first, we have with us Brendan Hannon. He is with Principal Trust and Custody Safekeeping. And then we have John Musto, who is with PNC Bank. So I think it's been a while since I came up here and discussed our banking services and our RFP. But by statute, we go out to bid for banking services every certain number of years. Before I go into it, I thought I'd just quickly use this as an opportunity to give you an update as to where we are financially. And so our office is mostly known for property tax collection, but that is a piece of the puzzle of what we do. So we bill, collect, and enforce property tax collections on behalf of not just the county, but every taxing jurisdiction. But we are also the servicing bank, and that is truly the primary function of the Treasurer's Office, is to safekeep public monies. So when you look at the very first sentence of what a treasurer does in statute is we are the custodian of all public dollars, which means we are the bank and we are the chief investment officer. So what does that mean? Well, everything we help pay payroll, credit lines, users, receipt in monies, disperse out monies, every warrant check that's issued by every taxing jurisdiction, including the county. Our office is responsible for making sure that it is truly a valid warrant, dealing with any fraud that comes up through that, et cetera. And then we manage an investment portfolio on behalf of the county and all the districts, which right now is about $415 million. That fluctuates between 400 to 500 million just at any given time. About 70%, between 70 and 80% of that we have in bonds, which is where trust and safekeeping come into play. And then in order for us to do our banking services, we do need a contract with a financial institution, a bank, to assist us with that process. So how much money does the Treasurer's Office see in Coconino County? So in FY25, which we are here today, we are estimating about $1.3 billion are going to be coming through our office between receipts and disbursements. So you can kind of see where we started in FY14, just over about $700 million. And in the last 10 years, we have exceeded $1 billion in receipts and disbursements. So there's a lot of money our office is responsible for in safekeeping and reconciling. And as you can see, it's growing exponentially and it's going to continue to grow. Last year, we saw over 1.2 billion. We're estimating just over 1.3 billion. Before that, it was about also over $1 billion. So you can see the last 3 fiscal years, we've been just over $1 billion. So as I mentioned, we do this not just for the county, but all of our taxing districts. So this is funds as of March 11th of this year. I wanted to make sure it was as accurate as possible before coming here. So the bulk of the money on deposit with us right now is actually belonging to the school district. So that's about 40% of the money on deposit. Next is the county, that's about 34%. After that is our special districts. So that's our fire and our hospital districts, and then some of our water and sanitary districts. Then it's the community college. Then after that, it starts to get smaller. So cities by county, we do collect money for cities that we then just distribute back to them. Same with districts that fall in multiple counties. So a great example of that is Sedona Fire District. And then even smaller percentage of that is actually there are monies that do belong to the treasurer's office, but it really is just more pass through for us. For example, excess proceeds from trustee sales is a great example of money that is on deposit and considered a treasurer fund, but those are money that doesn't actually belong to us. I'm going to stop there, see if there's any questions. Supervisor Fowler, that is a great question. So it depends on the fund. So excess proceeds actually belongs to, those are monies that if a property owner has the property foreclosed on due to not being up to date on, for example, their mortgage payments, the bank will foreclose on it. And then any money that's in excess of what they sold it for, what's due, they deposit with the treasurer's office. It is then part of a civil litigation piece. And then after a certain number of years, then we would send it to unclaimed funds with the state. Other pieces that we have are actually unclaimed funds for our justice courts. So again, it's money that falls with us that we are responsible for safekeeping and also are involved in some legal proceedings. But then after a while, we send it to unclaimed funds. Oh, thank you. It's the treasurer's office has a lot of little things like that. We're all over the place in statute. It keeps us very busy. And I know it keeps the county attorney's office very busy as well. So that brings us to where we are today. So statutory compliance, ARS 35325 and 1160401. This is really the banking credit line contracts, and that's all prescribed in statute. And when I say prescribed, I mean even like when we're supposed to actually go out to bid by, how often we go out to bid, who technically does the bid, who signs the contracts, etc. And so in statute, the Board of Deposits issues the bid, and then the treasurer signs all the contracts and all the documents associated with banking contracts. So it's very unique. I'm not sure of any other county contract that is in this way, but I think it's great because it's a really good checks and balances. So it makes sure that we're all working together, you're understanding what we're doing, but we're also not just running around and just signing things to sign them. Again, safekeeping public dollars is super important, and I think this is a great safeguard. Any questions? Okay. So our timeline. So the one thing I guess I should stay in statute is contracts for banks are initially 3 years with the option for us a 2-year renewal. So we actually opted not to do the 2-year renewal and instead to go out to bid. Number of different reasons why, but really if you think about it, a lot has changed in the industry from FY22 when we went out to bid last and today. And so it's really important that we are making sure that we have the most up-to-date technology, the most up-to-date fraud protections, and we really are seeing what's out there to, again, better safeguard public monies, but also making sure that we are being good stewards of public dollars and we are using those monies efficiently. So we decided to go out to bid this year instead of doing the renewal. The RFP was issued in October of 2024. Responses were due in December of 2024. Here we are today in March 2025. With the transitions happening between now and the end of the fiscal year, so we can start as much and certain things in place by July 1 with the new bank, which is what we are here to discuss today and present on. So who responded? And I have a typo. I just saw that. So who responded to our banking services? So what we actually do in our bid is we actually put 2 categories of services in there. I like to split it up. Again, trying to make sure we are being very efficient and getting truly the best products that are out there. So category 1 was for banking services, and category 2 was for trust safekeeping services. Banking services, it was what you think of. Bank accounts, ACHs, wires, users, etc. So just to give you an idea, we have a number of bank accounts under our umbrella: treasurer, finance, county departments, county districts, etc. And then trust and safekeeping services is really where our, when we make a trade on a bond, that's what trust and safekeeping comes into play. So they help us, we trade with a broker, everything goes through them in terms of initiating the trade on the back end. We get the reporting from them of all of our positions, cost, market. They help us with our GASB reporting for auditing, etc. So we split that into two separate categories. So for category one, we received 3 bids, which I think is great, actually. So the one thing to know is we don't see a lot of bids in this industry, and specifically in government banking. So getting 3 bids is actually a big deal. So we received a bid from JP Morgan Chase, which is actually our current servicing bank today. We also received one from Wells Fargo, which used to be our servicing bank. We actually switched banks in 2017. And then PNC Bank, which is would be new to us. They're actually based out of Phoenix. And then for category 2 services, which is the trust and safekeeping, we received 2 RFPs, or 2 bids, sorry, to the RFP. So the first was Principal Custody Solutions, which is who we are with today. And then the second was PNC Bank. So I like to put together a review committee because I think it's really important that we have expertise, not just from the treasurer's office, but everything from IT to compliance, to also someone from the outside sector who understands large dollar amount transition or in transactions. So we put together a review committee. It included myself, and then I have 2 people from the treasurer's office here. My chief deputy, Sue Waka, and then Aaron Beckett, who oversees the banking division with the treasurer's office. We then also had Billy Holloway, who's the Chief Information Security Officer, or CISO, here at Coconino County. We had Fang Martin, who's the Chief Deputy Superintendent of Schools. We had Melanie Askew, who is the Compliance, I think, and Town Manager with Finance Department. And then we had Denise Taylor, who's the Director of Financial Operations for the NARBA Institute. They have experience with billions of dollars in federal and state grant funding. So they have been actually on our review committee since 2017 when I first initiated my first RFP. So the timeline was we received written proposals in December of 2024. The review committees then evaluated the written proposals. We used IonWave. I want to say thank you to Scott and team and the finance department for walking us through this. It was a little bit complicated. Again, we do things a little bit differently with this RFP specifically. So I really do appreciate all their support with this process. After we reviewed submitted proposals, we actually invited all applicants to do in-person interviews and demos. Everyone was given 2 hours, except PNC was given 3, since they did respond to both categories of services as opposed to just one. After that, all evaluations were entered into IonWave. So just to give you an idea, I would be entering into IonWave by myself. Sue entered hers by herself, etc. It wasn't like we were in a room. We each individually did it ourselves. I'm going to stop right there. Any other questions? Okay. So the recommendation from the committee was actually unanimous. And that was that the Board of the Deposits make an award to PNC Bank for Category 1 services and a Principal Custody Solutions for Category 2 services. That means we would be switching our servicing bank. So before that, I'll leave us here. A couple key things, and I'm going to start first with Category 1 banking. Tell you a little bit about why this is where we went. Some actually key solutions we are very, very excited for, answer some questions, and then bring up John with PNC Bank to talk a little bit about the bank themselves. And then I'll do the same thing with our Category 2. So we last changed banks in 2017. Before that, we had not changed banks, I think, since maybe the early 90s. It was a long time ago. I understand it is a lot of work, but I also think it's really important that we are, again, as I mentioned, making sure we are using the best out there. And again, this was a unanimous recommendation from everyone on the committee. So PNC Bank really stood out for a number of things. One, their technology, their ease, and their efficiency. And they actually offer a lot of new things that we are very, very, very excited about. So one of them is actually a product that you will hear a lot of in the next coming months as we gear up for tax season, and that is their integrated receivables lockbox service. What does that mean? Well, you get your property tax bill. You will now get an envelope with a return address. It will be a PO box. That is going to go to a location that the bank is then going to manage and help us process property tax payments. That is huge for us. Huge, huge, huge. Just to give you an idea, for us, we were behind up to, I think, about February in terms of processing tax payments because we get tens of thousands of pieces of mail. And for us to have to sit there, open it, pull it out, that takes time. Manually posting takes a lot of time on top of us answering the phone calls, the in-person services, the online payments, and then all the banking reconciliation, all the warrant clearing, all the fiscal treasury side of house. It's overwhelming. So we're very, very excited about that. They also have live chat. So that means that we are not going to have to sit there and wait and twiddle our thumbs while we are waiting for assistance on things. And like I said, they also have a lot of new technology, safeguards in place, a lot of fraud protection. And then we're also excited to update a lot of our equipment. And they are giving us transition credits, which is great when we are looking to change banks. So yes, time is money, but in this sense, we will spend the time needed. The treasurer's office, me personally, will take all the time needed to make sure this transition is smooth. This will not be my first transition. This is my second bank change transition. So having one under our belt is actually, we know what to do, what to expect. We've already notified that this would be coming, and we already have met with PNC and the transition team and mapped out a timeline of what this will look like. Any questions for me before I actually bring John up? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon to the board, and thank you, Sarah, for the opportunity to meet with you all today. I'm John Musto from PNC Bank. I'm a relationship manager. Wanted to spend a little time this afternoon going over a bit more about the bank. We're a newer bank to the region and wanted to introduce myself and our team and then talk about PNC in general. So for the first slide, wanted to introduce and wanted to talk about the transition and the merger with BBVA that happened back in 2021. You can see here on the slide where the orange is, that's where we primarily were before the transition in 2021. And then the dark blue is an area that we're still looking to grow, but the light blue is the area that we acquired through the BBVA transition. We've got an office based in Phoenix, which I'll talk about my group here in a moment. That's where I sit. And then we've got a few other offices throughout the Western footprint, throughout California, Oregon, and Washington. One of the things I think that helped us be competitive in this bid is not only are we a large bank, but we also bring local delivery and industry expertise from my office. So my direct manager, myself, our region president of Arizona sit in the Phoenix office. So we have a local team here on the ground to service the county, to service our clients. But we've also got a footprint of a credit team that sits in Denver. We've got a specialized group that sits in Austin that covers the support for the county. So we bring the industry specialty to the group as well. So the next slide here that I want to talk about that I also think was a competitive advantage for us is that we're able to bring a dual platform to the county and to our clients. So we have our PNC public finance banking, which is, as Sarah mentioned, the treasury, the line of credit, the merchant services, the card program. That's done through my group. But we also come to the table with PNC Capital Markets, which is bond underwriting, secondary trading, fixed income. And we're one of the few banks that actually could bring both of those to market under the same umbrella. That helps us with our unified coverage. So we're able to bring best practices from other organizations, other government agencies that we cover to the county, but also understand the local Arizona landscape. I'll pause there for any questions before I go on to the next part of the presentation. Okay. So, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for presenting. I'm Lena. In these areas, you specialize in government and local government, counties. Just
Yes.
want to.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So our public finance, yeah, let me just add to that. We do specialize in local governments.
Okay, I mean, you have all these, you're moving throughout the country, so I'm just want to make sure that you do have that, you have the county government, so that, okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
That's a fair point. So let me just back up on that. So I cover in our group is public finance. So we cover local governments, counties, cities, towns. We also have a division for like higher ed, not-for-profit, charter schools, but that is all our group does. So when we talk to Sarah and her team about warrant lines, our credit team understands what a warrant line is and how the county would use those. When our treasury team comes to meet with the county, that particular individual specialized in government. Does that help? Yeah, you're very welcome. So preparing for this bid, we spent a little time understanding the county. We actually had met with Sarah a few times before the RFP, knowing that that was out there and trying to get a better understanding of what to expect for the bid. But we also did some homework on some things that were important to Coconino County. In doing that research, we also were able to identify some of the characteristics and some of the things that were important to Coconino County were also important to PNC Bank. So on a local level, I just wanted to highlight here as we're growing out west in Arizona specifically, we have 60 branches. We just got allocated funds for 10 more branches specifically around the Phoenix area. In Flagstaff, we do have one branch that's very close to here, but we also have 20 partner ATMs spread throughout the county. So there's ATMs in different locations where the client could use that ATM and not incur a fee. As I mentioned earlier, our regional headquarters is based in Arizona, and our RP model gives us specific money to invest in Arizona. You'll see below here where we were able to partner with a few organizations in Flagstaff, quite a bit more in the Phoenix area. But as we're growing, we're looking to add to those organizations that we either do grants or sponsorships with. But one thing that separates us, I think, from our competition is the money that we get allocated for Arizona. Our team that works on the ground and works with the clients is actually the one that gets to make the decision on how those funds are used. More broadly speaking, you had a commitment to your community, your team members within the county, and PNC also shares those same values at a local level and then here on the national level. We're one of the few banks that has a financial wellness program. We partner with our local branch to help with people that work within the county or just any constituent that uses the branch on financial wellness planning. So whether that be help on student loan, budget planning, retirement planning, we offer that as a free service through our community development bank. The last three pillars, as far as community engagement, diversity and inclusion, environmental sustainability, we have a broad focus on that, as you can see here, but we also have a local commitment to that as well. And to close this out, one of the strengths we have as a big bank is we have the balance sheet. We're the 6th largest bank in the nation. So on the red side, we're able to bring the capital. We're able to bring a large scale industry expertise, but we also have the team that's on the ground to mirror some of the community bank involvement. And when you merge those together, I think to close out here, that is what helped us come ahead in this bid, as we've got the local team here, our local expertise, and we're able to blend those two into one. So I appreciate the board's time this afternoon, Sarah's time, and the trust in us for taking over as the banking service provider. Before I close out, are there any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you again.
I just like your pillars here.
Oh, thank you
So
very much.
I like your attention to the community, because this is what communities would be looking at. So thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And Supervisor Fowler, to your point, that was something that was, we did include questions on in the bid. And that was another area that I failed to mention. That truly did also stand out for us in the committee with PNC Bank was we talk about values. And I know earlier there was a conversation about values in the meeting this morning. And it is we're very excited to partner with a financial institution that is mirroring our values. And we're very excited about that. And as you can see, there is a commitment, not just locally, but from the financial institution on a national level to do so. And then as John had mentioned too, we kind of get the best of both worlds in terms of you've got the large financial institution, but then you also they still have that local bank feel. And when we did demo their products, that was something that really came out, was this commitment to truly understanding us as a customer. Just to kind of, not to get too nitty gritty, but one of the reports that they had that's just a stable report is actually for auditing purposes, which we were very excited to see that it was just click here, there's the report, 2 clicks, and it gives us populates a report that's very detailed as to all the users, all their products, which again meets our cybersecurity audit requirements. So again, time is money, and in the long run, that makes things a lot more efficient. Any questions in regards to the servicing bank? I know I tend to sometimes go a little fast, so okay. So next up, we have our Category 2 Service Award, and that is to Principal Custody Solutions. And so with us today is Brennan Hannon. We have worked with them for, gosh, a very long time. So again, experience with transitions. Actually, Wells Fargo used to have a trust and custody solution. They merged and became, or I think Principal bought them out, right? Principal Custody Solutions bought them out. And so we were part of that transition, which I have to tell you, working with them was very smooth. And so, in terms of the RFP, we did have 2. And, Principal really, what made them stand out was, again, a lot of the technology, a lot of the reporting, and just their experience with us. But truly, they have a very robust technology, security, fraud features. And that was really important, knowing there's a lot of cybersecurity out there, wanting us to make sure we are going to be ahead of the game as much as possible in an industry that is moving every single day. And so for us, trust and custody, again, we have over $400 million that we manage at any given point in our investments. Fluctuates between 70-80% of that is going to be in bonds. When I say bonds, that means muni bonds, treasury bills, corporate bonds, and agency bonds. We also have money market sweep with them, and that is actually all done with our trust and custody. So I can't just, as a treasurer, go to a broker, make a trade, and then what do I do with it? That's where trust and custody comes in, and that's where Principal comes in. And so very excited to have Brandon with us here today, who's going to talk a little bit about Principal.
Yeah, I sure will. Hello, everybody. Thanks for taking time and allowing us to be here today. I'm Brennan Hannon. I work with Principal Financial Group. I actually just celebrated my 20th year with them this year. So we've had quite a journey. I don't have any slides for you because I don't know if she's included the old slide, all the other slides we gave during the RFP, but I like it a little more conversational, right, if possible. So I did want to touch on a few of the things just so you know who Principal is. Anybody ever heard of Principal as a retirement provider, maybe? No? Okay. Principal's really big. I think we're the #2 retirement provider in the United States. So that's where most people recognize our name from. It's like, oh yeah, of course, I had an employer where I had a Principal, financial 401k, for example. And we do that a lot with government entities as well, with pensions, defined benefit plans. We're really big in that space as well. Like I said, they purchased this business from Wells Fargo 4 years ago. I was part of that transition. And I'll tell you, it has been a huge increase, a huge benefit probably for Sarah and her team. We went from an organization that was 300,000 employees to an organization that was 20,000 employees. And what that meant for Custody Solutions, the area that I work in, is that we're a much bigger fish in the sea, right? So the part of the line of business that we're part of, we bring in 55% of the revenue for Principal. So all of a sudden, where we were one of 82 businesses in our prior legacy, institution, and we weren't It's honestly just paid much attention to. Now we're at the top of that list. We get a lot of technology enhancements. Sarah mentioned that, right? So even during our presentation this time, we were able to show her some things she didn't even know were available because we are constantly changing and adapting and improving the technology interface that Sarah and her team uses with us. And those were things that might take 3 or 4 years prior to coming to principal and now take maybe 3 or 4 weeks or 3 or 4 months. So that constant improvement's been very nice. We are a big player in custody, of course. We're sitting at about $1 trillion in assets. We have about 2,200 customers. My book of business, personally, half of them are government entities. Some are corporates. A lot of them are nonprofit or foundations. So I personally worked for the state of Colorado for 5 years. So I have probably a closer understanding of public finance than maybe some of my counterparts. But my time at the state of Colorado was really helped me understand what Sarah would need as well, right? So we've done this. We work with the county entities a lot, state governments, city governments, like I said, nonprofits, foundations. So we have a lot of background there. We have a long-standing history with Sarah and her team, of course. We have a organization called Principal Foundation. So similar to what John had talked about with PNC, we're active in the community. That's a way where we can volunteer our time for places. Principal matches our donations to our community organizations up to a certain amount each year. And then it's very active. Our community organizations can apply for grants and things like that. Even scholarships, right, for kids in the community. So of course we, have always focused on that. Principal's been around almost 150 years now, and has always been a big participant in the community. We just won this year one of the world's most ethical companies from Ethisphere. We're always at the top of the diversity index. All of those seemingly, outside influences, but ones that are near and dear to our hearts and that really mean a lot to us. Even though our primary business is finance, right? We want to show up as a good community member. And so you can see, if you Google principal and where we sit and all those things, trust me, you'll see it right away, right off the bat. Any questions yet on anything of things that I've covered? No? Okay, perfect. I'm going to wrap up my time to give some time back, but thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
And just to add a little bit more. So again, like as I had mentioned, it's really nice to be able to partner with, and that's how I always look at these contracts. It's a partnership. It's us working with them and them working with us, them taking the time to really understand our business and working with us for improvements, and then them also making sure that we are up to speed and up to date. It's more than just a transaction. It's providing us that additional support, that additional training, those additional access to resources. So we are very, very exciting. And then one other thing I forgot to mention is that the cost for banking services and for a trust and custody actually does not come from the county general fund or my operating budget. By statute, this can come out of interest earnings. So all this is coming out of interest earnings, which our investment portfolio is 100% managed in-house by myself, which is about $1 million a year savings in terms of fees. So again, that really allows us to then, by us going to the trainings, I just got back from the Government Investing Officers Association. Some of you will see the CGIP after my name. I am a certified government investment professional. So that allows us to really make sure we are maximizing our interest earnings, but at the same time also getting the most bang for our buck in terms of these products and these services. Any other questions? I kept this very brief.
Well, you made it very easy for us, so thank you. And thank you for joining us here today. It was great to meet both of you. I am familiar with PNC Bank, drive by every now and then. And so really appreciate both of you being here. Appreciate both of your interests in Coconino County and our community, so thanks for that. And Sarah, as always, as our treasurer, you always take a very good, thorough review of our money and make sure you're protecting it for us here in Coconino County. So thank you. And I really don't have any questions because I think you've done a great job of presenting it. So other than I can steal yours, Supervisor Fowler, and ask, is there going to be a recession? No, no, I really won't. I really don't want to ask that question. But thank you so much.
So thank you, Supervisor Horseman. That is the $1 million question, right? I will say what we do in the treasurer's office. So something I'm very proud of is anytime I talk to, if anyone ever, I love this, right? I can talk about this for hours, but the most important thing for me is to make sure that we are keeping taxpayer money safe and accounted for. The next piece is we're making sure that we have enough liquidity on hand to meet the cash needs. So that's actually come very important, especially lately with funding freezes and the uncertainty that we are currently facing and the big unknown going forward. So that has been really key. And I really want to take a step back and really thank County Manager Bertelson, Deputy County Manager Phil Pott, and also our CFO, Sari Mulaney, because we actually meet every other week. And it has been so beneficial to really discuss these topics as we go forward. But the third most important thing for us is we want to make sure we're earning income. Now, I will never sacrifice income or safety and liquidity to earn income, but that is something that we are following. And, if you look at the long term, I never like to say, I'm going to guarantee you we're going to get this interest rate, because that's not me being a good steward of public money. That's not me being a good fiduciary. I will always be very honest as to where we are. We diversify our investment portfolio. And so, there will be times where sometimes the Treasury is earning more than what we are earning, but in the long run, we always beat the benchmark. Maybe not month X, but over a period of time, we do, because we planned. So a great example of that was when COVID hit, when interest rates went down to pretty much zero, we were earning over 1.5%. Because we planned for a recession. Now, I did not plan for COVID, and I don't know anyone could, but that's something that is in the back of the mind that we have actually been planning with our investment portfolio management, is for a recession to come in and for rates to drop. Now, I don't think rates are going to drop the 4 to 6 times. I'm going to go with 2 to 3. That's where my money is. But again, that's just my personal viewpoint where I think we're going to go. But yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, normally with all the factors in place, I would say, yes, a recession's coming, but we didn't have that recession we were expecting with all the factors in place. So it is a big unknown, but we are preparing for the worst.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Treasurer Benatar, I appreciate how you informed us how this decision was made. It was with a lot of thought, with a lot of partners. Like this was not made just willy-nilly, if I can use that. And I very much appreciate you sharing with us how you made that decision and how the decision was made. I guess I forget how you were inputting the information. I forget what you used there, but it was unanimous. So whoever was sitting there. So I think that speaks volumes to me, that the decision and your recommendation coming before this board saying, I truly believe that this is the right bank to service, that goes a long way with me. And I just want to tell you, I appreciate all the work that you put into this, in the decision, bringing it before the board.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. We're not the only county that relies on you. So thank you for always being there and being the expert in the field. So thank you so much. I think the whole country relies on you now, all the counties, as our county manager mentioned. But this is not the only presentation as a board we receive. We've had one-on-one meetings. You have monthly. You have constant, seems like, reports that you sent to us, where we are, how we're doing. And then we have one-on-one conversation. And for this particular one, you did your process that you just shared with us. However, we also met with you, each one of us, and really went into details on what this means and how we do. I went through the first time we went through this, so I was very familiar with it. So anyway, just want to thank you again, and thank you for coming and sharing. And that's the reason why we really don't have that many questions. Now, had you not met with us prior, maybe we would have a lot more questions and be questioning, what is this? Where are we, and why are we doing this? But we have already, you've already taken the time to answer our questions. So thank you, and already shared all the materials that you have sent, and I really appreciate that process that you've gone through. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Took words out of my mouth, but same here. You know, I'm glad that you came around to each one of us and we had questions and you answered them, and we were ready for them just to come on in and approve and they can leave. Hey, no, just kidding. But anyway, it was nice. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for willing to service our government, county overall. And, you know, I just feel that, you know, we're going to be in good hands from here on out again. So thank you, Sarah, for all the efforts that you've done.
Thank you, Chairwoman Big A. The only request I have now is we need to make the award. And I believe it's our recommendation, as I mentioned, is to, as the Board of Deposits, award, it's not on this slide, RFP 2025-102, Category 1 services to PNC Bank and Category 2 services to Principal Custody Solutions.
Okay.
And I will second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, are we done? I thought we had till 5:30.
Yeah, if you could move, please, Madam Chair, to resolve as the Board of
Yeah, we will.
Supervisors, and
Yeah.
then you can adjourn for
Yeah.
a break.
Yeah, yeah.
If we have the wherewithal, Keith and Sean are here. to
Well,
talk about
let's,
state and federal
should go back,
legislation.
should we go back to the Board of Supervisors?
Go back
I so
first.
move.
Yeah, okay, motion made by Director Horstman, second by Director Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And I apologize for pushing us too hard today. We've had quite a day and we're going to have quite an evening, but Keith and Sean were here if we wanted to hear item 30, state and federal briefly. It's at your pleasure what you'd like to do.
And has a formal introduction been made of Sean?
Not yet, so it's an
Yeah.
opportunity to
All
do
right.
that. I doubt we
Okay.
want to
I
continue the
think,
meeting.
I think we
after.
can go ahead and go with,
Because after the public hearing, I don't think that we'll be
No.
prepared.
Notice specifically for this evening?
Yeah, 6 o'clock. The public hearing at item number 29.
Right, but if the public wanted to hear
Oh.
the legislative update, and they're expecting it to be after the 6 o'clock meeting, then we really should
Yeah, thank
not
you.
accelerate that. But all I have is the chair's agenda. I don't have the public.
The public agenda does not.
Clerk
have
Daly,
the
could-
time certain.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't specify a time certain in the public agenda,
No,
then we can continue with the action. But if it does specify
it doesn't.
a time
Yeah.
certain,
Let me see if
we
I
should
can find mine.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Attorney Ring. I think the only thing that's time certain is the public hearing, item number 29, in which case it would allow us to hear item number 30 prior to this evening, which, anyway, so if, okay, Attorney Ring, formal introduction, I'll let Keith make it, but we're very excited
Yeah,
to
this
welcome
way
Sean
possibly
Johnson.
we can end the evening meeting sooner, but and we will give a federal and state update, but before I do that, I'll give the federal update and Sean will give the state update, but I wanted to introduce, because I don't think it's been formally done, that Sean Johnson is the new government affairs manager for Coconino County. So welcome him as you see fit.
Whoa, yay. Thank you. for
Hi, Sean.
joining us.
And then we'll make our updates very short. He'll have a state, I'll have a federal one. In terms of the federal update, the main thing I wanted to draw attention to, we did send out an email last week, but the Congress opted to pass a continuing resolution to fund the government in September. Positive side, I guess, is that there's no government shutdown. That passed 62 to 38. One Republican, Rand Paul, voted against the resolution, and 10 Democrats voted for the resolution. The downside, I guess, of that for the county is because it's a continuing resolution and not an appropriations bill or budget, it does mean our FY 2025 congressionally directed spending that was approved by our senators and in some cases approved by the Appropriations Committee is not in the FY 25 budget because there is no FY 25 budget. There's a continuing resolution, and continuing resolutions don't allow for congressionally directed spending. So what our path will probably be is we will resubmit our 2025 projects for the FY 26 fiscal year, which we do expect there will be a budget for. Both Senate offices, Kelly and Gallego, are working together to have the portal so that we can resubmit those projects. We'll probably have to add inflation into our project figures if we remember those 4 projects, or 5 counting the sheriff's department, but the 4 that we submitted from the county were the tribal services center, the emergency operations center, the medical examiner's office upgrades, and then there was some IT digital project. And I think our departments we will probably resubmit all of those. So we'll have 4 projects or 5 projects if the sheriffs resubmit theirs for the 2026 congressional year budget. And we heard from both our senators voted against the continuing resolution, and what they told us, or their staffs told us, is one of the reasons they voted against it is because they had concerns about the congressionally directed spending, which they approved for Coconino County 4 or 5 projects, counting the sheriff's projects. In some cases, it was different senators that approved them. I think Gallego, even when it was in the House, and then Kelly were together on one of the projects. On some of them was Kelly and Cinema, but we will do the best we can to move those projects forward again in the next year. Does anybody have any questions on that part?
County Manager.
I know Vice Chair Horseman had a question, but Keith, I just wanted to clarify. Congressionally directed funding, there was a Fort Tut Hill infrastructure as well. That was previous congressionally directed funding.
Yeah, the stuff that went through in the 23 and 24 projects should be okay. Although there is the one emergency, the budget for the communicate or for the emergency stuff, we're looking at that one because there possibly was a line item that zeroed out some funding on that one. So we're just trying to get clarification on that one. But other than that, all the previous projects should be good, because those were part of a budget and that's already been approved. Supervisor Horseman.
Madam Chair, what I would love to see is a breakdown.
Sure.
So we could get the dollar amounts so we can see what we're looking at. I heard that part of it is emergency management, quite a very large sum of money, for example, for emergency management. And I know we're looking at trying to put a new building, new facility for emergency management. And there's a lot of updated electronics and radios, et cetera. So be very interested to find out that, but also the other projects as well.
Yeah, and I think one thing we'll do is, what I'll do, I can, after this meeting or first thing tomorrow, I can send out to the board what was approved last year's in the FY 25 refresh everybody's memory, what those dollar amounts were, and also those matches. And then we will also follow up with that, because we'll get from the departments, they will resubmit those applications, so to speak, with the inflationary numbers. So we'll have to know that too. Like, we can give you what the numbers were submitted last year, but then as you look at those, we will also get the updated numbers, because if there's a match involved and the project costs, they will probably go up some. So say, for example, the emergency operations center was whatever, 3.3 million, with 2 years of inflation, maybe that's 3.8 or 3.9, so then the match might go up too. So we'll get both the baseline numbers that we're working with, and then as we work with the departments over time, we'll get the updated figures if those figures change.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just add, and I know Keith is waiting on some other information on this, but with respect to emergency management, what was clear in what Keith had, the original piece about federal fiscal year 25 CDS, that is still unclear with respect to the continuing resolution, is that emergency management had received an appropriation through FEMA, that was a pass-through through FEMA for just, I think it was right around $600,000 that was also supposed to be specifically for the Emergency Operations Center, and that was fiscal year 24 money. And so there was a line in the language of the bill that appears to may have zeroed that out. And so Keith has inquired to get some additional information to get clarification on that. So we're waiting on that because that's money that we were expecting that there was just some interesting language that had potentially zeroed that. So
Yeah,
we'll
there
get you
was-
more as soon as we have it.
One section in that appropriations budget was the Homeland Security. I think Tim Carter and Kim had, working with some other people, had found a couple lines of language that we're trying to get clarification on, because if you kind of connect the dots, and I'm not a legal expert or super good at reading legislation, but it did look like there was a part of a national dollar amount where there was a line 12A that had replaced a number with a zero. And so that's the part we're trying to get clarification, because if that particular line item was zeroed out when they did the continuing resolution, that's a completely different situation than the FY25 budget, but could possibly have zeroed out one of the FY24 requests because of the line item of the Homeland Security budget dealing with FEMA that it was. And so our lobbyists initially said, oh no, the FY24 stuff is okay, but we're checking with Joe Russell and Kelly's office, because somebody who has a better way of reading legislation than we can see if, when we're connecting the dots, if that was interpreted correctly or if we're missing something. So we'll get that clarification hopefully as soon as possible. Yeah, yep, all that, yep.
It's just, these are projects that we've been working on and they're already approved. And now even with approval, we don't have them. We're back to the uncertainty, and I guess we're gonna end the day with it. But yeah, it's just really just very frustrating to see, and the impact that it has directly on the local services. It's just, they just don't make that connection.
Yeah. Then I will pass it over to Sean to give a state update. I'm afraid there's probably will still be some uncertainty there, but he has at least one item that I think there's an element of certainty at the beginning. So I'll let him take that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chair, Vice Chair, Board. So we've been tracking two bills, and they both passed the Senate, and one not so great, one we really want. But SB 1520, which was the Basin Management Area Bill, that unfortunately passed the Senate 18 to 10. And we also had one Democrat that switched over to vote for it. And this was the bill that county supervisors have expressed the concerns, because the bill only applies to 3 groundwater basins and then doesn't provide most of rural Arizona with any good tools that we could use. And then it also allows for unlimited banking of groundwater credits, which could lead to speculation and possible profiteering instead of proving groundwater stability. So we're going to keep an eye on that. It hasn't been assigned to a committee yet in the House, but we're keeping an eye on that. And then the next one, which we're very excited about, was Senator Hatathley's coal impacted workforce. And that passed with flying colors, 25-2. And Kristen just let us, or no, sorry, Karen, I will get my names right eventually, just let us know that that has been assigned to the Rules, Appropriations, and Natural Resources, Energy, and Water in the House. So we were thinking we should probably get some letters possibly sent out to our representatives just to get that on there and get ahead of the game as well. And then those were the only two I actually had this time. But any questions?
Thank you. And this is a bill that we introduced to 5 years since NGS and power plant, coal power plant, and the Kayenta mine closed. So what we're asking for is a study to be done. So as to what has happened to the labor force, where did they go, how are their families, what's the impact to the economy? And then the local government and the state policymakers can really use this study. It'll help us as a county to be able to plan for economic development and other, establishing vocational education center, business incubators, and working with our businesses, and also be able to help the state legislators, because there are more closures that are going to come. And so it will help tribes like Navajo Nation with their planning. And that's the reason why we all partnered to be able to submit this bill. So this is great.
And we're keeping an eye on it. So
Yes.
Yeah, just a comment. Thanks for the update, Sean. And the water bill that you just outlined really was a response to the governor's introduction of her water bill. The one that was done by Representative Griffin was really very similar to what was introduced last year, which of course was vetoed by the governor, and really does not help rural water and doesn't address our needs. And one of the things when we look at water management, especially here in Arizona, we have to look at a conservation element, and there's no conservation element in it as well. So I think there's a number of reasons why there's some real concerns about it. It seems somewhat cynical that we're trying to work in developing new ways to handle rural groundwater management, and they keep coming up with the same old plan that's not passing any kind of nonpartisan as well as necessary muster for rural water management for our future. So anyway, but thank you, and thanks for keeping track on that. Has there been any updates on the bill that was introduced for our wonderful, not APS? I know that's when you're going to want to talk about the Pioneer Museum, though.
Oh, it hasn't been assigned yet.
It is not.
Pioneer Museum.
Okay, yes. Our Wendy Rogers did introduce it to fund our our county Pioneer Museum. So and which I know that we've been really working on and working with the group to hopefully be able to keep the museum open at least part-time in the coming months. So thanks.
Okay. The APS one hasn't been assigned yet, so we'll keep you updated when it is.
I don't have a question, Sean, but welcome.
Thank you so much.
Very
Thank you so
nice
much for
meeting.
having
Very
me.
nice meeting you.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else we want to discuss? It's a 4:30 almost.
Chair Begay, members of the board, I could attempt to push us a little further, but I'll refrain from doing that. But we can if you'd like.
No, yes. Okay, I guess with the board, we're going to be breaking, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. Good evening, everyone, for being here this evening for our public hearing. We're glad that you're here to take part in this agenda item that we have, which is a public hearing. And at this time, it's 6 p.m. and we'll go ahead and proceed with the public hearing. And I will turn this over to County Manager Bertelson.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and I will turn this over to Jess McNeely with our Community Development Department to give the presentation to you as the Board of Supervisors. So Jess, if you don't mind taking the podium, I think we'll need to pull up a presentation onto our screen, so we'll give Jess a bit of time in doing that. Thank you, everyone, for coming. This is our public hearing for a planning and zoning case that we're hearing this evening. Jess McNeely with our Community Development Department will be making the presentation. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Not on. Now it's on. Thank you, Chair Begay and board members. Good evening. I'm Jess McNeely with Community Development Department staff. And the request before you this evening is a zone change. It's the Grand Canyon Inn and Cabins zone change, case number ZC 24005. In this application, the property owner and applicant is Grand Canyon Hospitality. And the property owner applicant is represented by Heather Dukes, and I believe Heather Dukes intends to be with us this evening and will be giving a presentation as well. So if you have specific questions about the applicant's development, I'm sure the applicant's representative will be able to answer those specific questions. The current zoning of the subject property is G, the general zone. That's a 10-acre minimum parcel size zone, and it's primarily a residential and agricultural zone. The project location is 317 State Route 64 in Valley, and this is right at the intersection of the 64 and 180 in the commercial center, or the commercial core of Valley. The site size is 5.76 acres, so it is undersized for the 10-acre minimum in the G zone. And the request is a zone change from general to CG, commercial zoning, for a legal non-conforming or grandfathered motel to be redeveloped and expanded, and development of an RV park with park model RVs. On the screen is a vicinity map of the general area, and you can see highways 64 and 180 labeled here on the map, and you see where they intersect immediately northeast of the subject property. And of course, that intersection is basically the commercial core or hub of the Valley area. You see that the subject property is surrounded to the west by the Valley Airport and some other commercial uses. You can clearly see that on the aerial photograph. And you see the pattern to the west of the 64 of the Grand Canyon subdivision and all of the 1-acre lots that make that the pattern of all those small lot parcels in the Valley area. I would point out also on this image that all the state lands, state trust land, is indicated in the square mile blue squares that you see on the map in front of you. When we zoom in on that aerial photograph, you can see the subject property, and you can see the 3 existing motel, the legal non-conforming or grandfathered motel buildings, and some asphalt paving on the very east end of the site. And you see its access connection to State Route 64. And you see that most of the west end of the site is essentially vacant. In this image, you see the vacant parcel, also zone G, immediately north of the site. And further north than that, you barely see a portion of, is the Raptor Ranch, or what we all knew as the Flintstones or Bedrock RV Park, further north of that vacant property. And south of the subject property, you see some of those large, white roofs of some of the commercial buildings of the Valley Airport. And immediately south of the motel buildings, a few other commercial buildings that house some commercial lodging and other commercial uses. And just to point out for reference, just immediately northeast of the site, as I'm pointing with the cursor now, this is a little bit delayed, so kind of a little hard to point with the arrow, but that's right at the 64-180 intersection, so immediately northeast of the subject property. And of course, that's considered the commercial corner or the commercial hub of the Valley area. When we turn on the zoning layer on our GIS map and try to understand the zoning of the immediate area and nearby development, you can see that the subject property highlighted there and the two properties immediately north of it make up essentially a rectangle of G-zoned property, of course, with legal nonconforming or grandfathered commercial uses on them. And that G-zoned rectangle is essentially kind of a spot or island of residential G zoning surrounded completely by commercial zoning here at the commercial core of Valley. We will point out that north of the subject property, the Raptor Ranch Bedrock property, Zone G, most of us are familiar with seeing the property if you've driven past it, is historically developed with an RV park. They also have some commercial uses, store, retail, and a campground. And the Raptor Ranch Bedrock property, also being legal nonconforming in the G zone with commercial development, has come to staff and held a pre-application meeting and has indicated that they will be seeking a similar zone change to commercial zoning here in the future. So they have initiated that process, hence resolving that spot of legal nonconforming G zoning in this Valley commercial core surrounded by other commercial zoning. You see surrounding to the west of the subject property, the diagonal hatched lines of the PC zone, planned community zone. That was a part of the airport master plan, planned community zoning, a rezoning that enabled all the commercial development of the airport. Further southwest, in the southwest corner of the PC zoning, is the Valley Air Park. That was designated in the PC zone for a manufactured home park. So that area currently houses manufactured home rental units that does provide quite a bit of workforce housing in this area. So we've got some housing there. Immediately north of the Valley Air Park, here labeled, is the Under Canvas Campground, also in the PC zone. So the Under Canvas Campground is a commercial campground development that went through a rezoning to modify the PC zoning in their area for a commercial campground. Immediately south of the subject property, you see this spot of CG 10,000 zoning. That's commercial zoning, same zoning that the applicant is asking for. And it's developed with some commercial lodging and other commercial uses. And then when you go to the east side of Highway 64, you see all the red. That is all CG 10,000, commercial general. Of course, the 10,000 indicates minimum parcel size in the commercial general zone. And much of that property is developed with commercial uses, such as a gas station, such as a water standpipe, such as a motel or hotel motel that has existed at this location for quite some time. And some of that commercial general zoned property is in fact vacant. Further south of the red commercial general, you see this gray IL, that's industrial zoning, industrial light. In that industrial area, we have a propane company. We have some other industrial uses. And then the bulk of the Grand Canyon subdivision that created all this zoning in these lots is the AR, the yellow zoning here, AR agricultural residential, that is residential zoning, and those are all 1 acre lots. I think we've covered the zoning and all of the commercial uses in the area. We would point out that with the airport, you see the airport infrastructure in the aerial photograph. They have the under canvas commercial lodging to the northwest, the Valley Air Park, residential MHP manufactured home park development to the southwest, and the existing, longtime existing Raptor Ranch, Bedrock RV Park and campground. So there has been commercial lodging and residential immediately surrounding the airport for many years with no conflicts or safety issues. So when we look at the background on this property, the county's zoning ordinance in 1964 designated the zoning of this area as A, the subject property, and A was labeled as the general zone. In 1973, under that 1964 zoning ordinance, a conditional use permit was approved on this subject property, allowing several commercial uses, an RV park, travel trailers, a grocery shop, office, other tourist-based commercial uses, including a land sales office. In 78 and 79, the subject property was further developed with a 15-room motel, and 13 more rooms were added in 85. Also, a gas station was added in along with the 15-room motel. In 81, there was a big change. The county did a big revamp of the county's zoning ordinance, and the old zones, including the A zone, was eliminated, and everything that many properties that had been unsubdivided, had not been part of subdivisions that had included rezonings, went from being the A zone to being the G zone, the general zone. So that was in 81 that many of these uses essentially became legal nonconforming or grandfathered for zoning in the G zone on this property. This is not completely uncommon in our county. We have done other similar zone changes in the past for commercial uses that through this 81 zone change by the county or update to the county's zoning ordinance became legal nonconforming for commercial uses. And then by our understanding in the early 90s, all of those commercial uses that had been on this subject property ceased to be used, and the 28 motel room did continue up until recent time, continue to be a commercial use on the property. When we talk about legal nonconforming status, it is important to understand that a legal nonconforming status of this commercial use in residential G zoning does limit the applicant's ability to make improvements to their property. They cannot make improvements beyond 50% of the current value of their property. They can't expand, they can't add square footage or additional units to their property, and they certainly have a certain amount of risk. If their property is damaged beyond 50% of the current value, they cannot rebuild, they cannot build back the commercial uses that are legal nonconforming. So the solution has been common in the county to rezone properties such as this that were historically developed with commercial uses from residential zones to commercial zones. So the applicant's proposed development is to remodel the existing 28-room motel development and remodel an existing storage building into 5 new units, which could be flexibly used as workforce housing. They intend to add, or their development plan intends to add, a 50-unit RV park, and that would be with park model RVs. Those would be for short-term rental. And their RV park proposal does come in under the county zoning ordinance limit on 12 RV spaces per acre. They intend to add a well to the property, or our understanding is the well has already been permitted by ADWR. That would be Arizona Department of Water Resources as required, and that the well construction has taken place on the property. To support all of this, they will need to add a new wastewater system, as there is no community wastewater system in the Valley area. And as part of their development, they do intend to retain and refurbish not only the motel, but a historic legal nonconforming or grandfathered sign on the property. So improving the property's appearance with refurbishing the buildings, the sign, by adding landscaping along the highway, those are certainly encouraged by the Valley Area Plan and the county's comprehensive plan. We would point out that by adding units in their proposed development, that does require an ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation encroachment permit, as Highway 64 is an ADOT asset. The ADOT encroachment permit requires what's called a traffic impact analysis. That analysis done by the applicant's engineer will come up with what requirements, if any, need to be added at the applicant's expense to improve their traffic access to ensure safety on Highway 64, as they obviously will generate more traffic with the expansion than they currently generate. We would point out also that with their proposed development, fire and emergency services would be provided by High Country Fire, and High Country Fire has in fact reviewed their plans. So along with the zone change request, so concurrent and packaged with the applicant's zone change request was a conditional use permit for the discussed RV park. Of course, this would be contingent on approval of zone change by the board as recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And the conditional use permit for the RV park is actually only required because this property abuts the vacant residential G zoning to the north. But the conditions attached to that conditional use permit included requirement for drought tolerant landscaping. And it does include a reduced landscape buffer where this commercial property abuts a vacant residential G zone property to the north. The CUP included a sign waiver to allow the historic legal nonconforming sign at the property to be refurbished. And it did include a requirement or a condition for a 6-foot solid fence around the subject property. And this was specifically to mitigate concern of clients or residents at this property trespassing onto the airport property. So we have some images of the existing development. This is a photograph of the existing original hotel from 1978, two-story hotel. And this was an 85 edition, along with some landscaping. This is the site plan as submitted by the applicant. I know it's a little hard to see, but here on the east end that I am pointing to is where the historic motel facility would be renovated and refurbished. And then on the western 2/3 of the property would be where the park model RVs would be added, along with the on-site wastewater system that you see on the far west portion of the property. And on this image, we have a couple of images, both a front and side elevation drawing of the park model RVs. Many of us have seen these in other developments in our county, and they have a wood-sided kind of a log cabin look to them. This is a photograph of the subject property on the western half. You see a couple of structures on there, the tank, an old building that would be removed, and that western half or western 2/3 of the property is where the park model RV development would be added. You do in fact see in this image a couple of warehouse-sized buildings on the far left-hand side that I'm pointing to here. Those are on the airport property, part of the airport commercial development. And of course, a fence will be required to separate a 6-foot fence, solid fence between the subject property and the airport property. This is another image showing some of the development, existing development on the subject property and some of the existing landscaping. Of course, this would be supplemented with some new landscaping. You also see the historic motel sign in that image. And this is a better image of the historic motel sign that is proposed to be refurbished and retained as a part of, for some of the character there, as a part of the development. When we look at citizen participation on this request, as required by our zoning ordinance, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting in the area at the Grand Canyon Inn Restaurant and Lounge in Valley in March of last year. 12 community members attended that meeting, and attendees did provide some comments. There were comments about landscaping, about plans for water and wastewater, about fire protection, and questions about the park model units themselves. The applicants actually addressed all of those questions, and in fact made some changes to their plans based on the comments they received at that initial citizen participation meeting. Following the citizen participation meeting and prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing on this request, which was in December, staff received 17 comments and a petition signed by 21 people in support of this zone change request. And supporters cited improved aesthetics in this commercial core area for Valley, economic benefits and jobs, and this being really the appropriate location in Valley for commercial development. At the December 4th Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, three members of the public spoke, one in support, and two expressed concerns about trespass onto the airport property and potential conflict there. And the commission was able to make the findings for the conditional use permit, the CUP, and the zone change. And of course, with those concerns, they did add a requirement for a 6-foot fence around the property, mitigating the trespassing concerns. Following the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, staff did receive 8 comments and a petition signed by 22 people opposed to the zone change. And a lot of the opposition was centered around the density of the project, safety concerns, again, with proximity to the airport, need to update the Valley Area Plan. The Valley Area Plan was approved in 1999, but is still in effect. We do, in fact, have some area plans in the county that are older than the Valley Area Plan. Other concerns were surrounding traffic issues and pointing out some area plan policies that indicate existing commercial zoning, vacant commercial land should be utilized before new areas are rezoned to commercial. When we look at the zoning ordinance, our existing county zoning ordinance on how some of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would apply to this case, we do point out that the G general zone has a stated purpose, and that is this zone is a residential land use category intended to accommodate a rural lifestyle with a range of densities from 10 to 40 acre ranchettes, so 10 to 40 acre lots, and agricultural land uses related to rural living. Whereas the CG, the commercial general zone, stated purpose is that it is intended for the location of general retail and wholesale commercial activities. The zoning ordinance regulates RV parks, and they do in fact have a standard limiting the density of RVs to 12 per acre in an RV park, and the applicant's proposal does in fact meet that requirement. When we look at the county's comprehensive plan and policies that would apply to this request, there are a few key policies we wanted to point out. The land use and growth policy number 8 encourages land use or zoning, encourages elimination of land use or zoning conflicts and transitioning non-conforming uses to conforming uses. Land use and growth policy 64 discusses assuring adequate levels of services, including roads, which would be through the ADOT encroachment permit and TIA process we talked about, water and wastewater, which in this case are proposed to be provided on-site well, on-site wastewater system, and fire protection, which of course is being provided by High Country Fire. We also have an economic development policy, policy 4, support tourist-related development projects that focus on conserving and showcasing the county's unique natural, cultural, and dark sky features, which we believe this request plays into that policy. And a community character policy 3, that the county encourages developing employee housing in and around gateway communities, as we know there is a need for employee housing in these areas where there are tourist-based jobs. When we look at the Valley Area Plan, it is very important to point out here that the Valley Area Plan and all of the 10 area plans in the county are amendments to the county's comprehensive plan. So the county's comprehensive plan is in fact the overarching planning policy document for the county. But the area plans are amendments in that they look more closely at their specific areas as an area plan. So as an amendment to the county's comprehensive plan, it has been found to be consistent with and not contradictory to the county's comprehensive plan. That's really the way the nesting of these plans works. So a zone change is required to be consistent with the county's comprehensive plan and the amendments, including the area plans. So when we look at the policies of the Valley Area Plan, there's a very lengthy commercial policy number 1. It states that strip commercial development and spot zoning is discouraged. And this request is in fact consistent with that portion of commercial policy 1. This is keeping the commercial zoning and commercial development, which already exists right here at the commercial core of Valley, and not letting it strip out further out on the highways away from that commercial core. And this is not a spot zoning in that actually subject property is the spot of residential zoning surrounded by commercial zoning, but this is not a spot zoning is often referred to as commercial zoning that would be surrounded by residential zoning. So we find that this, the applicant's request is consistent with this portion of the commercial policy 1. Commercial policy 1 also discusses existing commercial zoning should be used prior to new rezonings. And staff would point out that this is not a new commercial development. In 1973, the A zone actually allowed the commercial development that took place there on the subject property. And that became a legal non-conforming use when the county created the G zone with the 1981 update to the zoning ordinance. So this zone change request isn't new commercial, it's simply resolving a legal non-conforming issue. Other portions of that policy include that rezonings should be on parcels contiguous to existing commercial zoned land. This is clearly contiguous to existing commercial zoned land. It's completely surrounded by commercially zoned land. And the exterior boundary of the commercial area should be restricted to within 1 mile of the Highway 180 State Route 64 junction. Of course, this is right at the junction, and this portion of that policy plays along with the discouraging strip development, not encouraging commercial development to go out further away from the commercial core. The Valley Area Plan also has some other key policies. Utility Infrastructure Policy 3, water conservation measures are encouraged. This includes low water plumbing fixtures and drought tolerant landscaping. The applicant has been consistent with that policy. Transportation Policy 1 and 4, developers pay for road improvements necessary to provide safe and adequate access. And this is clearly done through the ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation, encroachment permit and traffic impact analysis process, in which the applicant will be required to do improvements necessary to accommodate their traffic, and that the visual appearance of Highway 64 should be improved with improved landscaping and signage, and clearly for the applicant to refurbish, renovate, improve this property. They can only do so if they get rid of their illegal non-conforming status and become conforming with commercial zoning. The area plan also has a tourism goal, goal 2, provide visitor services, which will help alleviate congestion in the Tucson Grand Canyon area. They have a housing land use policy that states employee housing shall be addressed with all new major development projects. The applicant is addressing workforce housing. And we would point out that the Valley Area Plan, in much of their narrative, including describing existing commercial development, the Valley Area Plan clearly describes this specific property, along with the Raptor Ranch, the old Flintstones Bedrock property, as commercially developed properties at the commercial core of the Valley Area Plan. So when we look at the findings of fact required for a zone change for the county's zoning ordinance and state statute, there's 3 of them. The first one, that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan in this ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission's response to that they forward to you is that the request is consistent with the zoning ordinance, the Valley Area Plan, and comprehensive plan goals and policies, including support for tourist-related development projects that focus on conserving and showcasing the county's unique natural, cultural, and dark sky features. The second finding of fact, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. The Planning and Zoning Commission's response is that the proposed zone change provides zoning entitlements to a property with legal non-conforming development, commercial development for decades, and allows for redevelopment and rehabilitation of that property. And the third, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. The Commission's response forwarded to you is that the subject property is located along State Route 64 near the intersection of 180 and is at the commercial center valley. It is adjacent to other commercial areas and will enhance the overall appearance of the Valley Commercial District. We will point out that property owners within 300 feet of a zone change may file a protest of a rezoning. If 20% of the properties file that protest, then affirmative vote of 75%, 3/4 of the members of the board is required to approve the rezoning. So in this case, that would be 4 out of 5 of the board members. And in fact, surrounding properties, the 2 parcels you see pointed out there, owned by the same owner, did file a protest, and they are within that 300 feet, and they do exceed the 20%. So in order for the board to approve a zone change, approve the recommended zone change from the Planning and Zoning Commission, there will be a 3/4, 75%, or 4 out of 5 majority requirement of the board.
I have could we go back to the, Madam Chair? Could we go back to the, where it shows the, I'm trying to figure out what those properties are. Is that part of the airport, or which properties are those?
Yes, the protests that we received were from the airport property.
Just want to double check. Thanks.
So with that, Madam Chair, the Planning and Zoning Commission does forward a recommendation of approval, and that would be with approval of ordinance 2025-02 that is in your packet, and staff would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jess, for the presentation. And at this time, I will go ahead and ask the supervisors if they have any questions. And I do have Supervisor Horstman here.
Yeah, just a couple minor questions, and I probably have some more later, but for right now, just transportation that you referred to in payment for road improvements. I know this is 180 and 64, and this would be increasing the density for this commercial development. If there are additional traffic impacts, traffic studies, traffic analysis, the roads, that's done by ADOT, is that correct?
Correct. So Supervisor Horstman, the ADOT encroachment permit process and traffic impact analysis process is managed by them and is required if you are adding units or density or intensity to your commercial development.
And then the second question I have, and as you know, I asked for the delay in this because I had a couple questions I wanted answered. And one of those questions had to be with everything across the street is the commercial zone, and then everything on the other side of the street, which is this hotel and the Raptor Ranch, is G zone. Now, you've given us the history, and yet on the other side of the street, you've got commercially zoned. Is that more, they have more recently come for zoning requests? And this just historically has not come forward because they've continued on the G zoning going back to, what is it, going back to the 1964 Zone A general?
Correct, Supervisor Horseman. The properties, so the most recent rezoning really would be the PC zone for the planned community zone, which is essentially a commercial zone for the airport master plan property. So that was done with the rezoning with the airport master plan development and has had some changes done to it over time. All of the commercial zoning, all the red that you see on the east side of 64 was granted commercial zoning as a part of the Grand Canyon subdivision. When the Grand Canyon subdivision was done through several phases, as a part of a subdivision, those properties sought and received zoning entitlement rights that became commercial and industrial and multifamily and residential. And the subject property and the bedrock property, that one small rectangle of G zone surrounded by the PC zone, is property that was not a part of a subdivision, therefore never sought or received zone changes, but rather had their commercial uses under the A zone and under old CUPs that then just became legal nonconforming with the G zone.
And then the next question, the fencing, that was an idea that was developed because of complaints made by Monarch Helicopters as well as Valley Airport. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that 6-foot fencing all around it, I did see there was a letter here from Monarch saying with that, they felt that would keep out the trespassing. They withdrew their concerns. How about the Valley Airport, given this fencing?
So Supervisor Horseman, in the public hearing, there was a lot of discussion about it, but the Valley Airport, as we saw in the protest map, continued to protest the zone change. So if they speak, then maybe they could answer that question.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Supervisor Fowler?
You mentioned that they're going to have a new alternative water system to support the RV park. Now, is there a water district? There's no water district, and so how, if you could explain the water system and of the new wastewater system.
Sure. So Supervisor Fowler, this area does not have a water district. All of the properties are developed with their own on-site wastewater system, commonly called a septic system. Although they often have to be alternative systems and can't be conventional septic systems, but that's all done with a permit through our department. Their water is, in fact, there's no water or wastewater district in this area. So the applicant's water will come from their own well on site. So the lack of a water system and the lack of a wastewater system, that's clearly identified in the Valley Area Plan, still an issue, and does certainly hamper development in this area.
I just have a question. You cited under these citizen participation, there are those objecting to the project cited. There's some of those issues that were cited are so all of this was fully in detail discussed at these meetings that they held as a public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, there was discussion, concerns expressed at the citizen participation meeting, the neighborhood meeting that the applicant held in the area, and at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing both. And staff did continue to receive communication, letters of opposition following the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Actually, the bulk of the opposition came actually after the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing.
I had one more. Go ahead.
One other question, Jess, as I understand it, this came before Planning and Zoning as a zone change for a legally non-conforming to a legally conforming, but also a CUP process combined. Is that correct? And is that something that is regularly done? Is this a new way to go, or is this something that's commonly done?
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Yeah, this was a concurrent request So it was a package request of the zone change and conditional use permit. And actually, the zoning ordinance allows for this and encourages this because the conditional use permit commercial use of the RV park is contingent on the commercial zoning. So it's very much a package deal. It's more efficient for the community to discuss the entire commercial development in a single public hearing than separate those two out.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
I said I wasn't going to ask them, and here I am asking these questions, but then I promise I'll wait till after the public hearing. So the other is that has the county had a situation where somebody has come before you for a legally conforming and going for conforming zoning where you have not approved the zoning request from legally non-conforming and a zone change for legally conforming?
Great question. So Supervisor Horstman, I would say within the past several years, every zone change that has come to the county to rectify a commercial legally non-conforming situation has in fact been approved. It wouldn't surprise me if some point in the long history, particularly when we go back to that 81 big change, I'm sure it wouldn't surprise me if there were some that had been disapproved. But we had a very similar case for a historic commercial lodging, the Antelope Lodge on Highway 89. That was an old legal non-conforming motel. They also wanted to add an RV park, and the only way they could expand and add their RV park was to do a zone change. And in fact, they also retained a historic legal non-conforming sign. And so that would be an example of retaining some of these historic lodging properties by granting conforming zoning so that they can in fact refurbish, expand.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions by the board? There being none, we'll go ahead and ask the applicant, Heather Dukes.
Forward.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Begay and members of the board. My name is Heather Dukes of Dukes Law PLLC. My address is 5527 North 25th Street from Phoenix. I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant, Grand Canyon Hospitality, and we are requesting approval of our zone change application to rezone the 5.76 acre parcel at the main commercial intersection in Valley from the G zone to the commercial general zoning district. I want to briefly touch on our team members that we have here. Raj Patel of Grand Canyon Hospitality, who is the applicant. He's on the phone watching virtually today. I also have with me co-counsel Ellen Davis with Kirsten Murphy, and I'd like to have Ellen come up at the end of my presentation to address some of the litigation issues that have been raised in the letters from Mr. Collins' counsel. We're going to break this up where I'm going to address the comprehensive plan and the 3 zoning findings of fact that are required. And then she'll address how we have either addressed the concerns of neighbors or to kind of go through those letters from Mr. Lopez. Dan Smith from Arizona Wastewater Design is also here if you have any questions about the design of the project or the wastewater system, et cetera. So I want to touch briefly on the applicant. Mr. Patel has been highly successful in commercial and hospitality industries throughout Arizona. He has projects in Sedona, Williams, Page. And so this allegation by some of the members of the community that he's a carpetbagger I just wanted to address that because that does not sit well with me. This is a property owner who has spent money in this community, and he continues to want to spend money in this community and support the tourism of the county and also provide workforce housing. And so this is a very great member in the community to have. And I wanted to bring up that he's also been successful in various communities throughout Arizona. The director has already gone through generally the aerial for the area, but again, as we go through these slides, I want you to keep in mind that this is the commercial hub of Valley. This is the intersection of two major highways leading to the Grand Canyon. And so again, this aerial photograph shows all of the lodging that's in this area. It shows the travel stops in the area, Raptor Ranch, the under canvas campground. There is so much tourism in this area that a lot of these uses are geared towards hospitality and tourism. This is the zoning, the existing zoning map for the county. And as you can see, the single family residential lots that are zoned agricultural residential, they start to transition towards more intensive zoning, because as you get closer to those highways, typically in communities, you want the more intensive uses gathered around the highway. So the yellow is the agricultural residential, then you have the brown, which is multifamily lots, and then the red is the commercial, the gray is industrial, and then the planned community zone with the diagonal hatching on to the west, that is the airport, which is basically commercial, and there's some residential units on the airport property as well. If our zoning application is approved, you would see that the parcel highlighted or delineated in blue, that would turn to red. And as the director mentioned, Raptor Ranch is also in queue now for a zone change. And so you would really see this commercial zoning start to form around those two intersections, as it should be, as has been planned, as shown through some of the comprehensive plan and area plan sections that I'm going to go through. This is the existing site plan. We're proposing an addition of 50 park model RV units, 5 workforce housing units, and then we're going to be refurbishing that 28-room hotel. These are just blow-ups of the various parts of the site plan. This is the elevation of the park models that we're proposing. And then this is the floor plan if you have any questions about that. So in the Coconino County zoning ordinance, there is 3 findings of fact that the board must make when approving a rezoning application. And that's what we're limited to today. If there are allegations about the lawsuit, if there are allegations or concerns raised about a future area plan, your zoning ordinance has 3 findings of fact that you must make here tonight. And the first is that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. The change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare, and that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And then the bottom section I've highlighted just says that the board shall make those findings as well. So the Planning and Zoning Commission has to make those findings. They did. They unanimously recommended approval, and now you have to make those findings. So the first finding of fact is that the change to the commercial general zone is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. The director has done a great job of going through each one of the policies from the comprehensive plan and the area plan, so I'm not going to bore you with reiterating those again. What I wanted to go through certain sections though of the comprehensive plan, which talk about the unique aspects of this community of Valley and its surroundings, and how this proposed development is compatible with those goals and objectives for the Valley area. So in the comprehensive plan, it talks about how only 12.2% of your land area is private land. And so when these rezoning applications come before you, because of that limited land resource, it's really important to look at the highest and best use of the land that's coming before you. And this, at that commercial intersection, should be commercial. That is its highest and best use. In the economic development section of the comprehensive plan at page 107, it talks about how this area is the gateway to the Grand Canyon National Park, and that there's various national parks. And the main economic drivers in Coconino County continue to be tourism, hospitality, recreation, and leisure. And that the county strives to be cognizant of the constraints facing individuals and businesses related to jobs, housing affordability, services, infrastructure, And so when you look at that general summary, this development plan supports those economic drivers, and it also addresses some of the constraints of generating jobs and also providing affordable housing. That section of the comprehensive plan at page 108 talks about how tourism continues to play a significant role because the Grand Canyon National Park draws approximately 5 million visitors annually. These 50 additional park model RVs will help draw those tourists to the Valley area. They're going to stay in your community. They're going to spend money in your community. And so that's a really nice aspect of this development that is geared towards tourism. Same thing with hospitality, recreation, and leisure. This is, again, a use that's going to support those two economic drivers. This map I thought was important from the comprehensive plan on page 106. So Valley is that red dot for Valley. It's a gateway community. And the State Route 64 is designated as a historic road, and then Highway 180 is designated as a scenic road. And that's important because Highway 180, 31 miles of that highway is scenic road, and then 110 miles of State Route 64 is a historic road. And when the county designates scenic and historic roads, it's for the purpose of, again, promoting tourism. So you have these two roadways that have been designated as scenic and historic. You're wanting tourists to travel along them. And as a gateway community, which again is something that is usually adjacent to national parks, this is the perfect location for additional lodging geared towards tourism. And again, this map is on page 86 of the comprehensive plan, and it shows Valley's proximity to not only the Grand Canyon National Park, but also the Kaibab National Forest. One section of the comprehensive plan on page 771 talks about tourist highway commercial uses, and that includes hotels, motels, campgrounds, RV parks. And this use, again, is a perfect tourist highway commercial use along the intersection of those two highways. Let's see. In the comprehensive plan on page 208, it gives an overview of the Valley area plan, and it talks about how the only commercially developed areas in Valley is in the vicinity of the junction of Highway 180 and 64. That's it, at that one intersection. And that businesses rely primarily on tourists traveling to the Grand Canyon. If you were to take one sentence in the entire comprehensive plan that would support this proposal, I think it's that one right there. You're making a rezoning change that is compatible with the existing commercially developed area at the intersection of those two highways where tourists travel to the Grand Canyon. With regard to the Valley area plan analysis, that the first policy that the director touched on, strip commercial development and spot zoning, is discouraged. And there's been a lot of issues raised with this concept that existing commercial zoning should be used prior to new rezonings. That goes towards that policy of discouraging strip commercial development and spot zoning. Usually communities don't want someone to come in with a parcel in the rural area, like out beyond the commercial area, and asked to rezone the property from G to then commercial zoning. That's when you should look to your vacant commercial properties in the commercial hub, the existing ones, and say, okay, we want this commercial area to grow first before we start expanding commercial uses throughout the area. What we have here is an existing commercial use. It's an existing commercial use at the intersection. What we are really trying to do is convert a legal non-conforming use to a conforming use and giving it appropriate commercial zoning. And so we're not doing strip commercial development, and we're not doing spot zoning. So those are two distinctions I wanted to make here today. Legal non-conforming use, as the director said in 1981, this property was already developed with commercial uses. The county changed its zoning ordinance, and they actually rezoned this property from Zone A. And Zone A previously allowed commercial uses if you had a CUP approved, which the site did. And when it changed it to G, as he mentioned, the zone is a residential land use category intended for 10 to 40 acre ranchettes. And it says in the zoning ordinance that only those uses are permitted that are complementary and compatible with a rural environment. This commercial intersection is not a rural environment, and our parcel is not 10 acres. It's 5.76. So again, general zone is not the highest and best use of this property. In both the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, it talks about how non-conforming uses should be gradually eliminated. And this is section 3.13 of the zoning ordinance. And so that's what we're trying to do here today. We're trying to eliminate that non-conforming use status. And the director already went through a lot of the risks associated with illegal non-conforming use, but those are actually in the zoning ordinance in section 3.13, how you can't expand the non-conformity. You can't change the character of the non-conformity. If it's damaged, you can't rebuild it if it exceeds 50%. So there are a lot of risks that my client is carrying by keeping this in a non-conforming status. So all of those that I just addressed goes to the fact finding number one, that we conform to the comprehensive plan, the area plan, and the zoning ordinance. For finding of fact number two, we have to demonstrate that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. So in the actual Valley Area Plan, it says that the purpose of the Valley Area Plan is to ensure that future development in the area is in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare, and that it's not detrimental to the established character of the community. So if we demonstrate here today, like we did at the Planning and Zoning Commission, that we satisfy the Valley Area Plan, we promote the Valley Area Plan, then we're also satisfying that second finding of fact. We're promoting a development that is in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare. Finding of fact number three, the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. We have submitted a lot of support letters and petition signatures. We actually have 37 more signatures from Valley residents in support of the application that we can submit into the record today. So there's a lot of support from the surrounding neighborhood. One of the main objections has come from a major commercial owner in the area. You've received 2 letters from his legal counsel. And I want to go through some of the aspects of this opposition.
If I may, Madam Chair. Go ahead, Supervisor. And by the way, you're right. We did receive a couple of notices from the attorney, I guess, representing one of the Collins, I believe, that was, in objection to this. But I've got to tell you, I mean, I think you've just outlined what we're here for and what our legal parameters are. Now, I may be wrong, but I would ask legal counsel to give us his opinion as to whether it's even appropriate for us to get involved in that legal case.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Horstman, for that question. I've got to tell you personally, I'm unaware of any litigation or threat of litigation that's between the private parties to this action, or any threat that those private parties have made to my client, the Board of Supervisors. And so the relevance of litigation has nothing to do with the findings of fact, the conclusions that the board would draw. In fact, if anything, it would muddy the water and make it more difficult for my client to perceive through the threat of litigation to the findings that are necessary to grant or deny the applicant's request. So I'll leave it to council to consider whether what you would offer next would be beneficial and relevant to your client's attempt to get a permit and a zone change in support of the permit. But you might proceed at your own peril if what you wind up doing is having made success in the application and in the presentation of the application to then delve into an area of litigation that my client doesn't even have a duty to balance. So I think in support of Supervisor Horstman's question, I just would counsel to be thoughtful about how you would proceed in describing litigation. And that goes for anyone in the room, because litigation is not anything that my client needs to find or conclude in order to grant or deny the application.
Understood. So I'm going to not touch the litigation, but I do want to talk about compatibility of one parcel in particular that is owned by Mr. Collins, and it's the parcel you can see our parcel outlined in black and his is outlined in blue. There's a use there called Alice's Cabin, And that one is used, it's listed on the Airbnb website. And so tourists can rent this cabin. It's right along the highway. And he's offering this to tourism. And it's basically, if you're looking at a profile, our park models are going to be very consistent with what that cabin looks like. And when I was researching this property, Mr. Collins' property to the south, I found that in 2013, he actually submitted a pre-application meeting request for a campground use for park models and cabins. So in 2013, Mr. Collins was proposing a similar use that we are. I have no idea why he withdrew the application and decided to go with Alice's cabin instead, but it shows that at least in 2013, he was contemplating a similar type of use just to the south of us on the highway. I'm not going to touch on the water wells or this issue, and that's where I'm going to leave it. If Ellen can come up and just address how we've addressed each one of the complaints that have been raised by opposition.
I think I'll do this quickly. And thank you, Chairman Begay and board members. My name is Ellen Davis. I'm with Kirsten Murphy PC, and that's at 4727 East Bell Road in Phoenix. And I'm speaking for the applicant for Grand Canyon Hospitality. One of the first objections was, should we just put this on hold and wait till the Valley Area Plan is updated? And my understanding is that the comprehensive plan will be updated this year, but that the Valley Area Plan would wait perhaps a year or 2 years. So my job here tonight was to look at the Arizona statutes and to look at the Coconino County ordinance and ask whether or not that would be permitted under Arizona law. And it would not, for 2 reasons. One, because the objection based on the update to the Valley Area Plan is that there might be something in this new plan that would be inconsistent with the development that we're proposing tonight. So essentially, the objectors are asking us to guess as to what the new Valley Area Plan would be and guess whether or not this is going to be consistent. And the problem with that is Arizona law, and that's for counties in Title 11, Section 1601 at sex, which is called the Regulatory Bill of Rights for applicants. And it says that an application must be judged based on existing law, and under 11-815 under the existing plan. And a plan is valid for 10 years or until a new plan is adopted, the Valley Area Plan being an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So the existing comprehensive plan is adopted. So it is what we must follow tonight. And the law tells us that we can't guess what might be the law in the future and make a decision based on that prediction or projection. Very clearly, 16, let's see, let me get the site for you. Anyway, in 1601 to 1614, it says we have to base our decision tonight on existing law. So the first reason we cannot await adoption of a new Valley Area Plan is because that injects uncertainty and inconsistency, and that's basically a due process violation, both under Arizona statutes and under the U.S. Supreme Court, which says zoning has to be based on a specific finding that it's not compatible with the public interest and not based on a prediction that it might be at some time in the future. And the second reason we can't wait until adoption of the Arizona of an update of the Valley Plan is because effectively that would be a moratorium in under Arizona law, and that's under 833, Arizona 11-833. Before you can have a moratorium, you have to make specific findings, and that is a finding that there's a public safety issue and you have to make a finding as how this development would affect the public safety issue. And then you hold hearings, and then you impose a moratorium, and that's only for 120 days. So there's no mechanism under Arizona law where you essentially put an application on hold indefinitely. You would have to adopt a moratorium, make those findings, and then put this application on hold. And the second thing is Arizona 11-1613 and 11-1605 says that all counties must adopt timeframes for processing applications. And Coconino County has adopted in their zoning ordinance their overall timeframe pursuant to 1605 is 180 days. So this application was put in last October, and I think it was complete on the 18th. So the 180 days is April or next month. So we are up on our 180 days now. So, and I should point out that the objections we received from Mr. Collins's counsel were entered nearly a year after the community plan meeting was held, and the Collins entities did receive notice of both the CUP application and of the zoning change in the community letter. And the Collins folks did sign in to that community meeting. And if you look at your final board packet, pages 183 to 185, you will see the notice they received and the fact that they signed in. And then we got this lengthy 13-page letter and then a 3-page letter almost a year later. So the first objection, can we wait until the Valley Area Plan is changed? The answer is unequivocally no, because we've run out of time and because we can't guess what that change might be. So the second objection would be, well, somehow this project is too dense, and it's a 5.76 acre parcel, and it's zoned as a travel park under the Coconino County zoning, that's 3.18. And a travel park has 12 units per acre. So 12 times 5.76 would be 69, and this is 50. So as Mr. McNeely told you, it meets the density requirements. So the next objection is there a proper water source or a wastewater source for this property? The well has been, there was a soil sample, there was an environmental study, and then there was a permit issued by ADRW, and then the well has been drilled. So it's there. It's not hypothetical. It's there as a water source. And the question is whether or not there's a wastewater system. There is a small existing wastewater system there, and it will be expanded as this development occurs, and that will be permitted by ADRW and ADEQ. Compliance is mandatory, so that will happen. And the safety requirement is you've been told there will be a fence. There won't be a safety requirement. There is other similar housing adjoining this. There haven't been safety issues. Let's see. And let me just look real quick, see if I missed anything. And as far-
Fire protection.
Fire protection. There is they will contract with the HC Fire, and not only that, the applicant has proposed to donate a 1 acre parcel north on the east side of the road to build in a new fire station. So actually the community would be better served if this application is approved than if not. Let's see. Fencing, traffic, that will be approved by ADOT. There will be a traffic study and it will comply. And I think I've covered it all. Did I miss anything? Good. Thank you.
If I may.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman.
You know, and since the Attorney Davis brought this up, the two reasons that I had asked to delay this, number one, I believe that Jess has answered on how this was general, when across the street it was commercial. And the second question I had was a recommendation that had been made by some petitioners just before the last hearing, and that was to delay this until the Valley Area Plan had been completed, noting that currently the Valley Area Plan was done in 1999, some time ago, and there are many people who live there that are very active in community development that would like to get an area plan in place and have more of a say in their development and future. So I wanted it delayed to hear from our legal counsel on whether there is any legal authority to allow us to delay a decision until after the area plan is developed, understanding that may be 2 or 2.5 years from now.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Horstman, the short answer is no. In fact, in this application, as you've heard from our own staff, there is a comprehensive plan and there is an area plan to apply to this application. And I happen to concur with the conclusions of Attorney Davis. This applicant is entitled by due process to a decision. The applicant's not entitled to a yes or a no unless you can make the findings. But the applicant is entitled to have his application determined by this Board of Supervisors. And there's an inadequate basis to declare a moratorium or to delay the application further than, as was pointed out, the 180-day period for making a decision. So there is no cause at law for delay.
Thank you, Attorney Ring. Okay, are there any other comments by the board at this time? Questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and I'm going to be opening the public hearing. At this time, we will now take comments. When you are called on to speak, announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. Clerk Daly, please explain how those here in person and those present virtually can provide public comments at this time.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone here in the room in person, we have comment cards by the door. If you'd like to comment, and we will go by name and call people up to the podium. And we will start with those here in person first. If you've joined virtually via Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak and also cue you. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And I'll go ahead and call on the first comment form from Cheyenne Candandia. And we will set the clock for 3 minutes. It'll be green, and then when your time's up, it'll turn red. You can please just state your name and address for our minutes.
Good evening, Chairman Begay and Board of Supervisors. My name is Shyam Khandedia, and my address is Sage Valley, Williams. I would like to support, and I really support the new zone change for the Grand Canyon Inn and Cabins, because the new zone change would really bring a lot of tourism to Valley. We all know Grand Canyon is like a hub of tourism, and especially Valley, as mentioned, is a core commercial intersection. So bringing this change, zone change for the property for the Grand Canyon Inn and Cabins would really be a very good improvement to the Valley area. It would bring a lot of housing opportunities for the employees. It will also bring more opportunities for the employees, employment as well, more opportunities for the workers. There are numerous opportunities as well. Different than that, other than that, there will be families who will be staying in the tiny homes. They'll be providing luxuries And so right now the hotel and the motel is already having like the motel service or the motel in the area since 70s, and they are just trying to do the same thing and add by adding cabins and adding more luxury. I think families would have more opportunity to stay in Valley, and Valley would expand more. So I would definitely support this zone change, and Valley would definitely grow in this definitely section. Thank you.
Next, we have Madison Kavaya. You can come on up to the podium and state your name and address for our minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Madison Kavaya. Sorry, can you hear me properly? Okay. Is that better? Okay, sorry. My name is Madison Kavaya. I am from Sage Valley, Williams, and I'm here to show support for this project. We can see throughout the examples that were discussed earlier that the applicant does have good faith with the community, as the concerns that were raised, such as the taxiway causing any sort of issues with the airport. A wall will be built. It'll be a solid fence. Also, the density issue that was raised by the airport owner was addressed by the applicant, and the density has been decreased by 10%. I would just like to say that this area at the intersection does seem to be like a great location for the rezoning. And thank you for listening.
Next, we have Lee Upton. If you can please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the minutes.
All right, my name's Lee Upton. I live on 3607 South Laguna out there in Valley. Now we have 3 wells within 1/8 of a mile of each other. We all know what the droughts are like out here. Okay, we've had them really bad. Over at Travel Stop 2 years ago, when the drought was, just starting to mitigate, the pipe casing collapsed because of the low water levels. I don't know what the water level is right now, but I don't care whether he builds or not. But the water issue has to be addressed, because if we go into another 10-year drought, we're going to have issues up there. Because now you got 3, 1, 2, 3. I get my water from the airport. Okay, that's where I get my water from. Now, if they're going to be sucking that water up, if they got 50 units at 25 gallons a stay, you're looking at 225,000 gallons every 6 months. Okay. Traffic on 64 is bad. Always has been. Always will be, because it's a tourist road. That's just how it is. Now, the electrical problem out there, when we get the monsoons and the storms, ask anybody that lives in Valley that's grid tied. I'm not grid tied. Power goes out, you're done until they fix it. What do you do with your water treatment plant then? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Heather Dukes. Okay. And then Vinaya Day. You can make your way up to the podium and state your name and address for our minutes. We'll provide 3 minutes.
Can you guys hear me? Good evening, members of the board and Chair Begay. I'm a supporter of this rezoning case. I own an Airbnb myself, so I think it's important for us to support new owners. Also, this will bring so much tourists. Hold on, sorry, just that. This will bring so much work in tourism that will support local businesses as well. So I think it's important that we understand how it will like benefit our community today, and that we are, and that it's on the, and that this has already existent units for motels, and it's been there for several years now. So it will be just a great thing to have nowadays also. So thank you.
And if you could please just state your name for our minutes, Ms. Day. If you could just please state your name for our minutes.
My name is Vania Day.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Kavaya. You can please come up to the podium and state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Karan Koya. I'm from Sage Valley Williams. I'm here to support the zone change for the Grand Canyon Inn and the cabins. I see this is like a great opportunity for the local people and the surrounding neighborhoods for great development, as the owners are trying to spend their money for the public to the great development source where it's a good opportunity to create jobs. I think for like my personal experience, I manage the similar thing. So it's a very good opportunity because there are a lot of people who are looking for the jobs and they are not getting, and people are willing to travel for like this project to work and get employed. So I think it's a really good opportunity and it should be approved. Thank you.
Next, Manoa Pachal. You can please come up and state your name and address.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Manu Panchal and I live in Valley. So thank you for letting me speak tonight. And I came to support this development and this application because I support property rights, people in our community who are creating jobs and workforcing for themselves. Some of the comments I have heard objecting this application have raised a concern about water and wastewater and the traffic things. So with the regard of water, Valley is not an active management area. So individual property owners have a right to drill wells, and as long as they get unnecessary approvals from the county and AWER. So I don't understand why these rights and the development oppose this development when they seem like pretty standard things they go through every development process. Right now, we are at the zoning stage and do think this development will fit into our community and be compatible with nearby commercial uses. Yeah, thank you.
Next, Troy Morris. You can please come up to the podium and state your name and address for our minutes.
Hi, my name is Troy Morris. Address is 264 US Highway 180, Valley. I live on the property at Raptor Ranch. I just wanted to speak regarding this not allowing rezonings until the Valley area plan is completed. Most of you wouldn't know it, but some 20 years ago, Raptor Ranch, I filed for a CUP 5 miles north of the intersection, acquired 120 acres there for a birds of prey park. I got approved by planning and zoning. A couple of my neighbors in town that are against this project today were against it. They filed an appeal with the Board of Supervisors. I lost by 1 vote. Ironically, they just didn't want at that time the commercial development outside of the core center of Valley, which I understood. It wasn't a rezone, it was a CUP, and I thought it was an appropriate area for it. But in any case, I'd been planning for 20 years to start a business here. We wound up buying the Bedrock City property. We came to the commercial area of Valley, and I am now proposing to rezone my property to commercial, and any suggestion that a property that's been in commercial use since the 70s, once we finally come here and have a moratorium on commercial rezonings, is alarming to me. So I just wanted to express my opinion on that. I was in support of the project. Norm at the airport is against it. I get it. I get why people were for it or against it. I considered it, since I live on the property, it's like, did I really want 50 units, 350 feet away from my house? The reality is I'm living there now. It's commercial property. At some point, we're going to change that house to commercial use as well. So I think the reality is, even if you redo the Valley area plan, this is going to be the commercial core. It's not going to be moved somewhere else. This is the commercial core. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Miranda Badowski. You could please come up to the podium and state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Miranda Baldalski. My address is 3562 South Camino Drive. Good evening, everybody. So I'm here because the future of Valley is being shaped by the decisions made here tonight. This is not just about one project. It is about the precedent we set for how our community grows, how we protect our values, and how we ensure that change benefits everyone. I attended the community meeting for this project, and I want to be very clear. I did not endorse this development. I engaged in discussions because I care about strategic planning and ensuring that growth is sustainable and aligned with Valley, as I was raised in Valley. But I began speaking with more residents, and I realized something deeply concerning. Many people in Valley were unaware of this project. Their voices were not reflected in the discussions. That is why I stand here today, not to challenge the county, but to ensure that the true perspectives of this community are considered before the decision is made. The nearest emergency services is 21 miles away, posing a serious concern for fire safety and medical response in a densely packed development. Traffic congestion at the junction is already an issue. The full impact of this project has not been studied. Approving this without proper analysis puts added strain on a system already struggling to keep up. I get stuck at that junction quite often during the busy season, and it's extremely dangerous. Water is a persistent challenge in Valley, yet no long-term solutions have been provided to ensure this development be sustained responsibly, such as our water aquifer. If that dries up, what are we doing? Community character is affected by this development. The high density is not with communicating with the community, that's not what we want. We want the rural landscape. We want that rural character. So page 56 of the Valley Area Plan is clear. Existing commercially zoned land should be utilized before approving new rezoning. Yet this project seeks to rezone 5.76 acres for high density development while undeveloped commercial land remains available. I want to add there is commercial land down the 180. That is not the only commercial zone. If this rezoning is truly about correcting the motel zoning, then why not rezone just the Motel Inn section and then allow for the planning of the community to happen and then allow that expansion? So good planning is not about rushing to approve a development. It's about making informed decisions that serve the long-term interests of the community. I ask you respectfully to deny this rezone request as it does not align with the Valley Area Plan or the needs of the community. The community wants a grocery store, and I'm out of time. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Next, Jessica Boyce. You can come up to the podium and state your name and address for our minutes.
Hello, I'm Jessica Boyce, address 5975 East Abbey Road in Flagstaff, Arizona. And I work up at the Grand Canyon Valley Airport, and Norm and I were part of planning the Valley Area Plan. And one of the big things in there is to maintain the current low density zoning for a lot of the areas out there. And I know it was brought up earlier, some of the other mobile home parks or park model homes around. Under Canvas, which is adjacent to the airport as well, it's 100 units on approximately 180 acres. So that's not dense at all. It's about a half a house per acre. This we're looking at, they keep saying that it's 12 units per acre and multiplying that by the 5.76 acres. They're not taking into account that there's also 28 hotel rooms and another 5 that they're adding. So when they're doing their density factors, they're using the entire lot, but they're only talking about the new homes that are going on there. So that's not even an accurate number, in my opinion, because it's, I don't know the exact acres that they're adding the 50 houses on, but it's only actually like 3 acres, unless I'm misunderstanding, and they're tearing down the hotel and using the whole 5.76 acres. So just seems like to what the Valley residents wants is not these high dense areas. There was also the Sage Valley Mobile Home Park has 176 mobile homes on 26 acres, which that was approximately 6.64 homes per acre. So again, it's a lot more rural area. They don't want these high density areas coming into the Valley community. Thank you.
Next, I have Monique Nikki Collins. If you can please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the minutes. You'll be provided 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Monique Collins. I go by Nikki. I'm actually Willie and Lorraine's Collins' daughter. And I look around the room tonight and I think I might be the oldest resident of Valley in this entire room. I have been raised there for 47 years. So there's history there. The history is my parents. And being there, I've raised all my children, and I know how long it takes to get a police officer to my house. I know how long it takes to get the fires put out because my dad is the one that donates. There's no area where you can put that amount of people in an area and expect that community to be responsible for that amount of people. It's impossible. And now you're going to have pedestrians walking across Highway 64. That's a major, major highway. So I just wanted to say, thanks. And that was all. Thank you.
Okay, the last comment card I have is Luis Lopez. If you want to come up to the podium and state your name and address, and we will provide 3 minutes for you to speak.
Thank you. Louis Lopez, 2375 East Camelback Road. I'm an attorney with Greenberg Traurig. I'm speaking on behalf of the Collins. I got 3 minutes, so I'm going to keep it tight for you. Right off the bat, just to let you know, the specific address that they are asking to rezone 37 South Route, that does not belong to the applicant. That is actually Willie and Lorraine Collins' personal residence. So I want to make sure that regardless what happens, the wrong legal address is being used today. Second, the reason why the applicant is represented by a new counsel is Tony Colum, who previously was counsel for the Collins, was not transparent in terms of what he was going on. He subsequently had to withdraw because of that conflict of interest. So you shouldn't take any consideration the Collins' actions or inactions. Third, everyone agrees here tonight across the board, from legal counsel to opposing counsel, that the VAP is an amendment to the general plan. It specifically says existing commercial zone land should be utilized prior to considering new rezoning. That's page 56. It does not state that it is appropriate to deviate because the board or because staff believes that this is an existing business. That language is not in there. It also does not give you the discretion to grant a zoning request in order to take a non-conforming use and make it into a conforming use for purposes of zoning change. That is an express violation of the VAP that everyone agrees controls and governs this particular issue. So if you make this decision, you are acting contrary to the express language of the VAP. Third, specifically, Board Member Horstman, I want to address your specific issue. Page 45. All that property on that subdivision that was rezoned to commercial, it was done prior to the Valley Area Plan being put into place, which means when this Valley Area Plan was put in place, that said, we, the community, do not want rezoning until all the other commercial property is first utilized. All that property on the east side was zoned commercial. It was known by the community. It was known at the time in which the VAP was put into place. That is the whole heart of our objection in this particular case, because no one has offered any explanation to you why you are permitted to deviate from the Valley Area Plan in light of that express language. No one has explained to you why the applicant who owns property on the east side of that highway that can do the same development without any rezoning, why he's not doing that on that side of the property. You haven't heard it. I submit to you the reason why you have not heard it, because they don't have a legitimate excuse for it. I like to end with respect to the commercial plan or the general plan. The county has consistently opposed commercial rezoning until existing commercial zone property is built. Let that be your decision point. Thank you.
All right, Chair Brigade, that concludes the in-person comment forms that we have. I will turn back to the Zoom virtual format. Again, this is for public hearing item number 29. So any comments related specifically to public hearing item 29, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, and that will notify us that you would like to speak if you click on that hand. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Begay, I do have a hand raised for Jeff Smith. Jeff, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please state your name and address for our minutes, we will start the clock for 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Smith, Flagstaff, Arizona. I am a contractor working on behalf of the owner. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to address a couple of the concerns, I've got a lot of them. I took a lot of notes from the previous speakers regarding the water, wastewater, traffic, electric, all the concerns that were brought up. We've gone through the proper process. We're not trying to rush through getting any of this process. This has been a year-long process that we've been involved with every step of the way, my father, Dan Smith, and I. As far as the water goes, a well was drilled on the property. We went through the Department of Water Quality, to find the depths of the water. And so as far as, water running out, these owners went through the proper process. It's not a shallow well at all, and they're providing water, for their property and potentially others. And it's a deep well. And so I think that needs to be noted. As far as traffic goes, there's 5 million people that visit the Grand Canyon a year. And for the concern of high density for this particular project, I think they need to take into consideration the 5 million visitors that visit the Grand Canyon that pass by every day. The high density compared to residential, if you look at the overlay of the area in general, you can see hundreds, if not thousands, of residential lots, 1 acre or more. And, so we set the density according to what was allowed, which was so many sites per acre, which we fit right within, and the county agrees with us. The county did recommend approval. I think that needs to be noted and taken into account when making the vote. I think all the concerns that were brought up in public meetings were all addressed. Miranda had brought up concerns in the public meeting. We spoke with her and we addressed every one of her concerns. And so this opposition that's coming later in the process, I don't know where it's coming from, but we did speak with her and we addressed the concerns that she brought up at the public meeting. That needs to be noted. A lot of the residents out there for those 1 acre properties, I would say a majority of those, if you look into them and you do your research, will find out that those are short-term rentals as well. And so I can't help but to think that some of this is opposition based off of competition. The density does fit within the units per acre. And this project with the tax dollars would go back into the community. So as far as first responders and how long it takes to respond to, say, a 911 call or, fire, whatever, that, these tax dollars are going to be put back into that only for it to grow and to have, quicker response. The owners are, I want to end it by saying the owners are going through the proper process through the county, through, going through this whole process. And I think that needs to be noted as well when going through your vote.
Mr.
We've been,
Smith, you'll need to wrap up.
I'm going to wrap up by saying this, is that a lot of owners out there don't go through the right process. These owners are. I'm in favor of this project. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Chair Begay, that is all we have on the virtual and telephone side.
Thank you, Lindsay. Like to see if the board members like to make any comments at this time, ask questions, anything? Yeah, okay. Okay. I will now be closing the public hearing. And can any board members want to make comments or ask questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
I'm really glad we had some extra time to look into some of the questions that I raised, and I'm glad to hear some of the answers. And first and foremost, I want to make it extremely clear that I'm really looking forward for there to be an area plan in Valley. The 1999 area plan certainly does exist, but I know that there are many people who have lived in Valley for a long time, some that are new to Valley, are really looking to build a community in Valley. And I want to applaud you for those efforts. I think that it is important, and I'm going to be talking to my colleagues here to try to make sure that once our comprehensive plan is done, that the Valley Area Plan is noted as the #1 plan for us to work with the community to get in place. I think it's important that communities do make decisions about how their community grows. I think it's great that the Valley Area Plan can talk about density and whether you need a grocery store rather than another retail store. We hear that here in Flagstaff. We hear that in a lot of municipalities. But I believe that the future of Valley was shaped before tonight. It was shaped probably back in 1964, maybe even before then, when there was Zone A General. Quite frankly, Highway 64 and 180, it is in fact scenic and historic. Many of us have used it many times. We're very proud of the fact that we here in Coconino County and Valley, it's the gateway into the Grand Canyon. We know how important that is for Coconino County in the state of Arizona. It is, as somebody said, a perfect location for commercial. It's probably why the 1999 area plan, in fact, noted that, and the quote that was provided to us earlier by one of the attorneys that spoke. And I got to tell you, I have got to do this not based necessarily in how I feel, or maybe if I think there should be a grocery store, I think it would be a good idea. But I have to make my decision based on what the law is for us, what the policy is for us, and what we find based on the 3 questions that we need to ask ourselves. And if, when we make our decision on these 3 questions, we find that in this place, the zoning from a non-commercial use to a non-conforming use to a conforming use is consistent with these findings, we are required to make these findings. And so I'm going to go through that now with you as well. And I want to say that if this wasn't coming to us or to me as a legal non-conforming to a legal conforming zoning, I might have different findings, but that's not what's before us today. I also want to make a note, because people are talking about water. I talk endlessly about water and endlessly about the need that we have rural groundwater management, but we do not legally have rural groundwater management here in Coconino County. So we can't look to the underlying water issues as much as I would like to, and I hope someday that will be different and that we will be able to consider those things when we make decisions. So let me go forward. And I think it's also really important that this was a unanimous decision by Planning and Zoning, our Planning and Zoning Commission. And quite frankly, that's unusual. If a member of our board used to be chair of that Planning and Zoning Commission, and she understands how unusual that is to have a unanimous decision. And on looking at this, the questions that they came up with and that the Planning and Zoning Commission answered was that the change was consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance. They looked at both the Coconino County's comprehensive plan and Valley's plan, the 1999 plan, which includes support for tourist-related development projects that focus on conserving and showcasing the county's unique natural, cultural, and dark sky features. They found it met it. I have to say, I find it meets it as well. Number two, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. And in this particular case, their response from Planning and Zoning was the zone change provides zoning entitlements to a property with legal, non-conforming development for decades and allows for redevelopment and rehabilitation of the property. And for the reasons as stated, I also have to agree with Planning and Zoning's findings on this. And the third, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood nor be detrimental to the adjacent properties. I've got to note that right across the street is similar developments under a commercial zone. And that's why the question I asked and why I wanted to delay, why wasn't this done just like everything across the street? And even though I understand the importance of being able to have your own future, and that in fact, this does add additional commercial zoning to the area, the bottom line is, it seems to me that the people who own this, I don't know how you can say the people right across the street can do this, but the ones on the other side can't, when in fact, it sounds like the general zoning is just following quite frankly, zoning changes made by Coconino County. I think there is a fairness issue here, but also I noticed that the property is in fact already commercial in a commercial area. I don't see how this changes the overall appearance of the Valley Commercial District, because quite frankly, it's already there, even though I do understand this will mean there will be additional density. I also understand the Raptor Ranch. I thought you looked familiar. Also will be looking to do the same, and I don't blame them. I mean, the bottom line, they purchased this property. It was a commercial use, and they have a mechanism, a legal mechanism that we not only allow, but we actually endorse, and that is to change legal non-conforming to conforming status. So as much as I would like to have seen the area plan in place first, I understand we do not have the legal authority to make and stop, to have a moratorium for the next 2 and 2.5 years while the community really works together to create an area plan. And members of the board, I think that the findings of fact for a zone change, in fact, have been met.
Supervisor Tarveros.
Thank you, Chair Begay. I completely agree and concur with Vice Chair Horstman's assessment of this case. And so I'm going to keep my my words very brief tonight. I accept the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission that have been forwarded to the board. And Vice Chair Horseman laid them out very clearly, so I'm not going to repeat those. I will also say that I did review the analysis for the comprehensive plan and the Valley Area Plan. And I also agree with the analysis as set forth in the staff report. So with that, to keep it brief, I can make the findings of fact required for this zone change this evening, and I will be voting in favor of the zone change.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. I want to thank all the residents who came. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your opinion, and we can tell that you love your community. That is so important. And you have ideas, you have visions for it. And I really am thankful that you care about your community and for you to take the time to be here. I too find the 3 findings that was outlined. I agree with that, and I'm very happy that Supervisor Horseman has pointed out that the Board of Supervisors here, as we sit, we have no authority in discussing the water issues. So we just cannot do that. And as much as we want to, we are forbidden from even considering that. So other than that, I want to just thank you and for being here. And I concur with the findings, and I am going to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to everyone that's here this evening, and we're sitting here this long. And I just wanted to also say that, I think that, the finding of the facts for the zone change have been met, and it was forwarded to us for consideration. We've considered all the information and letters that we received, and also comments that were made here tonight. And so I just want to say that I too do support the fact of findings of the zone change, which is the 3 that was mentioned by Supervisor Horseman. So I will be supporting the zone change in these findings. So I just want to say thank you for being here, and I ask my colleagues for being diligent and very respectful, and also thinking about all the things that have come to us, with the letters that were written, stuff like that, to really consider this. And it does take a lot, to think about everything. And so I just want to say thank you so much.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Unless there's any other comments from our staff or legal counsel. Members of the board, at this time, again, I want to thank all the participants here that were here in person and on phone. I know many of you traveled quite a ways. I'm glad it was today and not 2 days ago because of our weather. As much as we needed it, I'm really glad you were able to make it down here safely and that you were able to participate in this. We in Coconino County really pride ourselves in listening to our community and working together with you to build our communities across our very diverse Coconino County. So again, I want to thank you again for being here. And with that, and consistent with my earlier findings, I would make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2025-02, approving a zone change from general 10-acre minimum to CG 10,000 commercial general on a 5.7-acre parcel in Valley. The property is located at 317 South Route 64 and is further identified as parcel number 503-01-020J. And the applicant is Grand Canyon Hospitality LLC from Anaheim, California. And we've met with the representative here today, Heather Dukes from Dukes Law of Phoenix, Arizona. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion by Supervisor Horseman and second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. And yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, for
Yes.
the record, I believe that there was discussion at the staff level that a supermajority would be required for this zoning action. And by the approval of the 4 of 5 supervisors this evening, you've met the requirements for the supermajority provisions in state statute. And so this action that you've taken prevails.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I guess we're going to have to adjourn for the day. So, and the time is now 7:54 p.m. Thank you.
Travel safe home, everyone. Thank you.